Mic test. 1, 2. Hello, Scoops. Surprise. Just want to stress test some stuff. So do treat this like any regular stream. That being said, let's make furries. I mean, what? Okay, to be completely honest, my sleep hours shifted kinda. So instead of streaming later and getting EP earlier, might as well open stream earlier than usual and see how it goes. Yep, I think in 5 hours ahead of you. But yeah, the true stress test is not my hardware, but my own will to stream for longer hours. LMAO. Don't worry about it, Zerty. It's like what? 5 AM for you. I was gonna say, how are you still awake? But then again, I used to have the same hour as Lamel. So I'm not gonna judge. OHH 6 hours ahead. It's 10:40 AM for me. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I can type in TTS with my new keyboard being less funky derogatory. The new issue now is my mouse. Left click is wonky. I'll write a quick delay check for everyone. I'll count 3. When I say 1, everyone drop a scoop emote. Alright, ready? 3, 2, 1. Five seconds-ish for some. The usual then. It's okay, Zuri. Well now, yeah, that does happen. Okay, for today's agenda, we'll be rendering Mipandi's half-body illustration, and later rendering Ash's eye banner commission. Hoping to finish at least one today, and then we play Final Fantasy. This is still a work with me stream, so we can just vibe and watch/listen to some videos together while we work. I've gathered some neat documentaries to vibe too. Also, don't forget that we're still doing a subathon, so if you have extra money to give to sub to the parlor, that would be very much appreciated. And we also have a throne page to where the community can recommend gifts. Alright, let's get started.
Year of making YouTube videos, I've noticed that whenever Japanese culture comes up as a topic, people tune in. Viewers are fascinated by what goes on in Japan, and especially fascinated by Japanese media. Let me ask you a question then. If you aren't Japanese, how did you learn about Japan? How did you learn about its culture? That's a strange question, right? How does one learn about the existence of any country, or its culture for that matter? In the early 2000s, if you asked a typical American where South Korea was, for example, or what its exports were, you'd probably receive a blank stare in return. But now, everybody knows about South Korea, and its K-pop, and cosmetics and technology and fashion, and increasingly its cuisine. It's likely that there isn't one pivotal moment that taught you about Japan. Your perception of Japan was likely born of and has been shaped by your encounters with Japan in media, in film, in video games, in anime, and more. You learned about Japan and its cultural elements through osmosis, by absorbing that information from the world around you as opposed to being taught about it in a classroom. If, when I start talking about Japanese culture, your mind goes to cherry blossoms in Kyoto, consumer electronics, or growing up with Dragon Ball Z, or Sailor Moon, or Saint Seiya, or Hello Kitty, or for that matter, Kiki's Delivery Service. If you picture Harajuku, or cosplayers, or Hatsune Miku, or Pokemon, or any number of cute, consumable Japanese products, then congratulations. You are not immune to propaganda. And that's okay. Congratulations. You are
Sinbon Sakura Garfield goes hard. Oh Mao.
not immune to propaganda. And that's okay because none of us are, myself included. Just about every country nowadays tries, sometimes successfully and sometimes not, to shape the image of their country, of their culture, in order to accrue what we call soft power. The power to get what you want through persuasion and influence, rather than by force. But there is no country, no culture on Earth that has succeeded in this very intentional development of soft power in quite the way that Japan has. I'd argue in some, but not all respects, that not even the United States has succeeded in soft power politics to the extent of Japan. But that's a topic for a very different video. Think about it like that infamous Wojak meme, right? Place Japan. Thing, Japanese thing. Japan in the collective conscience of the world is somehow different, somehow cool. How did this come to be? Why do so many of us think of Japan as cool or aesthetic or kawaii? And how was this perception intentionally cultivated for the purposes of soft power? What even is soft power? We'll discuss all of this and more after a quick word from today's sponsor, Incogni. In the war of soft power, the resource of potentially greatest I know what you're thinking. This is Moon Channel, right? What arbitrary point in history are we starting at? Well, first, it's never arbitrary, nor is it padding. Believe me, a longer video is much more work for less of a profit. No, this is context, and context allows us to build a firm foundation of understanding from the roots of the forest to the canopy. That said, our story begins not with World War II, as I imagine many of you might have guessed, but much further back. As early as the 1st century BC, the Greek geographer Strabo wrote about how the Bactrian Greeks extended their empire even as far as the Ceres. Ceres, a name that derives ostensibly from the Greek word for silk in this case, referring vaguely to what is believed to be China. And in approximately 104 BC, as far as Chinese records go, the Chinese waged the War of Heavenly Horses against the Bactrian Greeks, conquering them and establishing what would later become the Protectorate of the Western regions. The Romans and Chinese also interacted. The Silk Road linked Rome and China, and the prevailing thought in China was that Rome, like China, was a civilized empire amongst barbarians, but on the other side of the world. The Chinese called the Roman Empire Da Qing, referring to the first unified dynasty of China, the Qin dynasty. Trade continued along the Silk Road for over 1,000 years, but as trade developed, something curious happened. A trade imbalance of sorts developed. The Chinese turned inward, and Chinese interest and desire for European goods decreased even as European demand for Chinese goods, and the goods produced by Chinese tributaries, increased. The lands far to the west of China thereafter slowly fell outside of China's scope of cultural concern, even as this image of China as a mysterious, sophisticated land slowly began to develop in the West. In the Middle East, for example, the famous collection of stories we know as Arabian Nights was originally set in China, albeit China here meaning something more like in a galaxy far, far away. China was this far, far away galaxy where things were weird and different and a little mystical. To much of the West, including Europe, China was this civilized place on the other side of the world where spices and tea and silk and porcelain were made. But to China and by proxy the other East Asian civilizations, the memory of Europe as Daqing faded, and the European nations slowly became seen as no different from any of the other barbarian tributaries that wanted to trade with China. Now look, I understand that this is all a vast and almost preposterous simplification of a very long stretch of history, but we're just setting the stage here, so please bear with me. For much of this history of trade between China and Europe, it was the various Middle Eastern states, such as the Sassanid Persians and the various Islamic caliphates, and the Ottoman Empire that acted as middlemen, growing wealthy and powerful in part by controlling the trade that passed through the Silk Road. These middlemen cut deeply into European profits, and so the moment the technology was available, the Europeans tried to find ways around these middlemen both by land and by sail. The first of the European pioneers who actually did make it to China returned to Europe with incredible tales of this sophisticated but deeply alien land, such as the travels of Marco Polo, or Juan González de Mendoza's Historia del Gran Reino del China, or Matteo Ricci's accounts in De Christiana Expedizione apud Sina suscepta ab Societate Jesu. Some of these accounts were fantastical to the extreme. My personal favorite account of the time is Athanasius Kircher's China Illustrata, a book which compiles and analyzes various accounts of China gathered from different contemporary sources. It is, at times, fascinatingly insightful, and at other times it is a bit silly. On page 196, a flying turtle is illustrated and thusly described. In the kingdom of Henan are found turtles which are green or blue, and that there are also some with wings on their feet, who in this way they compensate for the slow progress they can make on foot. I, however, could not easily believe that these swimming creatures have wings, for it seems to violate the primary nature of a turtle. In any case, it was in the year 1542 that Europeans first arrived in Japan. The Portuguese, you see, had already made their way to the Far East and were conducting trade with the Indian subcontinent through Goa, and with China via Malacca. The arrival of the Portuguese to Japan was completely by accident. A handful of Portuguese traders were originally en route to the Chinese city of Ningbo when a typhoon shipwrecked them on the island of Tanegashima, at the southernmost tip of Japan. This initial contact led to further contacts between the Portuguese and Japanese, which eventually led to the Portuguese all but monopolizing Japanese trade. At the time, you see, China had placed an embargo on Japan due to raids by Japanese pirates. But the Portuguese were able to act as middlemen between Japan and China, establishing what the Japanese called Nanbanboiki, Southern Barbarian Trade. The Japanese called the Portuguese Nanban, Southern Barbarians, because the Portuguese arrived initially from the south. To this day, Western cultural influences, but particularly those involving food, are still sometimes referred to in Japan as Nanban, Southern Barbarian, food. Now, the Portuguese and subsequent European travelers found themselves immediately smitten by this new land and its customs. The Italian Jesuit priest Alessandro Valignano, who had spent considerable time in India and Macau, going so far as to even be one of the first two European scholars to learn Chinese, the other of course being Matteo Ricci, wrote this about Japan. The Japanese, and I quote, excel not only all the other Oriental peoples, they surpass the Europeans as well. The Japanese in turn wrote of their encounter with the Europeans thusly: they eat with their fingers instead of with chopsticks such as we use. They show their feelings without any self-control. They cannot understand the meaning of written characters. Not a very flattering portrayal. Now, at this point in history, European fascination with China was beginning to reach a fever pitch. For example, Europe, but particularly France, saw the emergence of a fashion known as chinoiserie.
Hello.
A European imitation of Chinese, and also eventually Japanese, art. If you are a European, you may have already encountered a vaguely Chinese-looking building such as the Chinese Tower in Munich, or the Chinese Pavilion in Ekaro, or this pagoda in London's Kew Gardens. These are all examples of chinoiserie, and none of them are actually Chinese. They are all tributes to Chinese art built in the
It was
1700s.
kinda overwhelming,
It was the
but it was
1700s, you
fun.
see, when the Qing dynasty was arguably at the apex of its splendor and power, that both Sinophilia and Japanophilia found their ways into European culture at large. The French philosopher and satirist Voltaire, for example, was a rather notorious and ardent Sinophile, a lover of Chinese culture. He wrote thusly, "The fact remains that 4,000
Still
years
don't
ago,
know if
it
that
turned
will
out
be the
really
exclusive
that
stream
the
game, though.
Chinese
But we'll
had
see
everything
next week.
essentially useful of which we boast today." He also spoke very fondly about Confucianism, which he considered the height of ethics and politics, a socio-political model that Europe should emulate, stating, and I quote, "Confucius has no interest in falsehood. He did not pretend to be a prophet. He claimed no inspiration. He taught no new religion. He used no delusions, and flattered not the emperor under whom he lived." Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, the German polymath, was also a proponent of spreading Confucianism in Europe, and Neo-Confucianism in particular is said to have influenced his philosophical works. Yet just as there were Sinophiles like Voltaire and Leibniz, however, so too were there Japanophiles. By the late 1700s, Japan was largely closed off from the rest of the world in the midst of a policy known as Sakoku, wherein no Japanese could leave Japan and no foreigners could enter. An exception, however,
Yes,
was made for the
rhythmic
Dutch, who had
slapping.
assumed the favored role of trade once held by the Portuguese, a story which we won't get into in this video. The Japanese learned of Western innovations in a piecemeal fashion through the Dutch in what is called Rangaku, Dutch learning, and the Dutch brought trade goods and Japanese learning back to Europe. Consider, for example, this cultural exchange. In August of 1775, one Carl Peter Thunberg, the famous Swedish naturalist and student of Carl Linnaeus, traveled to Nagasaki, where he was given the opportunity to accompany the Dutch ambassador to Edo. Therein, Thunberg categorized many different plants and animals, recording his observations in two works, the Flora Japonica and the Fauna Japonica. His writings and observations inspired a great deal of European interest in Japan. But I digress. It wasn't until the end of Sakoku in 1853 and the forcing open of Japan for trade by the United States that Japanese culture really began to make headway in the West. China, at the time, was still resistant to European and American attempts to force unfavorable trade upon it, which culminated in the Opium Wars, the Boxer Rebellion, and so on. Japan, though, now fully opened for trade against its will, saw many Europeans and Americans travel to Japan, thus bringing many Japanese goods back to Europe. And thus, just as there was chinoiserie when interest in China was at its apex, so too did an artistic tradition of emulating Japanese art known as Japonisme emerge in Western Europe. For example, Japanese block printing art greatly inspired Vincent van Gogh, and he made no attempts to hide that fact. Japanese clothing such as kimonos became something of a fashion sensation, and indeed, some people got so deeply into Japan that they all but grafted Japan into their identity. Consider, for example, the story of Patrick Lafcadio Heron, a Greco-Irish writer who was born in Greece and moved to Dublin before emigrating to the United States, where he worked as a journalist, first in Cincinnati and later in New Orleans. He then spent 2 years in the French West Indies before he went to Japan, where he would stay for the rest of his life.
Making Japanese their
He had a great
personality.
fascination with Japan, you see, and he wrote
Wow.
a number of highly regarded works in English that
Sounds
painted a
familiar.
particular and romanticized picture.
He is literally the man's first weebo. Oh now.
Of Japan, which was so engrossing that British academic Basil Hall Chamberlain himself, a Japanophile and scholar of all things Japanese, described Heron's works as such. Never, perhaps, was scientific accuracy of detail married to such tender and exquisite brilliancy of style. Heron went on to change his name to Koizumi Yakumo. He thereafter married a Japanese woman named Koizumi Setsuko, and he lived the rest of his life in Japan. Truly, history's first weeb. Okay, Mooney, thank you for teaching us about history's first weeb, but was it really necessary to go through 2,000 years of history just to set the stage? I'd say yes, absolutely. it is important to keep this romanticized picture of Japan in the mind's eye, as romanticization of Japanese culture, of putting Japanese culture on a pedestal, going even to the point of, dare I say, fetishization, is nothing new. There's
Sleep
this
well, Zerty.
perception that Japan was this hyper-militarized place of scowling samurai that got beaten up in World War II and then turned into the cat-girl pop idol Hawaiian Islands. But the Western romanticization of all things Japanese occurred long before anime, before J-pop, and before Nintendo. Okay, well, maybe not Nintendo, but certainly the other things. Yet just as the romanticization of Japan began rather abruptly, so too did it end rather abruptly, as we will soon see. As while the West engrossed itself in Japanese culture, Japan was engrossing itself in Western culture. And what Japan took away from its encounters with Western culture is that one either bullies or gets bullied. One imperializes or becomes imperialized. In this world, it's kill or be killed. Oh boy, here we go. I can hear some of you say, are we about to blame the West for Japanese imperialism? No. Look, that's missing the point. The Japanese didn't westernize slowly by osmosis as they were originally doing vis-a-vis Rangaku. The Japanese didn't even westernize quickly as they might have preferred after witnessing the Qing dynasty lose the First Opium War. No, the Japanese were thrown into westernization head first, shaken awake by Admiral Perry, and then bullied into unequal trade treaties that led to mass famine and economic disaster. The Japanese very intentionally went about copying what they saw as Western practices during the Meiji Restoration. The Japanese adopted Western weapons and styles of dress, Western forms of governance and social organization and industry and art. And one of the practices that the Japanese specifically learned from the West and intentionally imitated in the Western tradition was gunboat diplomacy, hard power, the use of force to get what you want, which they used, for example, in 1876 to bully Korea into signing a very Western unequal treaty that was specifically modeled after the treaty that Admiral Perry forced upon Japan. Amongst other conditions, Korean ports were forced open to unfettered trade without consent, and Japanese citizens in Korea were given the right of extraterritoriality, meaning that Japanese citizens in Korea, not unlike Western citizens in Japan, were essentially above the law,
Hayag
an
ni.
implication therein that Korea's legal system was too primitive and unjust to try the more sophisticated Japanese. An inferior Korea doesn't have the sovereignty or jurisdiction in its own country to enforce its laws upon the superior Japanese.
Have you eaten lunch?
I'm getting a bit ahead of myself, though. We'll circle back to extraterritoriality in a bit. In the late 1800s, as the West swooned for Japanese culture and all things Japanese, as Western politicians and military advisors and statesmen were traveling to Japan to curry favor, marveling all the while at Japan's incredible sights and sounds,
Have
the
you eaten
Japanese
lunch?
themselves were desperately trying to leave that behind, to westernize. Henry Brooks Adams, noted historian and writer and member of the Adams family, traveled to Japan in 1886 seeking, in his words, nirvana. Adams traveled with one John Lafarge, an artist who became fascinated by Japanese art and is widely credited for introducing Japanese artistic ideas and methods into the world of American art. Americans and Europeans were traveling to Japan for inspiration.
I'll slow down the TTS.
A mentality of discarding or even despising the
There
old,
we go.
traditional, the very things these Westerners found so intoxicating was taking root. Consider the words of Fukuzawa Yukichi, a Japanese author and educator of the time, concerning traditional culture. The Chinese and Koreans do not know how to progress either personally or as a nation. Their love affairs with ancient ways and old customs remain as strong as they were centuries ago. In this new and vibrant theater of civilization, when we speak of education, they only refer back to Confucius.
Oh, Mao.
While professing their abhorrence to ostentation, in
Also
reality they show
Hyraga.
their ignorance of truth and principles. On the subject of Chinese medicine, Fukuzawa writes thusly, "By hating Chinese medicine so thoroughly, we came to dislike everything that had any connection with Chinese culture. Our general opinion was that we should rid our country of the influences of the Chinese altogether." A radical mentality of abandoning the old ways was taking shape, and it started with the leadership of the country and worked its way down into every facet, every crevasse of Japanese society. The takeaway is this: there was a paradox of sorts developing, even as the West was falling in love with Japanese traditional culture and art, with what they perceived as the exotic oriental nature and innocence of Japan. Japan was desperately trying to escape that same image so that it might be viewed, and more importantly treated, more seriously, more equal to its Western counterparts. And here, finally, is where the story really begins. The Japanese, in their haste to westernize in every possible way, discarded many of their old traditions in favor of new Western traditions. Traditional Japanese hairstyles, nihongami, were replaced by Western hairstyles. Traditional Japanese military uniforms made way for Western uniforms. In some situations, traditional Japanese things were separated from Western things into
How
two
did you get
categories.
100K?
In the realm of art, for example, it was in the late 1800s that a distinction first emerged between yoga and nihonga, Western-style oil painting on canvas, and traditional Japanese-style ink painting on paper. Yet, as the Japanese continued to plow forward in Westernization, something rather curious happened. The Japanese imitated the West and attempted to understand it, but no matter how much the Japanese
You didn't mint those legally.
their own culture and replace it with Westernization, ultimately it was their Japanese culture that
Must
would
investigate.
consume the Westernization. Let me put this another way. The Japanese could learn from what the West had already learned, but once Japan had learned all it could, it had to continue to develop. The alternative was stagnation. And as Japan operated inside of the Japanese cultural context, even despite trying to develop in the same way as the West, the end product was inevitably Japanese. If I might be so bold, they were Western developments with Japanese characteristics. And so, what happened in the very last years of the 1800s into the early 1900s was that Japan began pioneering a new cultural direction of unified Japanese Westernization. The goal was still to Westernize, but Japanese traditions and Western traditions began to melt together. We discussed yoga and nihonga earlier. Take a look at this artwork, painted in the year 1897. Or this painting, Study for Talk on Ancient Romance Composition No. 2, painted in 1896. These are examples of yoga, Western oil painting that incorporate Japanese characteristics. And likewise, during this time, Western oil painting techniques were finding their way into nihonga. But painting was not the only medium of art affected by this cultural blending. One other form of art that was substantially affected by the influences of Western culture was the Japanese art of manga. Manga, translated roughly, means whimsical pictures. Although such whimsical pictures were present throughout Japanese historical art, the term manga was first used to describe Santo Kyoden's Shiji no Yuki Kai, which was produced in and around 1798. By the time Japan opened in 1853, manga was already widespread. For example, Hokusai, the famous woodblock artist whom you might know as the creator of the Great Wave off Kanagawa, had a lesser-known 15-volume series called the Hokusai manga, a page of which even contains a fight scene. After Japan's opening, though, Western-style cartoons and comics flooded into Japan, and with the subsequent governmental efforts to rapidly westernize, Japanese-made Western-style cartoons and comics started to proliferate. By the 1890s, Japanese-made American-style newspaper comic strips appeared in Japanese newspapers, sometimes sitting right next to actual imported American comic strips on the same page. There were Western comics and there was Japanese manga until developments in Westernization of Japanese art caused those lines to blur. Yet comics and oil paintings were not the only two mediums of art to arrive from the West. For you see, the 1890s saw the emergence of a brand new art form in the West, that art form being motion pictures, film. And almost right from the get-go, attempts were made to incorporate drawn animation into this medium. We won't get too much into the history of animation in this video, but suffice it to say, Film was a perfect fit for a medium of expression that depends upon rapidly displaying separate images to simulate motion. The earliest animations on film, such as, Charles-Émile Renaud's Pantomimes Luminoises, was first unveiled in the late 1880s to early 1890s. Yet around 1907, the Japanese had already begun experimenting with animation on film.
The art.
Shashin, which was made sometime between 1907 and 1912, is the oldest known work of animation from Japan.
Also, thank you for the head
Seconds
pats.
long and shows a boy writing "moving picture" in Japanese before turning to the viewer
Good evening, Bun Bun.
and bowing. Animation was readily embraced in Japan, and by the late 1910s and early 1920s, Japanese-made animations such as Junichi Koichi's Namakura Gatana were being shown in theaters. The strength of the early Japanese animation industry was soon to be tested, though. The 1923 Tokyo earthquake destroyed much of the newborn animation industry, and the animation studios found themselves competing with foreign animation studios and producers with far greater resources than they did, such as Disney. Companies like Disney could both undercut Japanese animators in the market, while also producing works of far higher quality, with color and sound and incredible animation. And so the Japanese animators struggled to compete. What happened next is something we see happen very, very often when it comes to the history of Japanese enterprise. In order to survive, the struggling Japanese animation industry had to do two things. First, the industry had to distinguish its works from more impressive Western cartoons in order to build a market. It did this in a number of ways, from using different techniques with cell shading, for example, or by incorporating plots or character designs or art styles that were more familiar and more appealing to their native Japanese audiences. Second, the industry had to secure the funds with which to weather the immediate storm. And to that end, the Japanese animation industry turned to and was eventually co-opted by the Japanese government. Let's take a step back from animation history and see how the image of Japan began to shift in the West as Japanese culture itself shifted westward. From the time of Japan's opening in 1853 to the late 1890s, Japan was seen by Western visitors and Japanophiles as a
Head
magical,
pat.
innocent,
Why are you like this at me?
unspoiled by the growing culture of consumption and industrialization of the West. The very arguably racist,
I mean, I
innocent,
love you still,
educated folk
but
like
why are you
these
like this?
atoms called nirvana. But as Japan began to westernize in hopes that it might be treated as an equal of the West, so too did this image of the innocent Japan fade. Returning to the topic of extraterritoriality.
Also, why are you still awake, Bun Bun?
5 years after Perry, Japan had recognized unilateral
Isn't it like
extraterritoriality of the
11?
United States, the UK, France, the Netherlands, and Russia. The citizens of these countries could act with impunity while in Japan and established their own sovereign courts with which to try their own citizens on Japanese soil. In 1871, Japan and
Please
China
don't
granted each other
apologize. I'm not
reciprocal
entitled to your time.
extraterritorial rights as a part of the Sino-Japanese Friendship and Trade Treaty. But just 5 years later, you will recall, Japan bullied Korea into signing an unequal treaty. And in 1895,
I
as a
just hope
result
you're
of the
safe is all.
imperialistic Sino-Japanese War, Japan forced China to surrender its extraterritorial rights in Japan, in addition to seizing Taiwan, Penghu, and the Liaodong Peninsula, demanding a war indemnity equal to 7.5 million kilograms of silver and the forced opening of ports for trade as a most favored nation. Take a look at this propaganda piece here. See how the Japanese portray themselves as a modern westernized army and the Chinese as outdated and wearing traditional dress? This kind of portrayal was very
Oh, I
purposeful
see,
and very
Bun.
common.
Well, how
Japan
have
was
you
not so
been? Last time I
uncivilized
heard
as
from you,
cynics
you
say.
talked about
It
being a
was
full-time
westernized.
streamer.
But note as well, the medium of art and the style, it's still very Japanese, and that too would slowly change. The Japanese-ness of the art blended with Western styles and innovated in its own direction, as all Japanese westernization efforts eventually did. The late 1890s was the peak of Japanophilia, but it peaked and then declined for a reason. The behaviors and actions of Japan were increasingly Western, and as Japan became westernized, the exotic Orientalist tropes that were associated with Japan, the cultural elements of Japan that were ripped from their cultural context and commodified without consent, began to lose their luster. Japan
Cuban,
became less of a
shush.
curiosity.
I am not entitled to anyone's time and
1894,
attention,
the British
but I always
relinquished their rights
appreciate
of
that though.
extraterritoriality in the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Commerce and Navigation. By 1899, all of the other Western powers had
Also, hi Muggy.
relinquished their own rights of extraterritoriality in Japan. In the year of 1900, 'tis worth remembering, Japan fought against the Boxer Rebellion in China as a member of the Eight-Nation Alliance, joining Austria-Hungary, the British Empire, France, Germany, Russia, Italy, and the United States in the quashing of an anti-imperialist rebellion. Japan was officially one of the boys. And in 1904 to 1905, Japan shocked the world when it
Ew,
defeated an
I'm happy
imperialist
for you,
Russia in
Bun.
its
I
own
find
war,
it weird to
revealing
realize
Russia
that
and the
Halloween is just
Russo-Japanese
around the
War.
corner.
Yet even as the Japanese joined with and sometimes fought against the Western powers for its own imperialist ambitions, there was a sort of hope in the West that Japan might liberalize and modernize in a progressive, more humane direction, in line with what many Japanophiles felt was its innocence, and more, in their own words, not mine, pure culture. Many in the West even saw the Japanese routing of the Russians as a good thing, as Russia wasn't on very good terms with the other major powers at the time. What else is new? And humaneness and enlightenment to imperial Russia, trampling over medievalism as it went. But note the title of this art piece I'm showing you, The Yellow Peril. This story has two sides.
I'm not even gonna comment on that,
Those who saw
Cuban.
Japan as the
Jesus
innocent
Christ.
state, as this exotic pure culture, and on the other side, those who exaggerated the foreign nature of Japan and believed that the purity of Western civilization could be tainted
Wait,
by this
what's on Twitch for October?
that Chinese and Japanese immigration and culture, and eventually that Japanese imperial ambitions might erode the very edifice of Western civilization and bring it to ruin. The Japanese were constantly slighted by this othering. To the Japanese, it felt as if they had done everything right and yet were still seen as inferior, still seen as not being equal to the West. And this feeling of being snubbed by the West only cemented itself in the aftermath of World War I. Japan fought on the side of the Allies and gained a permanent seat on the Council of the League of Nations and was given German territories in the Far East. Japan was by every regard a great power. But in 1919, when the Japanese delegation at the Paris Peace Conference proposed a racial equality clause be attached to the Covenant of the League of Nations, one that was not dissimilar to the religious equality clause already passed, the proposal was rejected. The Japanese had been told to their face by the Western powers that no, even if you can fight like a Western power, even if you have the industry of a Western power, even if you have Western education and Western wealth and Western ambitions, you are still inferior. The combination of Japan's string of successes at military imperialism and the humiliation brought upon by the West treating the Japanese as an inferior people helped to empower extremist rhetoric emerging at the time in Japan. Japanese exceptionalism, and by extension, Japanese militarism. The idea that the Japanese were not inferior, they were actually, in some way, superior and different from all the other peoples of the earth. And from that emerged the idea that Japan cannot count on the West to provide Japan with the power and prestige that it has earned, that Japan must take what it needs, what it deserves, by force. Which brings us now finally, at long last, to World War II. In the year 1904,
Listening to this video made me realize that Red Alert 3 makes so much more sense now.
You Must Not Die, an anti-war poem addressed to her younger brother and critical of the Russo-Japanese War. Here's a portion of it translated. "Oh, my brother, you must not die. Could it be the Emperor his
Oh yeah,
gracious
I've seen
soul,
Monster House countless of
shepherd no
times.
more, but urgeth men to spilling human blood and dying in the way of wild beasts, calling such death the path to glory? If his grace possesseth noble heart, what must be the thoughts that linger there? It's easy
Red
to
Alert
forget,
franchise
but
is
early
not historic at
did
all.
not die all over the internet. Akiko's earlier works can be bought in
It's more like a
compilation
what if in
albums
history.
with beautiful covers featuring Japanese art and forewords discussing her pacifism and feminism. But by 1931, as Japan invaded Chinese Manchuria with the imperialistic ambition of seizing Manchuria's vast natural resources, as the Japanese public was gripped with what American historian Louise Young describes as war fever, famous pacifist Akiko Yosana, who once condemned the emperor and his wars, wrote this poem, titled Citizens of Japan, a Morning Song. Ah, the augustness of His Majesty's reign that inspires people's hearts. It is a time that ignites our sense of duty. It is time to cease empty arguments and smash sissified dreams of compromise. Knowing their course to be just, our forces attack through sufferings 100-fold. Skipping towards the end, and I quote, Even I,
He
it
saw the
appears,
Monster House and
thus
said,
committed to
when
our cause, as are those people superior among us who carry out the esteemed ways of our peerless ancestors. Thus speaketh noted Japanese feminist and pacifist Akiko Yosano, the original J.K. Rowling.
But yeah, no, Monster House is scary, especially that scene at the very end. Was not ready for that.
Been converted to Bushido. Even the gentle art of poetry had been co-opted to the effort of conquest, nationalism, and the portrayal of Japanese superiority. There was surprisingly little censorship.
Good night, Bun
in the
Bin.
1800s Japan,
Hope you
hence
get
the
some good
publication of
rest.
My Brother,
Stay
You Must
sprinkled.
Die. By the 1830s, though, censorship of the press and of the arts was in full effect. As we will see, the legacy of that censorship lingers to this very day. Side by side with the censorship of the arts, though, was the co-opting of the arts by the Japanese government for the purposes of propaganda, both inward-facing propaganda and outward-facing
Man,
propaganda.
imagine the
The
splendors.
first ever animated feature-length film produced in Japan, the first anime film,
I
was
mean, what?
Momotaro's Sacred Sailors, released in 1945, a sequel to the close to but not quite feature-length film Momotaro no Umiwashi, Momotaro's Sea Eagles, which was released in 1943. For some context, Momotaro is a beloved historical folk hero in Japan, akin to Robin Hood or King Arthur, and this film was aimed at children. This first film, Momotaro's Sea Eagles, is, and I kid you not, a dramatization of the attack on Pearl Harbor, in which a naval contingent led by Momotaro attacks the island of Onigashima, Demon Island, meant to represent the British and Americans. This film uses actual footage of the attack on Pearl Harbor. The sequel, Momotaro Sacred Sailors, was made as per the orders of the Japanese Naval Ministry, and it released in 1945. In this film, a bear cub, a monkey, a pheasant, and a puppy complete naval training before then saving the monkey's younger brother from drowning in a river. They find themselves near Mount Fuji, where the monkey sees dandelion seeds in the wind and imagines they are paratroopers falling from the sky. We cut to Japanese forces building an airbase and clear-cutting rainforest somewhere in the Pacific Islands to the tune of jungle animals happily singing songs. A plane lands and Momotaro emerges with the animals who are now all officers. The primitive animals of the island are awestruck by the sophisticated Japanese officer animals.
Hello,
and
Chrisnix.
Momotaro and gang
Welcome to
members
the parlor.
teach the primitive, barbaric jungle animals Japanese, as the officers prepare armaments for awaiting warplanes. The director, Mitsuyo Seo, was inspired, allegedly, by Disney's Fantasia. This is the origin of anime as we know it. Yes, as we saw, Japanese animation existed prior to its use as military propaganda. Yes, Japanese animation utilized distinctive techniques and was shown in theaters and had a following all prior to these films. But Japanese animation, as a national industry of import and concern with top-down funding, did not exist until the 1940s. The whole industry was underdeveloped, a novelty, and not really an industry writ large until the government got involved. If you want to learn more about early Japanese
Cuban,
animation, I
did
direct
you
to
know
this
that
video.
in terms of human to Pokemon compatibility, Larian is the most head-pateable evolution?
Japanese animation is an industry with large-scale capabilities of production and the funding necessary to create sophisticated and feature-length works, like many of Japan's native industries, came about due to investment in and utilization by the Japanese government. Fun fact before we move on, if you're an anime buff, you might have noticed that the scene I showed you while talking about Momotaro's Sacred Sailors seems awfully familiar. Well, that's because Osamu Tezuka, the creator of Kimba the White Lion, was so deeply moved
Man
by
take care,
Momotaro
Agni.
that it
Much
allegedly
love,
brought him to
Empty.
tears, and so he included an homage in Kimba the White Lion, where Kimba teaches primitive jungle animals to speak Japanese. Kimba the White Lion in its original Japanese is Janguru Taite, Jungle Emperor. Its theatrical release occurred as late as July
But hi,
31st,
Kreese. How was your day?
But
How
I
did you
digress.
find your
Let's
way
get back
to our
this
humble
topic.
parlor?
We've seen now how Japan's image of itself developed in the lead up to World War II, and how the Japanese government grew and eventually commandeered the animation industry with government funds and orders to create propagandistic works. And now let's take a look at how the rest of the world began to see Japan, as Japan took its imperialist conquests to the next level. The 1931 invasion of Manchuria by Japan horrified many of the Western powers, but the response by the West was muted. After all, they had problems in their own backyard that were slowly but surely demanding their attention. The West hoped that Japan, having seized Manchuria, might be satisfied with their conquest and proceed no further, appeased, if you will. That proved not to be the case, of course, and in 1937 Japan launched its full-scale invasion of the Republic of China, launching the first salvo in the war that would soon consume the world. The West sanctioned and condemned the Japanese, and in the societal struggle between Japanophilia and Yellow Peril Japanophobia, the latter began to prevail in Western discourse as the viciousness and cruelty and greed of the Japanese invaders became
Oh,
apparent.
which
And it
eyes?
remained that
Do you
way
mean
for
the one I'm
decades.
drawing?
The
Or the
surprise
one on my
attack
model?
the Philippines, Hong Kong, and the Dutch East Indies. Even as Japanese diplomats promised peace, the Japanese military prepared to invade, and before war was declared, the Japanese military struck December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy. The Japanese were no longer seen as honor-loving noble souls, no longer the innocent, gentle people that Japanophiles had imagined. Now the public perception in the West had entirely shifted. The Japanese were pictured as backstabbers,
Oh yeah,
untrustworthy, power-hungry. They were depicted
that's
as
the channel
bloodthirsty,
mascot.
militant samurai, and Western allied governments quickly produced
And
propaganda
also
to
my
reinforce their
watermark.
image amongst their populations. Wartime propaganda is nothing new. It's used to demoralize one's opponents and to boost morale amongst one's own forces and countrymen. But propaganda is also used to dehumanize. You aren't shooting at a fellow human being or producing shells to fire at a person just like you. You are fighting a monster, an inhuman, inferior creature that wants to take away all that is good and precious in your life. This rhetoric exists even today. It's easier to convince people to hurt their fellow man or even exterminate their fellow man if you can make people believe that their victims are less than human. World War II was a war fought not only with guns and steel, but with propaganda and dehumanizing rhetoric. Now please note, this video is not specifically about World War II propaganda or the extent to which this dehumanizing rhetoric was utilized during the war. As I proceed to talk about Western Allied depictions dehumanizing the Japanese during this period, please understand that I am not trying to justify the extent of Japanese dehumanizing rhetoric or the evil actions of Japan in World War II towards Koreans, or Chinese, or Filipinos, etc. Nor am I trying to equivocate the propaganda produced by the Allies with the atrocities committed by the Nazis against the Jews or the Roma or LGBT people, etc. We are merely examining this propaganda to get an idea of the extent to which perceptions of Japan changed in the West over the course of World War II and the lasting impacts thereafter. Japanophilia was on its way out by the time the Japanese invaded China proper. But after Pearl Harbor, you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone in the United States who didn't detest the Japanese. Hatred, for lack of a better term, is good for war, and it served the interests of the Allies to empower hatred against their enemies. And the Japanese, being Exotic, being foreign, received the brunt of the most offensive caricatures. After all, one could portray Goering as fat or Goebbels as goblin-like, but one couldn't paint, say, all Germans as being monsters when a substantial amount of one's own population was German or had some German lineage. But the Japanese, as an extreme minority group in the United States, never mind in Europe, was far easier to reduce.
You mean the cabbage guy?
You might be familiar with, for example, the infamous Tokyo Kid, a portrayal clearly inspired by Hideki Tojo. Note the exaggerated buck teeth and the dripping vampire-like fangs, the tiny head and goblinoid ears, the overemphasized racist squint and the circular glasses, the bloody dagger and the broken-up English.
I have not. Might check it out later.
Here's British-produced propaganda of a similar nature, also ostensibly a portrayal of Tojo. And here's a Dutch propaganda piece showing Japan as an octopus. There were also more subtle propaganda pieces, such as this pamphlet called How to Spot a which purports to teach Americans how to spot the difference between the and our Oriental allies. Take a look at this page in particular. Do you see how C, meaning a Chinese person, is portrayed as having, and I quote, eyes set like any Europeans or Americans, whereas the Japanese person is described as having eyes slanted towards his nose, as if
Alright, have fun cooking,
this
Priest.
image. Do you see how the Chinese person is, and I quote, about the size of an average American and portrayed with similar proportions as the American, whereas the Japanese person is described as shorter and looks as if his legs are joined directly to his chest? The point isn't really to help someone meaningfully identify a Chinese or Japanese person, it's to cement the othering of Japanese people in the psyche of the civilians fighting on the home front and the soldiers on the battlefield. This all seems very funny in hindsight, as now that China is an ostensible threat to the West and Japan our beloved anime-producing ally, one can witness the portrayal shift in the opposite direction in real time. But I digress. Let me play you two clips to bring this point home before we move on. They're taken from Frank Capra's utterly fascinating, award-winning US propaganda film, Why We Fight, The Battle of China. Take a look.
Second reason lies in the uses each country made of our Western civilization. Let's see what China took. They built more schools and colleges. They established scholarships so that their young men and women could go forth to the universities of America and Europe and bring back to their own country other Western ideas. And this new generation returned to China with new techniques of industry, architecture, science, medicine. They built more hospitals to free their people from the blight of disease. They introduced compulsory education. They laid down as essential 2 of the 4 freedoms for which we fight today: freedom of expression and freedom of religion. For the Chinese believed in using the best of Western civilization for the progress of their country. And while they were building this new nation, just a day and a half by steamer across the Yellow Sea lay Japan. Here, the God Emperor and his fanatic warlords were using this same Western civilization for one purpose and only one: to create one of the world's most powerful war machines. Their aim, the absorption of China and the fulfillment of the Tanaka Memorial.
The more things change, the more things stay the same. Our innovative ally uses Western gifts to build a prosperous, peaceful nation. Our uncreative enemy uses stolen Western technology to build a war machine that seeks to threaten our way of life. But I digress. That's propaganda for you. By the end of World War II, Western perception of Japan had hit rock bottom, and this was, in no small part, the...
Man, I kinda have a genuine fascination about this now, given what the global political climate is like.
No help from American propaganda to make themselves look like inhuman monsters, given the extent of Japanese war crimes in addition to fighting strategies like kamikaze or suicide charges. If you're old enough, and especially if you are Chinese, Korean, Southeast Asian, Australian, or Kiwi, or British, or American, you might have a grandparent who refuses or refused to ever buy Japanese cars, or visit Japan, or eat Japanese food due to the trauma that they suffered at the hands of the Japanese military. in the United States, in Europe, in the Soviet Union, in South and Southeast Asia, in Oceania, in China and Korea, the perception of Japan was that of the evil conqueror, the inhuman, vampiric monster. How then, in barely a single lifetime, did we go from that image of Japan to Japan as the land of kawaii, the country of cool and cute and beautiful? Well, in order to answer that question, it is finally time to talk about soft power. In September of 1945, American General Douglas MacArthur was put in charge of the rebuilding of Japan. The Japanese had surrendered earlier that month on September 2nd, and just 1 month prior to that, the United States detonated an atomic bomb over Hiroshima. Before the atomic bombings, Japan had hoped to have the ostensibly neutral Soviet Union act as its intermediary to negotiate a conditional peace with the Allies. But the Soviet invasion of Manchuria put an end to that aspiration. Meanwhile, the Americans had no intention of allowing Japan to slip through their fingers. After all, it was Japan that brought the United States into the war to begin with. Japan was at the complete mercy of the US, and the Japanese people braced for the worst. And yet it never came. The US already had its eyes on the next war, the coming hegemonic conflict against the Soviet Union. And the US needed allies. Japan was to be rebuilt and remade in the American image in 3 phases. First, between the years 1945 and 1947, came punishment and government reform. The Japanese military was dismantled and war crimes trials were held. Some of these war criminals were even sentenced to give the appearance of justice. A new constitution was drafted for Japan. The emperor was demoted from god to politically powerless figurehead. The form of government was reorganized from a military autocracy into a parliamentary republic. And of course, the new constitution also prohibited Japan from waging war or fielding a military. Phase 2, the reconstruction of the Japanese economy, occurred between late 1947 and 1950. Late 1947 saw the beginning of an economic crisis and famine in Japan, which was accompanied by a fear of communism spreading as a result. And this concern was exacerbated by what seemed like the inevitable fall of China to communism, and that spooked the United States terribly. In late 1946, Japan's industrial production was 27.6% of its pre-war level, almost a quarter of what it was before the war. But by 1951, just 5 years later, despite an economic crisis and a famine, industrial production had returned to pre-war levels. How is this possible, you might ask? Well, the American fear of communism was precisely what saved the Japanese during this crucial turnaround point, as the United Nations entered into the Korean War in 1950 to stave off the spread of communism, and thus turned Japan into a gigantic supply depot. The Japanese government, for its part, seized on this opportunity and leveraged the inflow of resources with strong but consequential economic policy, a topic that is a bit outside of the scope of this video. And thus it was in 1950, as the Korean War began, that the third phase of the American reconstruction of Japan got underway, the conclusion of a peace treaty between the United States and Japan, and the end of American occupation. In less than a decade, American interests had completely shifted away from the ostensible threat of Japan into the more pressing concern of communism. In the final peace agreement, the United States forged a bilateral security pact with Japan and handed control of the Japanese government back over to the Japanese people. As part of that agreement, though, the United States reserved the right to maintain various military bases in Japan, including, rather infamously, the military base at Okinawa, where the United States military to this very day has extraterritoriality, as per the U.S.-Japan Status of Forces Agreement of 1960, much to the chagrin and anger of the Okinawan people. Throughout the 1950s and 1960s, although Japan's economy was being successfully rehabilitated, its image as a nation, as a people, was still rather poor. It was in Japan's best interest at the time to keep its head down in Asia. Japan had only 20 years prior attempted to eradicate other cultures and push its own culture onto the entirety of Asia and Oceania by force, after all. And indeed, the Japanese government actively tried not to spread its culture for fear of harming Japan's more pressing economic concerns, including relations with its Asian trade partners. Nissim Kadosh Otmazkin writes the following in this article for the academic journal Asia Pacific Review. New priorities and constraints under the American umbrella dictated a new policy, which effectively neutralized governmental attempts to actively introduce Japanese culture to Asian audiences. Skipping ahead, thus, the Japanese government established that cultural imperialism was not a profitable business and, with a few exceptions, retreated from aiding the export of Japanese culture to its neighbors. The United States, of course, had an interest in rehabilitating the image of its new ally in Japan back home. But even then, progress was slow. Articles like this one from Jet magazine in 1953 showing the intermarriage of Japanese women with black soldiers stationed in Japan attempted to rehabilitate the image of Japanese women in that ham-fisted, sanctimonious 1950s way. And I quote, "Many times since his return from Japan to settle in Indianapolis, former Sergeant Bruce Smith has been questioned about the bride he brought with him. He is a Florida-born American Negro. She is Japanese, which made her and their marriage a target for the curious." I'm not going to continue with the accent. "I like it," Smith told his latest interrogator, "when my wife waits on me hand and foot, gives me a massage when I come home from work, washes my back in hot water, and turns down the bed so that I can take a nap before dinner." Pretty Mrs. Sayoko Smith, who had been listening, picked up the thread of conversation. "I feel it is my duty to do my husband's bidding," she said, "and if this makes me different from American women, then I don't know what to do about it because acting this way makes him happy. If he's happy, I am happy." These efforts bore limited fruit, however, and by 1960 the image of Japan in the United States was, well, remember that image of the Tokyo kid I told you to keep in your mental archives? Buck teeth, balding head, exaggerated squint, broken English, and dorky glasses? Well, here's Mickey Rooney as Mr. Yunioshi in Breakfast at Tiffany's, the absolute worst movie to take your Japanese girlfriend to on your first date, second only to Pearl Harbor. But it was also in the 1960s where the situation in both Japan and the United States began to shift. The 1960s in the United States, for example, saw the emergence of the model minority myth, with all of the foibles that entails. This model minority status cleverly allowed East Asians to be somewhat rehabilitated without actually being a racial equal to the white majority.
Man, I was about to ask.
Racial tensions between white and black Americans.
But yeah, I can kinda hear it.
Also saw the steady growth of the Japanese economy as it moved into its export trading phase. Now, to export goods, you need at least two external things. You need a market that wants to buy your goods and trade partners to develop said markets in. In the not-so-distant imperialist past, remember that it's only been 100 years since Perry at this point. As we saw with the United States and Japan, the British and China, and the Japanese with Korea, you seized advantageous trade positions from the barrel of a gun, and negotiated with others pursuant to the hard power you could project. The military might you could wield to defend your interests, or the money you could bring to the table, guns and silver. And soft power was a lesser consideration, the power to influence other states by persuasion. The power to speak softly and be heard seemed like a lot of work compared to merely carrying the big stick. Now, hard power was and is still very much a thing, of course. The United States military, with its bases all over the world, or NATO or China and its reinforcements.
What would that even be like? What the fudge?
Of attempts at hard power projection. But throughout the Cold War, it was ostensibly soft power that actually became the predominant weapon of war in a way that hadn't yet been put into words. Joseph Nye, the political science guy, coined the term soft power in the late 80s to describe what he saw as the determinative factor that allowed the United States to get ahead of the Soviet Union. The power to get others to do what they otherwise wouldn't.
I think I made a ball using the art before.
Soviets with their tanks and their bombs and their bombs and their guns had hard power. But the United States was in your head, with its rock and roll and blue jeans and good old-fashioned managed democracy. The best bread and the wildest circuses, so to speak. Thus, the United States managed to win the Cold War without firing a single bullet or using hard power at all. Unless you count the Greek Civil War, the Arab-Israeli conflict, the Korean War, the Cuban Revolution, the 1953 Iranian coup d'etat, the Laotian Civil War, the Vietnam War, the Congo Crisis, the Guatemalan Civil War, the Bay of Pigs invasion, the Nicaraguan Revolution, the 1964 Brazilian coup d'etat, the Mexican Dirty War, the Communist insurgency in Thailand, the Dominican Civil War, the 30 September movement, the Bolivian campaign, the Cambodian Civil War, the Indo-Pakistani War of 1971, the 1973 Chilean coup d'etat, the Yom Kippur War, the 1976 Argentine coup d'etat, the insurgency in Aceh, the Salvadoran Civil War, the Soviet-Afghan War, the American invasion of Grenada, and the 1986 bombing of Libya, amongst a few others I may have missed. Which is to say, not everyone agrees that soft power won the Cold War, and indeed, there is some ideological conflict in international relations theory between the neoliberal school of thought, which advocates a soft power approach, and the neo-realist and neo-rationalist schools of thought, which, depending on the school, either rejects the existence of soft power outright or claims that soft power isn't so soft in practice. Were all these coups d'etats I just mentioned exercises in soft power, or was that hard power? It's not always so clear. But I digress. There is one situation in which a state ostensibly cannot utilize hard power to achieve its political and economic interests, and that is if one's state is demilitarized. Japan has its defense force, which is growing in strength and capability, and thus in hard power projection capability, but it wasn't necessarily this way back in the 1960s. The 1960s saw a massive shift in Japanese politics and economic strategy, and discussing every aspect of why that happened might be its own hours-long video. We discussed earlier how Japan was actively trying not to project its culture in the late 1940s to late 1950s. And this suited Japan just fine. Its economy was inwardly focused. This was the period of time where Japan saw the emergence of the keiretsu, the massive conglomerates, many of which emerged out of powerful trade families known as zaibatsu. And these keiretsu, flush with government funding, built a massive horizontally and vertically integrated industrial base, which, when combined with government policy, meant that the Japanese interior market was not easily penetrated by foreign companies. These Japanese monopolies then focused on specific products and industrial developments until Japan had products to export for which it had a comparative advantage. Its cars, for example, could be made more cheaply perhaps than anywhere else due to a more efficient manufacturing process combined with government subsidies. And once that comparative advantage was established, Japan reoriented itself towards what is called export-oriented industrialization, allowing Japan to be competitive in foreign markets right out of the gate, so to speak. In other words, Japan was developing an industrial economy in a cave with a box of scraps. And this initial phase, at least, this heavy industrialization seemed to be going according to keikaku. The keikaku means plan. At least it was, until the United States came a-knocking with a little demonstration of hard power. On January 19, 1960, the United States and Japan signed the Treaty of Mutual Cooperation and Security between the United States and Japan, the Anpo Joyaku, a treaty which reaffirms the U.S. commitment to defending Japan and allows for American military bases on Japanese soil. This treaty was markedly better than the treaty that preceded it. It cemented a U.S. defense of Japan in case of invasion. It removed a clause authorizing U.S. forces to suppress Japanese domestic disturbances and more. The Japanese government was so sure that this would be a hit that it even invited President Eisenhower to visit and give a speech. When news of this treaty broke out, however, Japan erupted in massive protests, culminating in the June 15th incident where hundreds of thousands of protesters marched on the National Diet in Tokyo. The protesters were attacked by ultra-nationalist counter-protesters who rammed the crowd with trucks. Yet despite that, the protesters managed to break into the Diet itself, only to be met by the police who cleared the building, killing a university student, Michiko Kanba, in the process. The protests were a mess, and they were ultimately unsuccessful. The military bases remain to this very day still as unpopular as ever. The failure of these massive protests to accomplish even the most modest of goals led to substantial disillusionment, and was seen as a victory by the ultranationalists, who pushed their rhetoric in Japan even further, culminating in the assassination of Socialist Party chairman Inejiro Asanuma on live TV by an ultranationalist youth in the fall of 1960. In the aftermath of the Anpo protests, faith in the Japanese government amongst the Japanese people reached a critical low. US-Japan relations had also had a new low point since the end of World War II. The new Japanese minister, Hayato Ikeda, had a plate full of troubles to handle. He had to find some way to rehabilitate the image of Japan not only amongst other countries, including the United States, but also the image of Japan amongst its own people, while simultaneously redirecting national energy away from anger towards the United States and towards some greater national purpose. The traditional answer to that question is to unite around a common enemy. But Japan has no military with which to fight, no hard power. Japan had no choice then, but to rely on soft power, and as we will soon see, that strategy proved extremely effective. Let's return for a moment to animation history. Japanese animation thrived during World War II, growing into a substantial industry thanks to government funding for propaganda films. But in the 1950s, with government contracts now dried up, the animation industry returned to famine and contracted substantially. The end of the war also meant that foreign animation could once again make its way back into the Japanese market. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, produced in 1937, first aired in Japan in 1950, in vibrant and full color. The emaciated Japanese animation industry simply couldn't compete. Unlike the Japanese animation industry, however, the Japanese film industry was having a golden age. Animation of the time was a technological marvel and required substantial money, manpower, and technology to create. Film, however, had a lower barrier to entry. In the 1950s, saw incredible cinematic masterpieces emerge from Japan, such as Akira Kurosawa's Seven Samurai or Ishiro Honda's Godzilla. These films were making an enormous splash abroad, bringing with them a renewed interest in exotic Japanese media and Japanese culture, but also an influx of capital into the Japanese arts. In the mid to late 1950s, a man named Okawa Hiroshi, an entrepreneur known as the King Hippo, had an idea. He was a film guy, the head of a company known as Tokyo Eiga Kaikyu, Tokyo Film Distribution. And his idea was simple. His company had experience in film and money to spare. Japanese motion pictures had proven they could stand toe-to-toe with American films. Why couldn't Japanese animation do the same? To that end, Okawa put Disney square in his sights and bought out a struggling animation studio. Okawa then spun off an animation subsidiary using the abbreviated name of his parent company. We know this subsidiary today as Toei Animation, and Toei was the first animation studio in Japan able to produce high-quality animations at volume. In 1958, through a monumental effort, Toei released its first animated feature film, Hakujaden, Legend of the White Serpent. Now at the time, many Western animated films were adaptations of popular Western fairy tales such as Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, Pinocchio, and Cinderella. Hakujaden, The Legend of the White Serpent, was a very purposeful retelling of a Song Dynasty Chinese fairy tale known as The Legend of the White Snake, a story familiar to many East and Southeast Asians of the time. It was actually this very movie that inspired one Hayao Miyazaki, who once stated at an interview the following concerning the film's damsel in distress, Bai Nyang. I can still remember the pangs of emotion I felt at the sight of the incredibly beautiful young female character, Bai Nyang, and how I went to see the film over and over as a result. It's easy to hear that and say, aha, Miyazaki had a waifu. But I don't actually think that this was the case. Miyazaki later found inspiration in Bai Nyang for his own characters such as San from Princess Mononoke and Sophie Hatter from Howl's Moving Castle. Inspired not so much by attraction to Bai Nyang per se, but to her inner strength and independent spirit. A personality considered a little different than that of what many of the era might consider an ideal Japanese woman. We'll have to talk about Miyazaki's vision in another video someday, as that is a long, fascinating topic in and of itself. Suffice it to say, I admire the man very much. The musical choices in this video are not a coincidence. Not to spoil the rest of the video too much, but he's spoken up about literally every single point I've made / am about to make on the Japanese cultural industry. He's been such a vocal critic of what's been going on that Japanese ultranationalists have even called him a traitor to the country. But I digress. Legend of the White Serpent was produced with the intention of appealing to Asian audiences, and in particular, the vast potential market of China. There was, however, an ulterior motive as well. It was hoped that Legend of the White Snake, with its familiar fairy tale storyline, might also be an introduction for Westerners to East Asian culture. Both of these plans backfired, unfortunately. 2 months before Legend of the White Serpent released, a Japanese nationalist attended a stamp convention in Nagasaki, wherein they scaled a flagpole and tore down the flag of the People's Republic of China. Now, relations between Japan and the PRC were already a bit tenuous. The Chinese government in Beijing demanded an apology for the behavior of this Japanese nationalist, to which the Japanese government refused on the grounds that it didn't recognize the People's Republic. "We're not sorry about your flag as we don't think you even exist." You can imagine how that went over. This diplomatic incident led to China substantially reducing its trade with Japan just moments before Legend of the White Serpent was due to be released, slashing the film's potential market to a mere fraction of what it was. The film was also shown in the West, where it underperformed. It was honored at the 1959 Venice Children's Film Festival, but it didn't resonate with American audiences. Despite the relative commercial failure of Legend of the White Serpent, however, Toei Animation was doing financially quite well, as it was producing an enormous amount of commercials. By 1958, as many as half of the commercials in Japan were animated, and Toei produced twice yearly animated features in part to, well, advertise its advertisements. But Toei had higher aspirations than animated features or commercials. Toei's next innovation was a bit trickier: the creation of a weekly cartoon. Jonathan Clements writes in this article from BFI that at the time, one investigation estimated that producing 22 minutes a week of full animation, 12 drawings for each second or 24 frames of film, would require more than 10 times the labor output of the entire Japanese industry. As such, you can see why observers of the Japanese animation industry thought that a weekly cartoon might be impossible. But Toei was not to be deterred, and they attempted to bring the former assistant director of Momotaro's Sacred Soldiers, Mochinaga Tadahito, on board to spearhead this cartoonish endeavor. Tadahito rejected the offer, leaving Toei apparently out of options. It was then that highly regarded manga creator Tezuka Osamu arrived on the scene. He brought a new vision to Toei, but was frustrated by the studio's restrictions. After just a short time as a storyboarder, Tezuka left Toei and set up his own company, Mushi Production. Tezuka reportedly told his staff, quoting again from Clemens' article, "What we are making is not animation, it is anime." He used a truncated term for a truncated product. This first anime, released in 1963, was Astro Boy, and you can see just how it was truncated. There were fast cuts, long periods of single frames, and recycled animations utilized frequently. All techniques used by made-for-TV anime to this very day. We're going to take a step back from animation history for a moment to see how the many trees of thought we've discussed form one forest, how many different factors led to the utilization and proliferation of anime and eventually video games for the arguably cynical purpose of accruing soft power. The ferocity of the Anpo protests in 1959 to 1960 spooked both the Japanese government and the American government. The former realized that it needed to direct the Japanese people towards a new national struggle and away from domestic rebellion, and the latter realized that it could lose Japan as an ally if it didn't act in a more conciliatory fashion. In response to Anpo, the Japanese government under Prime Minister Hayato Ikeda announced an income doubling plan and went full steam ahead with export-oriented industrialization. It was time to bring Japanese products and Japanese culture to the world. And in the United States, newly elected President John F. Kennedy's very first White House invitation to a foreign leader was to Hayato Ikeda. At a 1961 summit, Kennedy made Ikeda this promise: Japan would be treated from there on out as an ally as close to America's heart as Great Britain. In the early to mid-1960s then, we see the confluence of several independent factors, all of which we've now covered. Number 1. The Japanese government's heavy industrialization phase was nearing completion, and Japanese products were ready to compete with the West. Number 2. The Anpo protests led to widespread disillusionment in Japan with the Japanese government that the government wished to solve by redirecting national attention towards a better quality of life, bread and circuses. Number 3. Animation was a rising industry full of animators and directors who were raised by and inspired by wartime animated propaganda films. Number 4. The Western world, but the United States in particular, was desperate to establish a bastion of capitalist stability in East Asia, to act as a bulwark against communism, even if it meant sacrificing their own financial position. And number 5, the demilitarization of Japan meant that the Japanese government had to rely on soft power both to open markets in Japan and to secure Japan's foreign interests. In order to understand how all of these different factors come together, we need to very briefly discuss cultural diplomacy as a weapon of soft power. Culture, of course, can develop organically and over time, but culture is also very purposefully shaped and directed by, generally, the state. You might not think of it as such, but government programs which promote national art or cultural traditions or languages are all a part of what we call cultural policy. Now don't get me wrong, cultural policy can be grassroots and developed from the bottom up, as we saw with the emergence of anime. But once grassroots cultural policy has developed to a certain extent, its further development often relies upon the endorsement or co-opting of the state. A new avant-garde art form emerges. It gets scoffed at, it slowly becomes more popular. Someone makes a private museum, it gets public funding, and before you know it, what was formerly avant-garde art is now a cultural institution, being actively promoted by the government. This is an example of how cultural policy can develop and evolve. Your libraries and museums and opera houses and monuments and historical battlefields and aquariums and parks, your cultural festivals and landmark neighborhoods and mandatory Canadian French lessons, these are all examples of cultural policy. The utilization of cultural policy by a state to serve its foreign interests is what political scientists call cultural diplomacy. When Japan was first opened to the West, it didn't engage in widespread cultural diplomacy. Such intricacies were a little lost to it. But by the 1930s, as Japan was attempting to assert its position of power on the global stage, the Japanese government developed its own cultural diplomacy strategy, Bunka Gaiko, which saw Japan open cultural institutions in Germany and France and the United States as a way of projecting its cultural policy abroad to further Japanese interests. You might be familiar nowadays with any number of similar institutions. Confucius Institutes, for example, or believe it or not, Thai restaurants, a video topic for another day and maybe a spin-off channel. But long story short, if you are eating Thai food in the Western world, it's more likely than not that the Thai restaurant you love was massively subsidized, if not outright paid for, by the Thai government, and the menu purposefully tweaked by said government to be appealing to your tastes. It's literally culinary propaganda meant to project an image of Thai culture, cultural diplomacy. And if you enjoy this shaped image of Thai food, then you are not immune to propaganda. But neither am I, because I love so-called Thai food, and that's totally okay. We saw how in the aftermath of World War II, Japan was hesitant to engage in cultural diplomacy due to how its neighbors associated Japan with cultural genocide. But after 1960, Japan's goals had been reoriented, and it was time to bring Japanese culture to the world once more, not at the barrel of a gun, but via cultural diplomacy. Do you recall our 5 factors from earlier? Well, each one ties intrinsically into the next. The completion of heavy industrialization means that Japan is ready to bring its products into the world and compete in the international market. This attempt to break into the global market, this income doubling plan, is a way of improving the lives of Japanese people, such that it might ease the frustrations that they have towards American military bases. The United States has an interest both in keeping its military bases in Japan and in the maintenance of a capitalist Japan to stand as a bulwark against communism, and is thus willing to play economic ball, even conceding a bit of market position to Japan so as to allow the plan to succeed. Japan wants to sell its goods and bolster its policy positions and cement its trade advantages, but it has no military to do so. It needs to propagandize. And there just so happens to be an entire industry in Japan that was built for propaganda, is full of artists who grew up with and were inspired by said propaganda, and has been making marketing commercials in Japan in the aftermath of the war, this being the animation industry. Now look, I don't want to overstate anime's importance here. Anime was just one of many tools utilized by the Japanese government for the purposes of soft power. Music, cuisine, fashion, film, etc. are all used for cultural diplomacy. And furthermore, the utilization of this cultural diplomacy wasn't always cynical.
No, anime is definitely important.
The Japanese considered cultural products a more neutral way of disseminating Japanese culture. Bunka koryu, they called it. Cultural exchange. Yet of these tools, anime was
Is propaganda, confirmed.
Particularly deeply into the Western and Eastern world due to its accessibility, and because it was largely at the time for children. You could dub anime, sell it to a broadcaster, and then indirectly teach children about Japan. The 1960s saw, of course, the release of Astro Boy in 1963, but also saw cartoons like the aforementioned Kimba the White Lion in 1965 and Speed Racer in 1967 make their way onto American television. The 1960s also saw the emergence of a brand new form of media, one that would prove to be just as useful for soft power as anime, That form of media being, of course, video games. Consider, for example, Duck Hunt. No, not that Duck Hunt. This one, produced not by Nintendo, but by Sega. This Duck Hunt is an electromechanical arcade shooter that is part physical arcade game and part digital game, utilizing a light gun. You put a quarter into the slot, animated ducks fly up on the screen, and you shoot them with your light gun. And this Duck Hunt was available to play in the United States as early as 1968. By the late 1960s, Japanese exports were in full swing, and the Japanese government's income doubling plan was a success. As US President Bill Clinton used to say, "It's the economy, stupid." As long as the economy is booming, and as long as people have their bread in circuses, their lesser frustrations can be put aside. In spite of the apparent success of their economic plan, however, the Japanese government was also extremely cautious during this time, as there was a fear that economic liberalization, opening Japan's markets haphazardly, would lead to a repeat of Admiral Perry's opening of Japan for trade. A fear that a sudden influx of more developed outside goods would crush Japan's markets. And so Japan's economy has been famously centralized and managed, lasting even to this day. And in that regard, Japan's cultural exports were no exception. As it became clear to the Japanese government that Japan's cultural products were succeeding, were becoming more and more popular around the world, the need to centralize the work and direction of Japan's cultural diplomacy materialized, which led to the establishment of the Agency for Cultural Affairs in June of 1968, the Bunkacho. The Bunkacho was established with a simple mandate: promote and spread culture and preserve cultural properties. To that end, the Bunkacho was responsible for the development of and policies guiding Japan's domestic animation industry, as well as any international cultural exchange products relating to said cultural produce. Promote, spread, and preserve. The promote and spread part seemed to be well underway. Anime, and soon also video games, were making their ways onto TV screens all across the globe, bringing with them portrayals of Japanese culture in a favorable light. But what about the preservation? Well, to that end, on May 6, 1970, Japan enacted its new copyright law, which is a topic worthy of its own video.
Welcome
But to make
back
matters
home, bit.
simple, the new law increased corporate and thus, by proxy, governmental control, and thus Japanese control over Japanese intellectual properties. Which is to say, part of the reason why Japanese companies tend to so strictly control their IPs but seem to be less concerned with Japanese fan works compared to Western fan works is because it is in the cultural interest of the country by law to do so. Though again, there are a lot of facets in that conversation which we simply can't get into here. In 1972, the Japanese government created the Japan Foundation, a special legal entity tasked with disseminating and promoting Japanese culture abroad, including Japanese arts and cultural exchange. The Japan Foundation was directly responsible for the proliferation of anime throughout the world and is still around today, carefully shaping the global image of Japan. Now, government direction of cultural dissemination abroad continued to increase throughout the 70s. You might be familiar with Lupin III, or Doraemon, or Space Battleship Yamato, or Mobile Suit Gundam. Space Battleship Yamato is particularly interesting as the Space Battleship Yamato's namesake is, well, the Battleship Yamato, the Imperial Japanese Navy's flagship in World War II. If you haven't heard of SBY,
Yamato
this
Cannon.
art style seems familiar to you. It's because SBY was the pioneer that inspired just about every single space opera anime that would follow, from Mobile Suit Gundam to Evangelion and beyond. Also, the director of SBY, Leiji Matsumoto, produced Interstellar 5555, that anime visual accompaniment to Daft Punk's Discovery. Also, Matsumoto's The Galaxy Railways probably inspired Honkai Star Rail, but I'm getting off topic again. The point is, the show rehabilitates this World War II icon of Japan and makes it cool instead of evil. In the show, the space battleship Yamato is literally the carcass of the actual World War II battleship. The inhabitants of Earth built a massive space warship in the hull of the sunken Yamato. Less than 30 years prior to SBY's release, the Yamato was the de facto symbol of the Imperial Japanese Navy and subsequently of Japan's imperial conquests. And now it's a cool model spaceship you can buy and put in your bedroom. Your father might have literally flown a bombing run against it, but there it is. The writer and producer of SBY, one Yoshinobu Nishizaki, had this to say on the topic of the Yamato as a symbol of imperial ambitions, and I quote, "In that period, referring to the 60s and 70s, all of Japanese history was denied, especially that which took place after the Meiji era. Kids were taught to believe that all of Japanese culture was evil, so they concluded that Japan was responsible for the war and took on the
HS, our neuron activation goes wild.
natural conclusion for them, but I think they didn't have the opportunity to cultivate their own sense of identity, the kind that is accrued by understanding the history of Japan. I mean, I feel pity for those who spent their youth in such a miserable period. Today's teenagers still have the opportunity to look back over the past. I know it may sound impertinent, but I believe the Japanese people of the future will do this. Very prescient of him to say so, no? The past Nishizaki is referring to, that history after the Meiji era, is Japan's imperial past. Nishizaki is frustrated that Japanese children were being taught that Japan was responsible for the war. Instead of who? The Americans? The Chinese? The Koreans? The Philippines? It's a controversial question that persists to this day in Japanese education, the question of whether Japanese responsibility for World War II should be taught. And thus, in many places throughout Japan, it isn't taught. The sunken battleship Yamato rising from the sea and into space is not an accident, it is a metaphor. And it is a metaphor baked into many a space opera anime that follows under the watchful eye of the Japanese government and encouraged through promotion and investment. In February of 1999, Nishizaki was arrested for possession of a handgun and drugs. He voluntarily submitted to the police an additional 2 automatic rifles, 1,800 bullets, and 30 howitzer shells he had kept in a car in his garage. He had been arrested previously in 1997 for attempting to smuggle drugs, a Glock 17, ammunition, and an M16 with attached M203 grenade launcher.
I mean, I heard it's pretty good, but I just don't have the heart or the self-discipline to healthily pick up another gacha game. Well, now.
2010 after he fell off of a research steamboat and had a heart attack. The steamboat's name was, ironically perhaps, the Yamato.
If it's lunchtime, I'll just go grab lunch real quick, but I'll still be on stream.
But it was an especially relevant one, as it was in the 1970s that Japan first went about attempting to restore its image in Asia. In 1977, Prime Minister Takeo Fukuda specifically attempted to promote cultural exchange with Southeast Asia in an attempt to ease anxiety in Southeast Asia over Japan's economic rise. Just 3 years prior, Prime Minister Kakue Tanaka's attempts to visit Southeast Asia were met with incredible outrage. When Prime Minister Tanaka went to Thailand, for example, a mob formed outside of his hotel chanting anti-Japanese slogans until he was forced to depart. In Indonesia, a visiting Prime Minister Tanaka had to be barricaded in the presidential palace for 3 days as a massive protest turned into an angry riot, which lasted for the entirety of his stay. Tanaka even had to flee Jakarta by helicopter after the protesters threatened to break into the palace, at which point the Indonesian police gunned down 11 protesters. So yeah, a lot of hard feelings and still a long way to go for cultural diplomacy. Yet keep this in mind, even as the adults protested the Prime Minister's arrival, their children were watching Japanese cartoons. The late 70s saw the introduction, for example, of anime into Thailand, where Gatchaman and Mazinger Z, known as Mikander in Thai, became popular. South Korea, Taiwan, and mainland China all had strict restrictions against the import of Japanese culture. You may not know this, but South Korea had a ban on Japanese pop culture that was only lifted 26 years ago. And as the South Koreans are very aware of the propagandic nature of cultural diplomacy, some legal restrictions remain to this very day. Anime was officially legalized in Korea in 1998, the same year that Ocarina of Time and Sonic Adventure released. But of course, the nature of soft power and cultural diplomacy is such that Japanese cultural imports were able to sneak through even outright bans, where human diplomacy could not reach. Music and movies and manga and anime could. And in particular, this cultural propaganda, a word which I do not use to imply evil intent, was able to touch the hearts and minds of children, of young adults, which in turn slowly began to seep Japanese culture into the cultures of these countries where a single generation prior, the Japanese had attempted and failed to inject their culture by force of arms and cultural eradication. In fairness, the Japan of the 1970s, or for that matter the Japan of today, isn't the same Japan as the Japan of the 1940s. The mentality of the government and of the people is completely different. Except, of course, when it isn't. Like in 2012 when Tokyo Governor Shintaro Ishihara publicly denied the Nanjing massacre, or the late Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's rather infamous denial of the existence of Korean comfort women, or that one time he posed in that Unit 731 fighter jet with a thumbs up while embroiled in an extant controversy of war crimes denialism, or the continuing use of the Imperial-era Rising Sun flag by the JSDF, or the Yasukuni Shrine. But truly, and I mean this very sincerely, although the cultural industry is utilized at times by more cynical elements of the Japanese government to propagandize, the vast majority of Japanese media isn't made with any ill intentions per se, no matter how it ends up utilized for cultural diplomacy. And although this video is about Japan, almost everyone attempts to expand their influence via cultural diplomacy. The Japanese just happen to be the best at it, which makes you all care about Japan more, which means I get to make this video for you. The vast majority of Japanese people, and I will also specifically note, much of the Japanese government does not endorse imperialist revisionism, and it is not productive for us to see anime or Japan or video games or cultural diplomacy in black and white terms. Speed Racer isn't about rehabilitating the image of Imperial Japan, it's hardly about anything at all.
He's going over that cliff!
As we continue the video, please be mindful. As with all things, I ask that you engage in the content with a nuanced perspective. In 1973, the world suffered through what would become known as the first oil crisis. The price of oil increased from $3 a barrel to over $13 a barrel, and like much of the industrialized world, Japan suffered horribly. The Japanese government, working with Japanese corporations, saw this oil crisis as a sign of the times, and endeavored to shift Japan away from primarily industrial exports to a more high-tech and service-based economy. Japan, you see, was highly dependent on imported oil for its industry, as unlike the United States, for example, or even Europe, Japan had very little oil production of its own. As such, when the second oil crisis struck in 1978 and 1979, Japan was hit a bit harder than other countries, but was also a bit better prepared than other industrialized economies, as Japanese exports were evolving past oil-reliant industrial products. A confluence then of two factors boosted Japanese soft power considerably in this time. The oil crisis affecting Japan harder than everyone else caused the yen to depreciate, leading to an increase in the competitiveness of Japanese goods. You might have seen the United States complain about China allegedly manipulating its currency. Lower currency value, higher competitiveness. At the same time, Japan's pivot towards high-tech cutting-edge products and cultural exports, with the engine of top-down government-organized export-led industrialization, allowed Japan to leverage the depreciated yen to catapult its economy, leading to massive Japanese trade surpluses around the world. The late 70s and 80s were a period of exuberance and incredible wealth in Japan, and it was in this period in which we saw video games really coming onto the scene. We saw Nintendo enter the American console market with the Famicom. We saw the arrival of Donkey Kong and Super Mario Bros. We saw Sega enter the American market with the SG-1000, and we saw Nintendo and Sega collectively push American companies like Atari out of the console market almost entirely. Japanese high-tech products like video game consoles and Japanese cultural exports such as anime and the proto-J-pop city pop were exploding in popularity all over the world. And Japan leveraged the popularity of its products, of its culture, to engage in diplomacy. It utilized the soft power it had to its advantage in myriad ways. Prime Minister Yasuhiro Nakasone, for example, pushed a government policy called kokusaika, meaning internationalization. One of the primary goals of internationalization was to bring massive amounts of foreign students, largely from Asia, to Japan. A policy that seems almost contrary to what one might generally assume is Japan's policy towards immigration. The other primary goal was to send Japanese students into the world to learn from other countries, but also to spread an image of Japan to those countries. But consider this from a soft power perspective. Japan could use its educational institutions to spread its culture and its narrative of history to the rest of Asia and the world, without doing so at the barrel of a gun. A Japanese education, something that just 20 years ago in the 60s was detestable to much of the world, was now desirable. And as Japanese students went out into the world, they brought their culture and their media with them. Another example of the Japanese government taking advantage of the economic boom of the 80s were the various nation rebranding efforts undertaken by the Japanese Ministry of Foreign Affairs vis-a-vis the Japan Foundation. Consider, for example, the Japanese soap opera Oshin. Oshin was an extremely popular soap opera that followed a character named Shin Tanokura from her childhood during the late Meiji era all the way to the early 80s. In so doing, we get to see the development of her as a character. We get to love her family and the people she interacts with. And then we see how these characters, whom we care about and relate with, go through World War II. It paints a very sympathetic picture of the average Japanese person during World War II. It humanizes the once villainous Japanese and shows that they too suffered during the war. It takes an image of brutality and replaces it with an image of perseverance. Oshin was pushed heavily by the Japanese government in Japan proper, but it was also very purposefully disseminated to other countries at no cost. 46 different countries were given the rights to air Japan's most popular soap opera for free. And Oshin was like a soft power superweapon. Kazuo Takahashi writes in this 1998 article in the Japanese Journal of Regional Development Studies that Oshin was broadcast in a total of 52 different countries. In 1988, an Iranian radio program was interviewing people on the street asking different women who they thought was the most symbolic, the most typical example of an Islamic woman. One might expect an answer like Fatima or Khadija or Aisha, but one of the people interviewed stated aloud on national state television in Iran that the most typical Arab woman was Oshin, the character from the soap opera. The day after the interview, the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khomeini himself wrote a letter stating that those involved in the broadcast should be punished. With regards to Thailand, you may recall how fiercely the Thai people resented Japan, what with how they treated visiting Prime Minister Tanaka and all. Well, intense popularity of Oshin in Thailand and the relatable, humanizing story of that show was said to be directly responsible for the softening of anti-Japanese sentiment in Thailand. And the risk of this endeavor and cost was absorbed by Japan, the Japanese advertising agency tasked with bringing Oshin to Thailand, presumably the Japan Foundation, not only provided Oshin for free to Thai broadcasters, but even agreed to pay for these spot ads and absorb the entirety of sponsoring fees if no program sponsors could be found. The Japanese government gave Thai broadcasting free money, even eating the cost of risk, in exchange for airing their propaganda. The General Secretary of the Communist Party in China worked directly with the Japan Foundation to bring Oshin to China under the more Chinese name Xing. After all, what harm was there in a little bread and circuses? Xing was viewed by over 200 million people in China and was so popular that when Xing started on TV, people disappeared from the streets. And the unexpected success of Xing in China inspired a similar Chinese strategy. Take a look at this clip from a video by Indigo Traveler, wherein he visits Nigeria's biggest slum. At one point, he is invited to visit a house which contains one of the only televisions in the slum, and on that television is a mainland Chinese soap opera dubbed in English, which the resident admits to enjoying not infrequently. A study conducted in Indonesia on the effects of Oshin measured the responses of participants before and after watching the show. Some of these responses are fascinating. Here's the recorded opinion of one study participant before watching Oshin. It is a historical fact that Japanese people are cruel and inhumane. The people of Indonesia suffered under Japan's rule for 3.5 years. This is that same participant's perspective after watching Oshin. As far as Oshin is concerned, Japanese people are hardworking and law-abiding. Here's another participant's perspective before watching Oshin. Japanese people are considered egotistic, ill at ease, and are not patient. After watching Oshin, some Japanese people are patient and hardworking. Here's yet another. Before watching Oshin, the Japanese are sadistic, retaining many bad habits and customs. Japanese people had no manners. And after watching Oshin, actually, their culture is good and different from Indonesia's own. Japan's soft power initiatives, combined with the strength of Japan's economy, seemed to be yielding massive dividends. But the exuberance of the Japanese economy and the trade surplus that Japan had accumulated against the rest of the world was causing some grumbling, and nowhere more so than Japan's old patron, the United States. In 1979, John B. Connally, a Republican presidential nominee, had this to say to Japanese Prime Minister Ohira. Unless you are prepared to take American citrus, and unless you are prepared to take American grain, unless you are prepared to take American goods and services, you have to tell your people they'd better be prepared to sit on the docks of Yokohama in their Toyotas, watching their Sonys and eating their Kobe beef at $18 a pound. In other words, the United States was on the brink of reneging on their deal, the deal that Kennedy made with Ikeda. No more cheap yen to the dollar, no more favoring Japan as a bulwark against communism, not if they're going to get ahead of us economically, or God forbid, culturally. The United States doesn't have friends, it has interests, and things were about to become interesting. Indeed. On September 22nd, 1985, at the Plaza Hotel here in New York City, an agreement was signed between France, West Germany, Japan, the United Kingdom, and the United States, the purpose of which was to depreciate the US dollar relative to the franc, the Deutschmark, the yen, and the pound sterling. It was a market intervention designed to make US exports more competitive. The Japanese feared the worst. The low yen relative to the dollar was a tremendous boon to Japanese industry and was a perk of the anti-communist pact that they had made with the United States. If that was taken away, what might happen to Japanese industry? Well, what happened was a bit unexpected, at least at first. Instead of an immediate decline, Japan saw a massive economic bubble. The yen was shooting up in value relative to the dollar, meaning everyone's savings in Japan were worth way more than they were before. Japanese real estate speculation reached insane levels. At the height of the Japanese bubble, the 1.15 square kilometer grounds of the Tokyo Imperial Palace were worth more than all of the combined real estate of the entire state of California. But as we all know, the bubble didn't last forever. The first market intervention was followed by a second intervention in 1987, one specifically targeting Germany and Japan known as the Louvre Accord, the goal of which was to prevent the US dollar from declining any further, the Plaza Accord having been perhaps a little too successful. The Louvre Accord put the brakes on the possibility of American recession, but the Japanese economic bubble was still full steam ahead and now without an engine behind it. The Japanese government attempted to intervene, but it fumbled the intervention badly. The bubble grew larger and larger until suddenly it burst. In 1989, the yen plummeted in value. The price of land, once preposterous, came crashing down to earth. In 1990, the Nikkei 225, a stock market index tracking the Tokyo Stock Exchange, plummeted 35% in total value. The lost decade of Japan had arrived. The 90s were brutal for Japan. The Japanese economy, you see, was very deeply interconnected. In 1994, Richard McCormick, the U.S. Undersecretary of State of Economic and Agricultural Affairs, said the following concerning the Japanese economy. We, meaning the United States, only really fully understood towards the end of my time in the department just how the keiretsu operated, and that we were in fact dealing with a hybrid economy of Soviet-style Gosplan plus state capitalism. End quote. Thus, a collapse of any sector of the Japanese economy could easily pull down the rest of the edifice. And indeed, it seemed that every industry in all of Japan was on the decline. In 1989, 32 of the top 50 companies in the world by market capitalization were Japanese. Today, the only Japanese company in the top 100 companies by market cap is Toyota. Yet even as the entirety of the Japanese economy appeared to stagnate, there was one industry that appeared to be weathering the storm, one industry that wasn't just surviving, it was thriving. And that industry was the cultural industry, Japanese animation, Japanese music, and Japanese video games. Modern Japanese pop music as we know it today, J-pop, has its roots in the 90s. It was in the 90s that J-pop came to refer to all Japanese pop music. The 90s saw a massive leap forward in the quality and proliferation of Japanese animation. Animes that to this day are considered some of the greatest ever made. Cowboy Bebop, Dragon Ball Z, Detective Conan, Pokemon, Evangelion, Initial D, and even One Piece. Fun fact, the first episode of One Piece, which aired in 1999, is closer in time to the end of the Vietnam War than it is to today. Now also we mustn't forget, of course, video games. 1988 saw the release of the Sega Genesis, 1990 the release of the Super Nintendo, and in 1991 the Neo Geo. In 1994 the Sega Saturn and the original PlayStation were released. The Nintendo 64 followed closely thereafter in 1996, and the ill-fated Dreamcast in 1998. Japanese video game consoles utterly dominated the global video game market, and every gamer of the time knew about Pokemon and The Legend of Zelda and Final Fantasy. Yet, with the growing popularity of Japanese cultural products established, we must now turn our attention to an unexpected new player in this conversation. For as these developments in Japanese media were happening, on the other side of the world, the United Kingdom was having its own cultural renaissance, a period of time known in the UK as Cool Britannia. The UK's cultural influence was massive, with striking new British fashion, a surge in British nationalism, and the emergence of bands like Oasis and Blur, which us Americans might know better as Damon Albarn's band. You know, Damon Albarn, the Gorillaz. Sorry, where were we? Well, Cool Britannia was the envy of the world, and the Japanese government was taking notes. The Japanese government and Japanese business leaders saw how the UK was able to take its culture and commodify it, the end result of which was not only the opening of new markets, but the adoption of the aesthetics of British nationalism by even non-British people. Cool Britannia leveraged UK culture to create soft power. Cool Britannia took the culture of the UK, the nationalism, the pride, the aesthetics, and mushed it into a bite-sized piece to sell to others and consume for oneself. Cool Britannia did not last long. By the late 90s, Cool Britannia was already on the way out, and by the early 2000s, people looked back on Cool Britannia with that trademark UK sneer of slight embarrassment. In 2003, George Michael stated, and I quote, "Cool Britannia is a load of bollocks to me." Cool Britannia's cultural explosion of enthusiasm was never a top-down, governmentally organized, cynical operation, at least to my knowledge. But to simplify matters, it was a zeitgeist, and it came and went as circumstances changed. The proliferation of Japanese media, of anime and J-pop and video games in the 90s was very much in the same vein. Sure, the Japan Foundation still existed, and sure, the Japanese government was already pushing strongly to project its culture, but it was as if Sailor Moon or Saint Seiya or Dragon Ball Z or Mario for that matter became popular in spite of the Japanese government, which was itself preoccupied with other economic matters. Yet the success of Japanese media would not go unnoticed for long. Japanese business leaders and certain government officials saw how Japanese media was making headway, saw how people around the world saw anime and video games as cool. They saw people playing Pokemon together in the park. They saw cosplayers at conventions dressed as their favorite pop idols or their favorite video game characters. They saw Black and Hispanic American kids pretending to be Piccolo and Vegeta attempting the fusion dance when they thought nobody was looking. And the gears started turning. We've come a long way, so let's summarize quickly and hopefully wake some of you up if you've fallen asleep. I know you're out there, Sam. Wake up. Anyway, here in the late 90s, we are on the precipice of a great cultural shift in Japan, a top-down, mobilized effort to take the parts of Japanese culture that appear to be resonating with others and market it. In the very beginning of our story, when Japan was first opened for trade by the United States, when foreigners first poured into Japan and fell in love with Japan, none of that was consensual, and much of that love was built ultimately upon genuinely racist assumptions. Japan was the innocent nation. Japan was the inscrutable but wise, ancient but pure, primitive but sophisticated culture. Japan was magic and fantasy to academics like Basil Hall Chamberlain and journalists like Patrick Hearn. But in those days, Japan struggled against that perception, desperately wanting to be treated as an equal, going so far as to develop a superiority complex of sorts, which contributed in no small part to the rise of Japan's military government and the conquests thereafter. After World War II, Japan was economically devastated, deeply hated by all of its neighbors, and stripped of the capacity to build hard power. And so slowly but surely, and with the economic assistance of the United States, Japan built the power that it could, soft power. And as those initiatives bore fruit, more and more resources were put into those soft power initiatives that had their roots in Japanese wartime. Wartime roots to good regular people. an attempt to deprogram wartime propaganda and experiences and replace that programming with new, Japan-friendly programming, so to speak. The Japanese aren't evil, they are people like you and I, but that was the point. But after Japan's political and business leaders saw Japan's economy devastated in the wake of the bubble collapse, after those same desperate leaders saw the apparent success of Cool Britannia, after Japanese video games and J-pop and anime began to grow in popularity even as the rest of the Japanese economy stagnated, a new soft power directive was organized. It was no longer enough to merely
Welcome,
rehabilitate
Raiders.
Japanese culture.
1 a.m. Yusen Day. Ack. Sorry hands kidna shaky. But hi. Thank you for the raid. My name is Yusen. I go by Shidi. I do art, but I play games too. Right now I'm working on commissions. Anyways, how are you, Rachel? How was your stream? Also, thank you. It's not my birthday yet. It'll be on the 28th of August. Oh, you were playing Left 4 Dead. I remember playing that a lot with friends and failing them out. Shooters and I don't mix well. Also, hi Dio. I was meaning to start earlier to Lao. I forgot this TTS says Dio and not Dio. But I hope Left 4 Dead was fun. You guys didn't get jumped by too many chargers, Lamau. Oh yeah, I don't like zombie stuff much either. I don't like grotesque looking stuff. But I do love aesthetically pleasing zombies, though, like in Plants vs. Zombies. I remember the crying, which zombie won? That is scary. But hope you guys still had lots of fun regardless. I took a lunch break earlier, so now we are ready to vibe again. We were just watching some video earlier about global politics and anime. Was very interesting. It's like pretty late for you, right, Rachel? Hope you get some good rest soon. You deserve that post-stream aftercare. Hi. I can't believe you guys just name-dropped Hetalia. I tried forgetting about that show. Nothing against the show. But man. Alright then, hope you enjoy your alert.
It was time to go on the cultural offensive, to aggressively leverage the power and desirability of Japanese media, to deploy soft power as a weapon, to generate favorability for Japan, to create support for Japanese political positions, to build interest in Japanese goods, and to project an air of Japanese cultural sophistication in comparison to the rest of the world. Of Japanese, dare I say, superiority. And it all comes back to Japan as the innocent nation. Except this time, Japan chose this route itself, purposefully taking advantage of the othering and the Orientalism and the exoticism, going so far as to commodify its own culture, creating caricatures of itself, parodies of Japaneseness, to sell to others, and to manipulate their perspectives. A projection of nationalism vis-a-vis Cool Britannia that Yoshio Sugimoto, the author of the seminal work An Introduction to Japanese Society, calls cultural capitalism. And with this concept of cultural capitalism in mind, it is finally time to talk about the Cool Japan initiative. Now, the thing about cool is that cool is almost never top-down. Cool tends to be anti-establishment by nature. It tends to start off as counterculture. And thus cool arises most often from those who are marginalized in a society before the cool thing then becomes mainstream, gets co-opted by corporations and governments, and then becomes decidedly uncool. Throughout the late 90s and early 2000s, Japanese politicians and businessmen saw the potential for Japanese cultural products to ascend to the global status of not only cool, but coolest. In 2002, an article by Douglas McGray in Foreign Policy proposed the idea of a gross national cool index, which thereafter floated around Japanese political circles as if anything could be less cool than tracking a nation's cool factor, as if it were the Dow Jones.
Nothing will be cooler than Chris Pratt.
The immense and only growing popularity of Japan's cultural products appeared to be creating a new
He's so cool.
superpower. A superpower that relied not on its military, nor its economics, but its cultural projection. It was McGray that brought to the world's attention the immense amount of soft power that Japan was able to wield. And in Japan itself, the idea of leveraging Japan's coolness found supporters amongst the political and business elite. In this 2003 article titled What's Right with Japan, published in Time Asia, author Jim Frederick wrote the following: "Until recently, Japan's cool quotient was secondary to its industrial output. Skipping ahead. Denied an army, Japan instead transformed itself into an economic superpower, quickly building the second largest gross domestic product on the planet. This part is familiar to us, right? Japan used its soft power to rehabilitate
It sounds
its
epic.
open markets, but its industrial output was always the #1 priority. So what changed? Continuing now, Frederick writes, in the wreckage of Japan's increasing inability to compete against lower labor costs and rekindled ambitions of its rivals, a number of observers, both inside the country and out, are turning to the nation's creative and cultural enterprises as a source of potential salvation.
I mean, the claymore wielding part is already cool in and of itself,
Even as Japan's economic leadership has been slipping for more than a decade,
but making them a witch is just woo.
has only swelled. End quote. Quoting now Ichiya Nakamura, a scholar at Stanford Japan Center in the MIT Media Lab, Japan has changed from being a corporate manufacturing and industrial society to a pop culture society. This phenomenon, this cultural hegemony, became known as Cool Japan, a reference to the Cool Britannia movement of the late 90s and arguably just as grassroots in origin at first. Unlike Cool Britannia, though, which came and went, the Japanese government, coordinating with Japanese business leaders, had no intention of allowing a so-called Japanese cultural hegemony to slip through their fingers. Through the mid to late 2000s, the Japanese government experimented with this Cool Japan idea. For example, the Japanese national broadcaster NHK
Crafting your own no
a
seed.
TV series called Cool Japan Hakutsu, which showcased all manners of Japanese cultural products within the context of how cool they were. Just as how initiatives pushed via the Japan Foundation, like the planting of ocean, was a mass propaganda effort to rehabilitate the Japanese image, to remove dehumanizing rhetoric and show that the Japanese were just like us, programs like Cool Japan and central government support for the proliferation of anime and manga and video games and J-pop sought to push this image of Japan as being not like us, but different from us, better than us, even, as exotic, as interesting, as cool. Cool Japan was a massive success. Japanese culture spread beyond just nerds obsessed with Dragon Ball Z or Pokemon. Japanese culture in the 2010s was everywhere. In June of 2010, the Japanese Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry founded the Creative Industries Promotion Office with the intention of unifying a single top-down strategy for Cool Japan that could coordinate different governmental offices and the private sector towards specific goals. This office focused on everything from anime to video games to cuisine to J-pop. The definition of cool started to flow from the top down. The quirky fashion you loved, the kawaii musical pop star, much of it, arguably all of it, was coordinated and often even funded in a top-down fashion. The Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry's own website still publishes many of the policies and reports used to direct the fashion, design, and content industries. You don't have to take my word for it. A link is in the description for you to peruse. It is even arguable that the Japanese tendency to harshly punish foreign use of intellectual properties stems from these directives, at least in part. But top-down directives without incentive proved to be insufficient for the objectives of Cool Japan. It was not enough that more and more foreign students in foreign universities were signing up for Japanese language courses or Japanese studies. It was not enough for French girls to be saying kawaii in the streets as part of their regular vernacular. Hegemony useful only for selling stuff is hardly hegemony at all, right? It's great that all of this soft power can be used to sell things, but remember what the real value of soft power is, what the point is. Soft power ultimately isn't about opening markets, at least not exclusively. It's about getting others to do what you want without using force. True soft power accrues cultural capital. To use the language of Sid Meier's Civilization, it's about a cultural victory, not a military one, nor an economic one. In 2013, Act No. 51 was passed into law, the Law of Cool Japan Fund Incorporated. The purpose of the law was simple. Cool Japan Fund Incorporated is a stock company whose purpose is to promote business activities to exploit overseas demand for attractive goods or services which use the characteristics of Japanese lifestyle and culture and business activities to support the business activities through provision of funds and other support, thereby contributing to the sustainable growth of Japan's economy through expansion of overseas
Oh
demand.
wow, yeah, that makes sense. Why playing as the Japanese in Civ 6 focuses more on cultural victories.
To 50% or more of the total number of shares issued by the fund. In other words, the Japanese government began efforts to directly
At least as far as I know.
cultural products that met its specific criteria. Quoting now from the Cool Japan Fund's own website, Cool Japan Fund aims to commercialize the attractiveness unique to Japanese lifestyle and culture and increase overseas demand by providing risk capital for businesses across a variety of areas. That is the stated objective. And the Cool Japan Fund was hardly the only subsidizing initiative undertaken by the Japanese government. Directives and subsidies flowed into Japan's cultural industry in myriad ways, in that very Japanese, bureaucratic keiretsu way. Hard to pin down to any one source, but pervasive and web-like. Which brings us now to the crux of the video. A deal with the devil always comes with strings attached. Government subsidies, political subsidies, often come with political demands and political consequences. On that same Cool Japan website, under its investment criteria, we see the fine print, the quiet part spoken aloud. Cool Japan Fund makes investment decisions based on 3 criteria. Number 1, alignment with policy. Number 2, profitability and performance. And number 3, wider influence as defined by the Japanese government. Now, when I say the Japanese government, what am I talking about? Who or what do I mean? Well, Japan, like any country, whether that's a democracy, dictatorship, or otherwise, has many different factions representing different political perspectives. Just as there are Japanese little c conservatives, so too are there Japanese progressives. But to many an outside observer, Japan appears to be a cultural monolith, a political monolith, a place where people are traditional and civil-minded and don't disturb the peace. A commenter on one of my previous videos at Nakayoshi93 offered just such a perspective, but that couldn't be further from the truth. The Japanese people have a long history of protests and riots, both historical and modern, that many of you also don't know about, such as Onpo. If Japan is such a do not disturb the peace kind of place, how does one explain Hayao Miyazaki or Hideo Kojima? The image of Japan in many of our minds is the one constantly being managed and delivered to us by a top-down cultivated industry. It is the narrative of the little c conservative Liberal Democratic Party. Now let me be clear, this is not an anti-LDP video, this is not that kind of channel. But we must understand the LDP in order to understand why this top-down, government-subsidized and policy-outlined way of creating and disseminating culture has led to a potentially problematic ingestion of propaganda on a worldwide scale. Japan has many political parties, as we said, but essentially only one of its parties has ever held meaningful power, and that party is the LDP. The Liberal Democratic Party was first founded in 1955 as a merger of Japan's 2 conservative parties at the time, the Liberal Party and the Democratic Party. These 2 parties each controlled the government one after the other starting in 1949. And both the old Liberal and the old Democratic Party were direct descendants of the wartime imperial military government that preceded them, with literally the exact same leadership and the exact same values, a lineage that continues to this day and that explains stuff like LDP PM Shinzo Abe posing in a personalized 731 fighter jet. Now, while Japan is indeed a vibrant democracy, the Japanese people vote very consistently. That consistency might be by design, but that's a topic we could talk about for hours, and so we'll keep away from that for now. Here's an informative example I like to use. We in the West, but certainly here in the United States, often condemn the People's Republic of China for being a single-party state. The People's Republic of China was established on October 1st, 1949. The little c conservative party of Japan, whether you call that party the Liberal Party, the Democratic Party, or the Liberal Democratic Party, has been in control of the Japanese government continuously since the very first election on April 10th, 1946, save for a single 2-year stint where a socialist government had controlled between April 25th, 1948 and January 23rd, 1949. This period where they lost power occurred before the People's Republic was even established. And if one includes the wartime government and follows the line all the way back through the Meiji era, then conservative control goes on for a long time, even before 1946. So the co-opting of the animation industry, the subsidizing media and utilizing TV shows and soft power, the top-down definition of cool, the web of government funds and organizations used to spread a particular picture of what Japan is and what Japan does? It's been one party with one narrative this whole time, and the LDP has always been pretty clear about what it wants. It wants to remilitarize. It wants to go backwards, back to a romanticized time when Japan was on top and the world both adored it and feared it. The LDP does not see a future where Japan is this fantasy nirvana as we often fetishize it to be in the West, as they often sell it to us in media. The LDP's vision is planted in the Meiji era and the Taisho era, with all the foibles that entails. Now, turning back to anime and propaganda, by the mid-2010s, the injection of government subsidies into the cultural industry, but particularly with regards to anime and music, blurred the line between art and propaganda. It's very likely that your local anime convention with its cute Hatsune Miku Nendroids was directly subsidized by JLOP, the Japanese Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry's Content Localization and Promotion Grant Program. Look at this adorable figurine. Nendroid Hatsune Miku Senbonzakura version. Hey, is that a military uniform? Oh. Just don't wear the armband if you're going to cosplay it, says. Deleted. Thanks for the tip. Oh, but the imperialistic lyrics and imagery are actually so much deeper than you think. It's not pro-Japanese imperialism at all if you only look at one half of the double entendre and ignore the cover art with the Imperial Japanese rising sun flag in the shape of a heart. It's actually about peace, the evils of imperial ambitions, and how Tojo led Japan to disaster, and also the shadow of servitude under US command, and the need for Japan to remilitarize. Well, it's also about a desire for the long-gone days of the unimperialistic Taisho era. You know, the Taisho era, that short 14-year period which was known for Japan's peaceful participation in World War I, and the totally unimperialistic, peaceful and benevolent crushing of the Korean independence movement, and also for rather notoriously being the favorite bygone happy memories era of the Japanese far right. Now look, I'm sure there will be plenty of attempts to explain the imagery of Sanbonzakura in the comments, but as many commenters on the music video have pointed out, the true meaning of the song is hotly debated even amongst die-hard Japanese fans. If your symbolism is meant to evoke one sentiment but is so obtuse that most observers take away the opposite meaning, then your symbolism has failed. Applying Occam's razor, first-time Japanese-speaking listeners may very well take away a pro-imperialist, pro-militarization, nationalist message. Indeed, that is what it appears to be on the surface. And non-Japanese speakers who are just here for Miku, they get an apparent celebration of imperial Japanese aesthetics thrown at them, and then they choose to add the optional armband to their cosplay at the next JLOP-subsidized convention they go to. Do you see the problem emerging here? The Japanese government's subsidies of the cultural industry went beyond mere marketing. These subsidies served to align the industry with the government's desired narratives, often in subtle propagandistic ways. And the Japanese government has been essentially a lowercase c conservative single-party state since World War II, a party with a direct lineage to the imperial military government that preceded it, and thus more and more anime has found its way into Japanese military propaganda. Keep in mind that I am not calling your favorite anime's writer or creator a government propaganda mouthpiece. It's likely that they don't have a say in any of this, or that it's beyond their pay grade. Oftentimes, this propaganda is merely a co-opting of anime aesthetics to help create a bridge in the viewer's mind between the Japanese military and anime. The JSDF is totally different from anyone else's military. Look how kawaii it is. We are different. To use an American example of a similar idea, but ratcheting up the shock and awe instead of down, Michael Bay doesn't care if the US military uses Transformers for propaganda if he gets to have helicopters in his movies for free.
It's probably Japanese.
In any case, anime promoted by or subsidized by Japanese government grants that just so happen to support the ruling Liberal Democratic Party's narratives, such as Attack on Titan for a subtle example, or Gate, a fantasy anime in which the hero of the story is literally the Japanese military, the JSDF, as an overt example, often find their way into foreign markets via services like Crunchyroll, which is owned by Sony and which in turn is subsidized by JLOP and its successors. Remember how that convention with the suspicious figurine was also subsidized by JLOP? Well, JLOP was a government program directly linked to the overarching Cool Japan strategy, which eventually evolved into the even more expansive JLOD, short for Japan Content Localization and Distribution, which itself expanded into JLOCS Plus, which is still sometimes called JLOP Plus. JLOP was founded in 2014, and not long after the Cool Japan Fund was established. The purpose of JLOP was to subsidize the localization of anime and video games into foreign languages. Its successor, JLOD, subsidizes localization and distribution of anime and video games. And now JLOCS Plus does all of that and more, everything from localization to distribution to marketing to even development. JLOP Plus/JLOCS has subsidized a whole host of cultural industry powerhouses, from Nintendo to Sega to Sony, from 4Kids Media to Sanrio, to Waku Waku to Bandai Namco. Do you recall Gate from earlier, that JSDF anime? Not to get too conspiratorial here, but consider the investment of $30 million into the American anime licensing company Sentai Holdings by the Cool Japan Fund. Sentai Holdings was the localizer for Gate. Now look, let me be clear, I'm not saying that all of these subsidies from these programs were made for propaganda purposes. Nor am I suggesting that every anime localized by Sentai Holdings was for propaganda. But I am saying that the Japanese government intentionally utilized subsidies to reorient their cultural industry to align with their desired political narratives, and did so especially in the animation industry, an industry with roots in the production of government propaganda to begin with. That while not all of the anime you watched was subsidized by and co-opted for the Japanese government, some of it absolutely was, for purposes that are almost completely opaque. In this
Pop Team Epic is kind of propaganda from what I saw. Well,
Dr. Brummer, a then lecturer at Tokyo International University and nowadays a Policy Innovations Fellow in the Program on U.S.-Japan Relations at Harvard, notes the Japanese government's extensive use of what he calls the creative industrial complex to, and I quote, influence perceptions of Japan's military establishment. Dr. Brummer further states, and I quote, the CIC has produced a stunning amount of film, anime, theater, literature, fashion, and other expressive media designed to generate affinity towards the nation's growing hard power identity and burgeoning military industrial base. And get this, quoting again from the article, strategically utilizing the then well-established and normalized popular culture of kawaii manga, the JSDF incorporated cute throughout its recruiting and public relations campaigns in what University of California professor Sabine Frustock has described as a two-track effort to pacify and negate its violent, war-waging past and potential, while also selling its role as a competent protector of Japan. End quote. It's a co-opting of cute aesthetics, of popular and cool kawaii culture, of moe culture, for a long-held LDP goal, for the cynical purpose of militarization. Dr. Brummer cites specifically to Gate, that JSDF anime that we discussed earlier, as an example of military creative industry collaboration. Produced, designed, and funded in coordination with the JSDF, writes Dr. Brummer, the fantasy-based series glorifies Japan's defense establishment with a doe-eyed cast of capable, identifiable, and non-threatening characters that protect Japan from alien invaders. As the plot unfolds, the youthful defenders of the nation's sovereignty drive back the invading forces, and backed by the U.S. Army, send a counter-invading task force outward to the place beyond the portal gate on a quest for retribution. The story's tracking with contemporary security-related issues and government agendas is unmistakable. Unmistakable, says Dr. Brummer. And indeed, you may have noticed it too, how anime fans tend to have a penchant, and sometimes a lot more than a penchant, towards specifically Japanese little c conservatism. How even the most progressive amongst your anime-loving friends might have a few very oddly placed, specifically Japanese conservative views that align just so with the positions of Japan's Liberal Democratic Party. Views that they can get quite defensive about, like remilitarization of Japan. But the relationship between otaku, weebs, and ultranationalists is a topic perhaps for another day. You might be asking yourself, though, if the Japanese government is really pumping all of this money into the cultural industry for the purposes of propaganda, but not profit, then why are these initiatives making so much money for Japan? The answer is actually that they aren't. The Cool Japan Fund, for example, back in March of 2022, reported a cumulative loss of 30.9 billion yen, $228 million at the time. That's not the amount they spent, that's the loss they suffered. And the Japanese government's answer to that was not to decrease subsidies or disband the program. Quoting now an article from Nikkei Asia titled Government Weighs Fate of Floundering Cool Japan Fund, the fund plans to come up with a plan to improve financial returns by autumn, including strengthening oversight of the companies in which the fund has invested. However, if the effort fails, we, the article here quoting from a report from the Finance Ministry's Subcommittee on Fiscal System Council, will organize a path forward with a view to consolidation. End quote. Pay attention to that language, strengthening oversight of the companies invested. As you will recall, that's basically every major media company in Japan. The answer was to exercise even greater control, more oversight, to consolidate and centralize the cultural industry even further under the auspices of the Japanese government. Sayuri Kawamura, the chief economist at the Japan Research Institute, helps to further clarify what's going on here, and I quote, "Policy objectives tend to be prioritized, and investment criteria and profitability are inevitably not well assessed." End quote. Policy objectives are prioritized. Investment and profitability are not. It's not about, and arguably it has never been primarily about, selling anime, selling video games, selling manga. It has always been about selling culture and about using cultural products to win not wallets, but hearts and minds. On May 20th, 2024, just a week or two prior to the release of this video, the city of Berlin released a statement in which Mayor Kai Wegner vowed to resolve the conflict over a statue commemorating victims of Japan's wartime comfort women system, victims of war crimes perpetrated by Imperial Japan. The mayor said that he'd been speaking with Japanese Foreign Minister Yoko Kamikawa during a visit to Tokyo on the subject of comfort women, and that it was, and I quote, "important to make changes on the issue of these statues standing in the city." This is not the first time this particular statue has been targeted for removal by the Japanese government. When German Chancellor Olaf Scholz visited Japan in April of 2022, Prime Minister Kishida directly requested that the statue in Berlin be removed. And indeed, similar comfort women statues all over the world have been targeted for removal, not by the use of force or coercion, but by persuasion. It is the utilization of soft power to achieve goals without force. There used to be a comfort woman statue in Manila, unrelated to the Berlin one. It was removed in 2018, at the request of the Japanese government. I could go on and on and on, with example after example of specific attempts by the Japanese government to utilize its soft power in order to achieve political goals. In fact, let's look at just the year 2018 and just the topic of comfort women. In 2018, a visiting Japanese diplomat, one Mitsuhiko Fuji, went out of his way to kick a bronze statue memorializing comfort women in Taiwan. He claimed he was merely stretching his legs and that everyone was blowing the situation out of proportion. But he's also the director of the historical revisionist Rompa Project and a member of the Alliance for Truth About Comfort Women, so make of that what you will. Also in 2018, the city of Osaka ended a 60-year sister city relationship with San Francisco. Why? Because San Francisco recognized a comfort woman memorial erected there as public property. The Japanese government, the LDP, has been using soft power to manipulate how the world sees it. Not how the world sees Japan necessarily, but how the world sees Japan and the positions of its ruling party. It's very important to remember that not all Japanese see eye to eye with the LDP. That having been said, the Japanese government has successfully leveraged Japan's cultural industry to create a generation of foreign Japanophiles, of Patrick Hearns, of Basil Hall Chamberlains, who are so in love with the aesthetics of Japan, so ensorcelled by the commodified culture they've been packaged and sold, that they have lost sight of what Japan is actually like. This is how you get people who can speak almost fluent Japanese and defend specifically LDP conservative Japanese policies like remilitarization, or who can tell you exactly what conservative users on Japanese Twitter think about the inclusion of Yasuke in Assassin's Creed, but can't tell you a single thing about Japanese politics outside of said conservative policies, or about Japanese society outside of its aesthetics. I've never met a single Western weeb who considers themselves, for example, a Japanese progressive, or has any idea what that even means. I can even propose a little experiment for you to try. The next time some news article comes up on your media feed about Japan and war crimes, or comfort women, or foreign policy, etc., look for the commenter who always notes that Japan has actually apologized for said crimes and posts a link to that one Wikipedia page containing Japanese war crimes apologies. Click through to their profile. They might be otherwise very progressive in every respect but this one. It might surprise you. Look at what their hobbies are then. It is very likely that Japanese cultural products, but particularly anime, is heavily represented therein. There isn't that much distance between the 1800s perception of pure and innocent Japan and the modern weebs, the contemporary overzealous anime fans' perception of the same. Only the former was thrust upon Japan and resented, and the latter was cultivated with cynical intention for a specific purpose. Cool is almost never top-down, and I'm of the opinion that the centralization and governmental control of the Japanese cultural industry has made it increasingly uncool. J-pop has lost a lot of ground to K-pop. Japanese gacha games have lost ground to Chinese and Korean gacha games. Kids these days are as familiar with Korean manhwa and Chinese manhwa as they are with manga. As other nations have copied Japan's soft power initiatives, Japanese soft power has relatively declined. Kyuteru Tsutsui, a professor of sociology at Stanford, states the following in this 2023 article. With the popularity of Japanese anime, manga, video games, and other forms of Japanese culture, the number of Japanese language students in the United States is not decreasing, but the departure from Japan in the social sciences is severe. Chinese studies are growing, and the subjects of German, French, and other area studies maintain interest, implying that China's efforts are succeeding in that it isn't some global decline in interest. The article goes on to state that Tsutsui worries that the declining interest in Japanese studies could negatively impact public opinion and policymaking toward Japan in the United States. Incidentally, Yoshiyuki Tomino, the creator of Mobile Suit Gundam, stated in an interview with Japanese outlet Toyo Keizai that he felt the anime boom had reached its peak and was approaching a dead end. Tomino points out, in that indirect Japanese manner, that the anime industry is a bit too top-down, isn't grassroots anymore, and doesn't have soul, doesn't have character. The press reported this as Tomino complaining about how good working conditions degrade the quality of artwork, which is not at all what Tomino was implying. Tomino states that the profits of the anime market are being unevenly distributed, how production companies and investors aren't making money, but distribution platforms are. Remember Ocean. Japan eats the financial cost, and the platform reaps the financial profit, because the resource of value by the Japanese government's consideration is not the money, it is the soft power. Thankfully, video games are still relatively untouched in all of this, but it seems to me that this isn't likely to be the case for long either. We've seen the Japanese video game industry take center stage at the Olympics, for example. We've seen large, generally independent game publishers like Square Enix report heavy losses. We've seen Sony stumble and fall with the PS5, and we've seen how the struggling anime industry in Japan was once co-opted through government subsidy into becoming a tool of the Japanese government, of the LDP's cultural diplomacy. And yet, this video isn't about the LDP. It's not about Japanese conservatism either. If the Japanese progressives were in power, which they never have been,
Hello,
and they were
Sever.
promoting anime for cynical purposes, this video might be about them, but they aren't, and therefore it isn't. I also don't mean to single out Japan as the only country engaging in the utilization of cultural industry for soft power. Almost every country that can do so does. Japan is merely the best.
Yeah, stream started early. Was even thinking of starting way earlier.
More subtly than, say, the runner-up in the United States. You don't need me to tell you about how extensive US propaganda and media is. And if you do, let me know. Maybe I can make a video on that subject too. That said, if you are in a Western country and watching a dorky video game playing lawyers' video essays on YouTube, it is likely that Japan's soft power initiatives are more relevant to your experiences. You probably don't even know what Transformers movie they're on right now, or if they even still make those movies. But you can recognize Plastic Love in the background music, can't you? If I got you good, then use this video as a mirror by which to examine other soft power initiatives being utilized against your conscience. You may recall how I mentioned much earlier in the video that Thailand subsidizes its restaurants all over the world in order to project soft power. Pad Thai, the most famous of all Thai foods, isn't some ancient recipe. It was invented in 1931 and promoted in a top-down fashion by then Prime Minister Plek Phibongsonkram as a national dish. In the early 2000s, the Thai government founded the Global Thai Restaurant Company, which subsidized and seeded tens of thousands of Thai restaurants around the world, going so far as to design menus that would appeal to you so that you in Berlin or Sao Paulo or New York City...
Up there we go. I've been noticing plastic love in the BG since the beginning of Mao.
Blasé like Italian food or Chinese, it's actually Thai food. Or Korean food, or Singaporean food, or Indonesian food, or Cambodian food, each of which have their own associated soft power gastrodiplomacy initiatives behind them, albeit none to the extent of Thai food.
My TT has stopped working for a bit.
Undertaking their own soft power cultural industry initiatives. Does your K-pop loving little niece seem a bit too excited to go off to Korea?
Also, good morning, Sever. How was your sleep?
One day, despite not knowing anything about what Korean gender politics are actually like? Does your TikTok-addicted nephew, who doesn't know the difference between Thailand and Taiwan, somehow know that the CEO of TikTok is Singaporean and not Chinese? Modern soft power propaganda is subtle at times, but it is extremely pervasive. I don't have anything personally against anime or video games or Thai food or TikTok or J-pop or K-pop. Why, some of my best friends are K-pop. And I will note as well that not all of this soft power subsidizing is so bad. Little Witch Academia was the product of a Japanese government grant program, and I love Little Witch Academia to death. The most relatable character to me is Ursula. My sister Maya reminds me a lot of Akko. And the objective best character is, of course, Sushi. Now, I've read arguments that even the perception of Japan as a feminist place is a culture that takes the
SUSHII
seriously, was purposefully and carefully shaped through media.
I love sushi.
Government, despite it not necessarily being the case in reality on the ground. That Little Witch Academia might be a part of an initiative to shape that image. That SpyX family exists in an attempt to bolster Japan's birth rates, just as GATE exists and receives support to bolster...
I haven't seen the entire series, but I just love Susie's vibe.
But I'm loath to make too many presumptions here, as the opacity of these subsidies makes this all a bit hard to pin down. That and
Also,
I love Little Witch Academia a little too much, which shows that even I, perhaps, am not immune to this kind of propaganda.
Which VOD are you listening to now?
We can all have a little propaganda as a treat. There is, of course, also plenty of anime promoted on distributors like Crunchyroll that implicate Japanese government subsidies, and yet stand in stark contrast to LDP policies, such as the Ghibli films, of course, or for a more contemporary example, Tonari no Yokai-san, which explores themes like interracial marriage and acceptance. Do not take this video as a condemnation of all anime, or of Hatsune Miku, or of Japanese media in general. This video is not telling you that all anime is subsidized, or that all subsidy is evil, or that watching anime will turn you into a fascist. That's not the point. The point is to be careful, to utilize good sense, and to understand that while not all anime is promoted by the government to shape your understanding of Japan, some of it is, and likely more of it is than one might think. Japanese cultural products, including anime, are important to me. I grew up watching Doraemon, and when I was a young man I had a Pikachu alarm clock that played the original Pokemon theme in Japanese. I still remember it.
100 Girlfriends propaganda is me to appreciate and like polyamory.
On YouTube Music. I love Japanese media, hence all the videos I've made on the subject. I love Japan. I love the close family friends I have there. Family friends that may as well be family themselves. In fact, it might surprise you to hear that almost all of the stock footage of Japan I used in this video, I filmed myself, in person. That's my footage. There's a reason I know so much about Japan, and it's not because I hate
Oh yeah,
Japan.
this guy was the one who did the Bridget video.
But I do think that it is a generally constructive practice, that it is healthy to approach one's consumption with mindfulness.
Number wonder the style is so similar.
Questions to that end. The first is to be careful about building your identity around something being sold to you, lest your values end up being bought. And the second is merely to be mindful of the things that you do consume. Read the label, count the calories, check for allergies. Enjoy anime, enjoy J-pop, enjoy video games. I certainly will, and I made this video. I'm going to go watch Delicious in Dungeon the moment I finish this script, and not even I can stop me. Here's what I'm saying. By all means, consume anime, but be careful about becoming a weeb or an otaku. Enjoy playing video games, but be careful of becoming a gamer. Please listen to J-pop or for that matter K-pop, but don't allow yourself to be a stan. You and I are not immune to propaganda, but if we are mindful of the existence of said propaganda, at the very least, we can protect ourselves against its influence as consumers, and thereby develop our own nuanced
Stay with me in the BG.
world, instead of regurgitating a perspective sold to us by a corporation or government somewhere. You are not the things you consume. You are you. And that is wonderful, and something actually worth celebrating. I've been your host, Mooney. This is the longest and most difficult video that I've ever produced. I hope that the effort was worth it. You may have noticed that this video has a fundraiser attached to it for the Brazil Foundation. Well, recently the Brazilian state of Rio Grande do Sul has been ravaged by horrible flooding, and I'd like to see if we can do something about it. In addition to Moon Channel's usual 10% donations to charity, I intend to match every dollar put into this fundraiser out of pocket, up to $10,000, even if this video runs a substantial deficit in the process. I'm privileged to be in a position where I don't have to worry about where tomorrow's food or shelter comes from. But that isn't the case for hundreds of thousands of people in Rio Grande do Sul. Money is worthless if it cannot be put to the betterment of the world around us, and the goal of Moon Channel is and has always been the betterment of the world. A special thank you to Tiltalt for bringing this matter to my attention, to friend of the channel Extorius for rigging my community poll in favor of this topic, to my friend Faye for her assistance as a test watcher, to my sisters for the support, to Larita Shine for the art, and to Moon Channel's patrons who make all of this possible. And thank you, of course, for tuning in to Moon Channel.
Good video. Also, Yazie's easy design is just wow.
It's really
You just have no energy for art. What if there's a bigger issue? And what if it's sabotaging your art? And today I want to teach
This
you
is me
all
right
about
now.
sabotaging types of tired that make you think that you have no energy for your artwork, how to recognize them, and how to combat them so that you can be the best artist that you can. So beware of this, my friends. Now, how would you like to know the most common energy thief? Because most of the time you're going to be like, Sean, I'm just way too tired. I'm way too sleepy. I've got nothing left in this tank right here, right? But look, most of the time, it's not even that. So to give you an example of this, I want you to just think about how do you feel when you have to do something that you just can't stand? Like it's go to work, like it's do some errands, like you have to do chores. How does that make you feel just thinking about that? Just saying, no, I have to do this, I can't stand that anymore. So what do all these have in common? You have intense opposition to them. Whenever you have opposition to doing anything, you feel an intense lack of energy towards it. It just sucks all the life from you, doesn't it? I have witnessed more artists not do as well as they could or not tap into their fullest potential, even when they say they're tired, when really what they're just feeling is intense friction towards starting, intense friction towards doing more, intense friction towards tapping into their potential just a little bit more, just to challenge themselves just a little bit more. So as we go through this whole video, I want you to just ask yourself this: which version of resistance am I currently feeling? Because that's really where your problem lies 99% of the time. It's not actually physically tired. And I just want to put this into another perspective for you too, if you think that this perhaps isn't aligned to you. Imagine that you're a boxer, all right? And if you are in any type of pugilistic sport, any pugilistic activities, then you'll know that fighting is exhausting.
Man, this person has no right to attack me like this.
Similarly, when you have to fight against what you have to do and what you want to do, what you need to do, what you know is going to be best for you, you're actually not fighting against that force. You're actually fighting against what could be the most amazing version of yourself. You're fighting your creative potential. And the reason why this is so hard is actually just because growth is difficult for us, and it's uncomfortable for us, and it's not going to be easy for us. And because of that, though, you might want to consider this: are you just fighting the best version of yourself to sustain the potentially worst version of yourself? Have you ever considered that? Now, just to add some credence to what a minority of you might feel, and you're going to be surprised to learn how easy it is to overcome this, I'm going to relate this back to when I was in college and I worked in a garden center. And after an entire day of working outside in the sun, in the heat, throwing around stones and dirt and mulch, I used to come home and I would feel really physically exhausted. And if you're in any type of physically demanding job, maybe if you're in a manual labor job and you still want to be an artist, friend, that ship has not sailed for you. Don't worry about it. But look, here's the thing that I want to let you know is that, yes, sometimes you will feel physically tired, especially if you're sick and especially if you have just completed a physically demanding task. But here's what I want to let you know. This is actually the easiest to remedy. But when you're feeling physically tired, really easy to overcome this, my friends. And it's typically just going to involve you taking a break, you taking a rest, an actual rest, like I'm going to outline because most people do this wrong, for at least 30 minutes to an hour. And that's all you need to just kind of refresh, just to recalibrate yourself, okay? Now listen, when I say take a break, take a rest, take a nap, okay? Here's what most of you are gonna do totally wrong, is that you're going to combine this with screen time. And I mean video games, TV, phones, anything that has a glowing blue screen, you can't do that, okay? And this is usually where people get totally pissed off and they absolutely can't handle this. But let me tell you why. Because anytime that you are in front of a screen, you are not involved in what's called deep rest. And that is when you actually let your brain take a break along with your body. And if you're not allowing both of those systems to actually reset themselves, then you're not gonna actually feel any type of benefit from it at all. Here's also a reason why, is that whenever you are looking at a screen, screens are meant, by the way, to stimulate you, to keep you hooked, to keep you looking longer, and to prevent your brain from actually taking any type of rest. And just our overstimulated little monkey brains, we love some good stimulation. We love some entertainment. So if you are going to say that you're too tired for art, my advice for you is this, is that you need to engross yourself into some more deep rest activities. And this can take the form of, yes, you take a nap, or you go sit outside and you just take in all of Mother Nature, okay? Maybe you also, here's another thought too, maybe you're physically tired because you're actually not physically active. Like sometimes I come home from work and I am just dog tired. And then my sons will come up to me and be like, "Daddy, can we go for a bike ride?" And I'll be like, "Oh, okay." And then as soon as I get back from that, I feel more supercharged because I'm actually doing something physical and I'm feeling my blood pumping, and it's actually forcing me to wake back up. So you need to think about, if you're feeling this way and that is your opposition towards making more artwork, well, maybe you need to have some physical activity in your life to actually make you feel like you physically accomplished something, or you actually need to take some more deep breaths. So tell me, which one do you think you are? Now, the next type of tired I can best relate to when I actually used to use Rosetta Stone to learn another language. About 10 years ago, I got Rosetta Stone and I wanted to learn Japanese because I've always wanted to go to Japan. I know, that's so basic of an artist, right? But that was my dream. And someday I'll do that. But I remember this very well, is that honestly, just from like 30 minutes to 45 minutes, man, I would feel so exhausted. And do you have certain tasks that you have to do that just seem to just take all the wind out of your sails, even if it's not that long? And here's what the next type of tired actually is. You are actually not physically tired, but you're mentally tired because your brain is the most energy consuming organism in your entire body. And honestly, y'all, in case you didn't know this, your brain is an incredibly lazy beast. It does not like to think. It does not like to do new things. It does not like for you to push it. Your brain does best when it is on autopilot. Just think about this. How many times have you driven somewhere and then you wake up and you're just like, whoa, how did I get here? Like, you just subconsciously navigated yourself to work in like 30 to 45 minutes and you're like, what? How? I don't even remember getting here, right? Why is that? Because your brain just is used to developing and finding patterns. And when you have to disrupt that and it actually has to, work for itself, then it generally doesn't like that. And then it uses a lot more energy, a lot more resources, and therefore you feel tired from it. This can also take the form, if you're a parent, by the way, you're gonna relate to me real hard on this, but just decision-making fatigue. Like, for example, like when my kids just want something and they just badger, okay? Then you start to develop decision-making fatigue. And that is also something that those of you that are at high pressure jobs, you're gonna feel this way too, because when you're engaged in really rigorous mental activity, your brain really wants to cool down. So then how can you combat this? That's a really important question, because if your brain is overstimulated, how are you therefore supposed to sit down and engross yourself into an even more mentally rigorous activity? You can revive your actual physical energy by doing a physical task and then jumping into your artwork. So what am I saying here? Why don't you just take like 10 to 20 minutes and do something physical? You want to shift the brain from having to think a lot from it having to do a lot, because movement is your body's natural state and it's your natural function. So can you go for a walk? Can you go for a jog? Can you go for a hike? Can you do a walking pad? Can you do a 10-minute workout on YouTube? Can you do some push-ups, some crunches, some sit-ups? Like, just think about simple things that you can do to interrupt that state, to bring you into a more productive artistic state. And then once you're done with that, boom, get yourself some water and sit down and start to create. Because when you are shifting yourself, like kind of like a car, you're shifting from, oh, I'm feeling mentally tired, to, oh, now I'm gonna shift into a physical state, and then I'm gonna shift into an artistic state. It's gonna be a lot easier for you to do that. Now, the next thing that's gonna definitely totally siphon your energy is if you don't hit that like and subscribe button, because I'm here to help you, to empower you, to teach you how to be the best possible artist that you can. And I would love for you to help and support me back like that. And hey, look, maybe you've been trying this for a while and you know this stuff already, but you just can't implement it. And that's where my one-on-one art mentorship comes into play. Listen, this is not a course, it's not a class, it's me and you working one-on-one to accomplish the things that you want to do at the pace you want to do it. I've helped people just like you totally supercharge their art business and be able to achieve everything that they didn't think they'd be able to do for years in a matter of months. And if that sounds like you, then go ahead and check out the link in my description, fill out the form, and I'll reach out to you soon. Now watch out.
Yeah, this is the reason why I need to stand up and walk after a boot.
Mental health a bit. And I just want to ask you, have you ever noticed how the way that you're feeling can make you feel way more exhausted than if you just did an intense Ironman workout? And what I tend to notice is that whenever you are enveloped in your feelings, is that tends to just creep all through you and just infect you just like a fungus would. So this is often one that I see is honestly the cause of a lot of artistic death. And it's sad for me to see that, because when you're dealing with emotional exhaustion, it seems like it's insurmountable. Like, you have to lay down, you have to go to a deep dark place, you have to just stay in that. So I want to offer you this advice, my friend, is that you staying into that space, or you having to think about your emotion, that's only going to further envelop you in that darkness, into that current emotional cloud that you're feeling. By just sitting there and ruminating it, it will do nothing for you. You can say to yourself, wow, I just really need to think my way through my depression and anxiety. But I promise you this, you give yourself a day, a week, a month, a year, you're still gonna be there, and you're gonna be there even worse, because now you have created a pattern of you having to think like that. Here's the thing I just want to let you know, is that staying in that state is never going to bring you out of that state. So what can you do about this? Right now, my friend, you are currently just really high on emotion and really low on logic, okay? And the one question I want to ask for you is this: why do you value your feelings more than you value your future? And just so you don't get this twisted, I'm not saying that you shouldn't feel the way that you feel, nor should you totally ignore your emotions. But let's be real and honest. Are you currently overwhelmed with positivity right now? Are you currently overwhelmed with positive emotions? Are you like, wow, Sean, I just can't stand it, man. I'm just so happy. I'm just giggling and skipping around everywhere. Heck no, you're not. You're like, I'm sad, I'm depressed, I'm anxious, I'm overwhelmed. I feel tired because of all this, right? Okay, so why is that? Because you're putting a lot of focus onto feeling that way instead of what you could be doing. And if you stay stuck in what you're doing and how you're currently feeling and how you're currently thinking about the way that you're feeling, it will only further deepen the level that you feel that way. It will never take you out of that, my friend, because I see amazing creative potential in you and you've got a great artistic future. And at the core, here's what you need to know is that you're currently stuck in a negative thought pattern. And you need to get out of that if you want to supersede those feelings, because you will feel just as tired from running a marathon as you will from running with your emotions. This next type of tired, I can relate to back from when I was a kid and I had one of my first jobs, which I was a cashier. And if you are a cashier or if you have any type of just basic kind of like intro level job, I bet you're gonna feel this pretty hard right there. Because when I was a cashier, right, I could work for 8 hours and you just feel that drag, don't you? And you literally feel time ticking slower, like 10 times slower than anything else. And when you're in that, like, I just want to ask you, like, how hard are you really working when you're in that type of job? Maybe you have a desk setting, maybe you are in some type of an office setting, right? And like, how hard are you really working? And then you come home and you're just like, oh, I'm toast. I'm so exhausted, right? Here's the problem with that. Let me ask you this. When you're doing that type of job, when you're engrossed in that type of labor, are you really interested in it? Because I'm just gonna go on a limb and say you're probably not that interested in it. And that promotes then the next type of tired, which is from disinterest. When you are disinterested in something, your brain just kind of goes into autopilot mode. And this is when it just, instead of you actually utilizing your brain and utilizing your resources in your body, you're instead just promoting homeostasis. In other words, just this state of you just living. And I remember, like, I could literally just mentally coast through an entire day of work back then. I've had many jobs like that before my current one. And especially when you start to bring that into your artwork, you enter that at a super, super low state. Those of you that are in school, I'm talking to you right now. Can you relate to this one? Like, do you remember just going through school days and you're just like, oh, okay, whatever. Is it time to go yet? Because you're not that interested in it. And being disinterested makes you extremely exhausted in it because you just feel like you're wasting your time, don't you? And then when
You didn't like that when I was still in school/college.
Interested in this anymore, or have you ever found yourself losing interest in your art?
Life is like an autopilot.
That's all right. Number one is that if you are coming home
Pilot.
from a day where you are doing things that are just completely disinteresting to you, engross yourself in things that actually do interest you. Think about, what's a quick study that I can do right now? What can I do right now that's going to bring me to a higher interest level? What can I do right now that I actually do enjoy doing? What I mean by that is artistically. What practices can you start to develop right now that's actually going to produce that combative result for you? And the thing too, I think about a lot with this one is those of you that might be in art school or went to art school. When I went to art school, I used to notice that professors would generally give us really broad guidelines for projects, and then people would inevitably turn in the lamest crap possible because they never even cared and they weren't interested in it. And the way that I've always combated this, by the way, in any artistic project that I do, whether it be for a class or for a client, for a commission, okay, is this. You have to find ownership in everything that you are doing artistically. And for those of you that are freelancing, hear me out big time. You have to find a way to challenge yourself in everything that you're doing so that you actually are interested in it. Like for me, even though I'm given sometimes a spec that I don't like to do for my freelance business, I'll always find a way to insert something that I really want to do, something that I want to learn, something new for me, something
Yeah, that's what I'm doing with furry art.
So then that way it spurs me on. So in your current artwork, I just want to ask you this too. Are you actually doing things?
Or even with this raffle/commission.
The wheels to look like an artist, when in fact, you just don't love what you're trying to do right now.
I wanted to learn how to do this pose.
I bet you can relate to this. When you're doing tasks that aren't associated with what you actually want to do, this artistic thing, do you ever feel a little empty? Do you ever feel like you're missing out? And do you feel like, most importantly, you're not fulfilling your creative side? Well, then, you can feel right now creative exhaustion, okay? You're not fulfilling your purpose. You're
Also,
not
hi Agni. Have you
that
eaten?
creative means through which
Oh,
you are feeling a calling right now.
what? Thank you for the gift sub.
And the curious part that I always notice about this is that so
Oh,
many
you
people
slip.
feel like creativity is some type of gift or it's some type of magically
Here, let
bestowed
me catch your
ability.
ass.
Certain people are
I
some people are
swear.
just born more creative than others, even though there's really no evidence that actually
Still, thank you though.
suggest this. Will feel like it's an option. But I want to challenge that with you right now. In every single day of your life, you should find something creative to do. Even if it's not necessarily art making, even if you're just a hobbyist, hear me out.
Looks like we're 6 subs away from another gacha pool.
A default of being a human being. You have in your
Make that 5.
makeup, you have the compulsion to
Jesus.
want to create. Just think about this. When you were a kid, you loved to draw. And everybody loves to draw. I've never met a young child that does not really love their art. But what's sad is that by the time most people hit middle school and especially high school, they have completely been hammered out.
Well, I'm not expecting, but I'm just gonna prepare the wheel just in case.
Suppress their creative intent, their creative impulses. But you as an artist, you're at that point and you're trying to. So one of the worst things that you can do is talk yourself out of it and talk yourself out of tasks that have nothing to do with your creative ends. Now, here's a really big thing too. If you're feeling like you're missing out because you're not doing artwork, first off, I would encourage you to do this. First off, track your time. Like, how much time are you actually making art in
Oh,
a week?
for every 25 accumulated subs, we spin the gacha wheel.
Every single day. I don't make art every single day. I do a lot of artistic things every single day. Like, I teach art and I coach and I mentor people. And then I'm also like,
And you guys get a reward, or I get a punishment.
I don't do it every single day, but most of you will feel bad for what you don't do in a day, but not as bad as what you could have done in an entire month or year. So instead of you looking at what can I do in a day, look at it like this in a broader spectrum. What can I do in a week? Like, how many hours do you want to make artwork in a week? And I bet you can definitely hit that, because anytime I've ever asked anybody that's in my art mentorship to do
Yeah, so far the biggest reward up for grabs in there is the Yusende Daki Makura.
The other thing too is, I just want to ask you this: how much time are you dedicating towards things that you actually don't care about? You know, your errands and your chores and your appointments and your work. You're putting more energy into things that you don't care
Or the
about.
Sunday body pillow for the Wessies out there.
So, why don't you switch that paradigm? What can you do to bring more time, energy, focus, and attention into the tasks that you actually care about, that you actually want to engage in? Remember that it's part of your humanity to want to explore that and to want to engage with it. And by not scratching your creative itch, it exhausts you because you're not fulfilling yourself. Next, let's go ahead and let's talk about who's somebody that you can't
Thank you for the lurker.
I wouldn't be surprised.
UH.
Not more than a handful of them. You probably got a whole bag of people that you absolutely can't stand,
What?
right? And I think about this best, like,
The
from all the jobs that I've had. Man,
fuck.
you've got some family that you just absolutely can.
What the fuck? Like the actual fuck? I'm gonna turn up my mic for this, but what the fuck? The fuck was that? What? Okay, fine, I'll do it. Yeah. Right, you guys ask for this. All-time record shattered. I'm fucking shattered. Holy shit. Made me open my mic. Fuck you. Thank you, Barry. Appreciate it. Dude, you broke my fucking internet. Your song's not playing anymore. Wait. Alright, time to spin the wheel. Alert the presses. It's time to spin the wheel. You broke my fucking internet. Jesus Christ. Thank you for the how much was that? 17 gifted? Jesus Christ. Wait. Oh, my song's not playing properly. God damn it. There you go. Dude, you broke my fucking you broke my stream. You broke my stream. Give me a sec. Need to play your YouTube music now. Damn it. Give me a sec. Music gone. Music gone for a bit. Also, hi. Florend. Florend. Okay, here we go. Song. Alright. Let me just open up the wheel real quick. No, I'm gonna mute after this one. I cannot open my microphone right now. Oops. That was a mistake. Okay. Let's do this. Alright, is everyone ready? That's not the page I needed to show. Alright, is everyone ready? Oh no, our stream is broken. We're fine. Anyways. Okay, escapes. You know what time it is. Let's go shuffle this thing. Pray to God we don't get the Dakimakura. Alright, Scoops. Say it with me. Time to... sorry, it's not the quote. So let's go gambling. Alright, Scoops. Let's go gambling. Oops. Alright, wait. Let's go gambling. Like, you keep adding shit. There you go. No shot. I don't know what I'm more shocked about. It being so damn close to the fucking 25 subs one, or the 25 subs, or the Dakimakura one, or me playing Valorant. Let me go announce it on the Discord. Give me a sec. I go. We reached 25 subs. And now playing with Valorant. When do we do this though? Valorant? I'll hold the poll. I'll hold the poll on the Discord server. Still. Okay, let's remove this. Okay, what's the rate on the what's the rate on the Dakimakura? Still at 1%, so it's not a lot. Yeah, it kind of checks out. I think I messed up a bit here. Did I remove the affordable game redeem? I did remove it, because that was the last one redeemed. Why is there 15 here? Wait, 100 is 4. No, that makes sense. No, it makes much more sense. For real though, thank you for the gift subs. Thank you for the gift sub, Barry. Thank you for the gift sub, Sever. Thank you for the gift sub as well, Agni. I do appreciate it. 17, what the fuck? I hope your thesis is going well, Barry. Good luck on your thesis. Here's a complimentary smoochies for you. Good luck on your thesis. Hope it goes well. Alright. Let me just go back to work. I'm gonna go mute again. I'm gonna go scream silently while this microphone's muted. And I'll see you guys. I'll talk to TTS for now. I can't really open my mic still because there's construction going on. So yeah. 150 total subs, yeah. But for the subathon, I'm still at 137. Let's not get it twisted. It's for like clarification. I only have a 37 subs over here. Yeah. Oh, no wonder that was a specific number. Yeah. Okay, I get why it's a specific number now. Okay. Much appreciated. Alright, I'm gonna go back to muted. Bye!
Still. What the fuck just happened? We were so fucking close to the Dakimakura at Tomao. Man, I know what we're streaming next week, Lamau. Also, I kind of figured it out. The wheel was kinda lagging my browser. So the video wasn't playing properly. Also, now level 6 hype train. Also know it's mostly because I don't have much processing power since I'm streaming and stuff among other things. Let me just post on Twitter. You know what's silly? I was kinda getting tired earlier too, but then get hit by, struck by Hype train. Genuinely though, thank you once again for those who gifted the parlor subs. Yeah, literally went to chew wake the fuck up, bitch. Anyways, I'ma get back to arting and chill. Part of me kinda imagined this not being possible if didn't stream earlier. At some point I'm gonna stream so early, might as well make it a 24-hour stream. That is the true stress test.
Not stand to be around. Have you ever been in the presence of somebody and they just suck the life out of you? Like when you're done, you could even talk to them for 5 minutes and then you just lean back afterwards and you're just like, oh my God, that was terrible. I will never get those minutes back from my life. It's like watching a bad movie, isn't it? Well, I just want to let you know that that's probably the next culprit of what's actually stealing your energy is the people around you. Have you ever thought that you just have human siphons? You just have these people that are completely draining the energy from you, that aren't serving you, that aren't helping you, and they serve absolutely no purpose in your life whatsoever, but you have to put up with them right now, or at least you think you do. So for those
My
people
tuber tracking diet.
in your life, here's a hot take that I'm going to give you that is actually going to radically change your life, my friend, is keep a smaller circle and keep a more curated circle of people. Really ask yourself, especially as you all grow into adulthood, if you're like a teenager watching this, if you're somebody who's just living with people that you absolutely can't stand, I just want to let you know this. You don't have to keep your circle all throughout life. You don't have to keep your friends all throughout life. And contrary to what you might think or what you've been told or conditioned to think, friend, you don't have to keep family members in your life either. Like, just to be real, there are family members that I grew up with that I don't talk to anymore because it exhausts me to be around them. They bring nothing but negativity and stress and anxiety and just promote a poorer quality of life just by being around
Okay, we back.
And just because you were born with somebody or just because you used to hang with somebody back when you were
Now back to drawing Fingies.
form, when you were less seasoned in life, does not shackle you to them for the rest of your life. And usually when people are on the receiving end of this, they'll be like, oh man, well, you've changed, or this isn't cool, or like, oh man, we've always been together. But look, just to be honest with you, why do you want to imprison yourself with the inmates for absolutely no reason other than the fact that you've just spent some period of time with them? Why do you want to have the people in your life be a life sentence for you when you're free to walk out of that jail cell anytime that you want?
Now I wanna just listen to Click's Reddit reading videos.
Should always be the
Well, good evening, laddies, lurkers, and horkers. My name is Emotional Support Demon Woman, and today we are gonna spread misinformation about women. No, correct misinformation about women. Women aren't real.
This went really well.
I'm so no, don't. Oh God.
Well, good evening, laddies, lasses, and lasses, and welcome to the click. You smell absolutely astounding today. And thank you for not clicking off the video after that atrocious intro. But the emotional support demon is actually correct despite its inability to sell this video. It's okay, emotional support demon. I will support you emotionally. Just have you supported me emotionally many times over. Emotional support demon coming back in stock permanently in March. So keep a lookout for it, you wonderful, beautiful being if you missed it last time. Anyway, today we are going to look at r/not how girls work, which is a beautiful fantasy land of wonder and nightmares. Everything from dating.
Quite sure I was thinking of switching as media to after this. And then one topic. The trifecta.
A really bad pickup line, so we're going to look at it together and hopefully laugh through the pain, which is always easier as a group. Enjoy. Mwah.
Ooh, laughing through the pain. Get yourself an emotional support demon after watching this video. That will support your emotions.
You see, that's how I sell plushies. People get traumatized by my videos, and then they're like, oh my god, I need something to hug. And then there's the plushie. What a business model.
So, what brings you in today?
Well, Doc, I got mugged.
Mm-hmm.
And shot.
Mm-hmm.
In the arm.
Mm-hmm. And when was your last period?
You see, I am very good at investigating symptoms as a doctor. There is blood in both, so you can very easily see how this would be mistaken.
Fair point, Doc.
Okay, no, it's not a fair point.
But dear women, didn't you know that during the time of the month you can just have casual pieces of your arm fall off? You know, like, what's it called? Leprosy? Periods are leprosy. That's what we learned today. Moving on. Fathers send their daughters to wife school, state or privately funded. Women learn all the skills necessary to be a good wife. Cooking, cleaning, housemaking, minimal math for grocery shopping and measurements. They can't learn more math than that because then they would know more than me, which would make me insecure. Child rearing, naughty classes when old enough, which according to people that write these kind of posts is like 3.5. Fashion and modesty, animal caretaking, gardening, emotional support. You are a low to middle status man. Walk into wife school. Women are graded from E up to A and then S.
This just sounds like you're walking through, like, you know, a meat shop or something like that, or cattle. Is this what it's like when you want to buy like a pig?
Grades factored by technical skill, age, attractiveness, and personality. Graded women are separated by floor. Each floor higher in the building, a higher grade woman. Step out of the elevator on your chosen floor.
This feels like, you know, the Matrix thing where they're lying in these weird beds and stuff, but it's just a meat market instead of a simulated universe.
Staff blows a whistle. Girls called to the assembly room. You walk in. Topless girls aged 16 to 22 lined up for you to choose. Each has a name tag with father's contact information.
Is it like in the ear, like with cattle as well? Is that like a nice little touch to this fantasy?
Choose girl according to her grade and your status. Contact her father and make arrangements. Walk out with well-trained traditional wife.
My man just described human trafficking as his personal fantasy. I was thinking advanced livestock. Some of these horrific fanfics would make for pretty decent, like, post-apocalyptic horror novels or something like that, you know? That'd be a thing. My god.
I'm not gonna lie, don't tell the feminists, but I would rather stay home and cook and clean. I would rather do it. When I tell you I love to cook and clean, just don't tell the feminists.
How are you cutting that onion?
And I love to do it for a man. I do. However, not outside of marriage. Absolutely not. That sounds like hell.
I haven't heard a word you said. I'm just distraught by that onion method.
So good. You could just tell he's proud. There's just something.
What is the onion?
Something within me as a woman. Maybe it's almost turning 25. They got me thinking.
25, the crisis year. Yes, indeed. I remember when I turned 25.
I understand why women wanted to work. What was the point? Like, there is.
What are you doing?
Satisfying about working. A man that takes care of you. A man that provides for you. You don't have to worry about anything. No bills.
Man, the onion got mangled.
All day. Like, what is the complaint? I'm making some fire food tonight. I'm going to serve it, and I'm just enjoying it. Yes, I'm crying over some onions, but is this what we fought for as women? I don't know. I'd rather cry over some onions than cry about a job. That's for sure.
Girl, I'm almost crying over those onions, and I'm not even in the same room. God. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. If someone came up to me and be like, Click, you look like you would be a good house husband. How about that? I'd be like, heck yeah, sounds like a sweet deal. But you know what the difference is? I can cut onions better than this. What is this atrociousness? If you're gonna make the case for like housewifing, dear God. Honestly, that's a pretty good way of like debunking these sort of videos if they're like honestly looking for this sort of relationship, which is perfectly fine if you're into it, or when they're just like fishing for a certain demographic of like simpy people online. Can they actually cut the onion, yes or no? The answer is no. Video debunked. Adele's transformation is a kind reminder that you can achieve whatever you set your mind to. The fact that she is a 15 times Grammy Award winner and y'all think her being skinny is her greatest accomplishment, as someone who lost a bunch myself, I can relate to that. Never ever in my entire life I got more praise, compliments, and awe from people, random and well-known ones, than just for eating less and losing weight. Damn, I did many things in my life I'm proud of and no one cared. Losing weight was easy in comparison, and this is what people think makes you a hero. Looks matter a lot in the world. I think we like to say that it doesn't matter, but if you've ever gone through a journey of, for example, weight loss, or when you grow up and you're a late bloomer or whatever, you realize how much it actually affects how people treat you. It's not the only thing that matters. I see that being tossed around a lot as well when people say you can never find love, for example, unless you're like a supermodel, which obviously isn't true, just look around you. But looks do matter a lot. I remember the biggest realization I had when I grew up. I was like 19 or something like that. When I started putting on weight, my skin cleared up and stuff, because I had a very awkward teenage years. I grew way too fast in my late teens. I was very skinny, bad skin, bad hair, all that kind of jazz. And once I grew into myself and started maturing in a good way, the amount of like positive attention you got was night and day. The way people treated you, the way people approached you, all that kind of stuff just changed drastically. It's wild how much that actually matters to people compared to things that probably should matter more, like actual achievements or personality or how you act and how you treat people, etc. But I also suppose it's easy because it's the first thing you see in people, and we are programmed to act in social context, and someone who is like, attractive looking is always going to have social clout because other people will also find them good looking. And I think there is a whole psychology and tribalism in that whole thing, but yeah, it's wild how much behavior around you changes when you go through those kind of physical transformations. It's absolutely wild. With these kind of topics, I'm also not saying that it's inherently evil or good or whatever. It's more like an observation of reality and how silly it gets sometimes. I don't know, man. Roommate wanted. A single male 44 searching for roommate. Must be female aged 18-25 and single. Must be willing to cook and clean. 1-bedroom apartment. You can use the couch until you're comfortable enough to share the bedroom. No pets, no drinking, no drugs, and no male friends allowed. My home has a no closed door policy. This is for safety. You see, if you are taking a pee in the morning, you can't close the door for safety reasons. $400 a month. Call Owen on this number. What a deal. Yippee! Hold on a second. So you're basically signing up for someone else to control your whole life, and you live as their little fantasy maid that also does intimate activities with them, whether you like it or not, and you still pay rent for it? It's like a crappy sugar daddy, and you don't even get any sugar. Oh my god, what a bad deal. I don't know who the cartoonist is, but this is the most succinct framing of this issue I have ever seen. You're not the carefree woman I married. Look at that puppy, that little baby, and the other baby, and the cooking, and the... Yeah, I can see why. This really resonates with something, doesn't it? I think a lot of things in life changes throughout the various chapters, and that is fine and to be expected. But I think also to have reasonable expectations around it, and also share the load that comes with it, is probably a healthy way to do it. If she menstruates, she's an adult. Kids don't menstruate. How young can you menstruate? Let's see now. Most girls get their first period when they're around 12. Look at that, and I think like the youngest is like 8 or something. Like, yeah, good stuff. Mr. Tweet person, you're not very correct now, are you? If she menstruates, she's not. Does that also mean she can vote and drive a car when she's 12, or is it only for your like fantasy physical needs that applies, or is it like a universal thing? I wouldn't like to hear an expansion of this. This is atrocious. Old, ugly women keep getting triggered and keep collecting cats. Your time is done after 25. I can't help what I like. There has to be some sort of attraction. Age 18 to 25, when women turn down 95% of men because they're ugly. P word, G word, R word, ages 25 plus, when men turn down 50% of women because they're old, parentheses, ugly. I swear to God, people keep making these memes to just get upset about that never really happened. You just make up people in cartoons to be angry about. I swear to God. My girlfriend does nothing during 20 minutes of adult fun time. Also her afterwards. I don't know, man. If this is really how you feel, which sounds weird, but if this is really how you feel, you should probably talk to your partner about it instead of making memes. This is very weird. Levels of pain. Slap. Childbirth. Kicked in the balls. Hi everyone, let's turn our cameras on.
The Click is one of my comfort YouTubers.
I feel that one. I mean, maybe this meme isn't like particularly scientific, but it's just kind of funny, you know? It's just the intense
I
pain
just
of
put their
life
stuff
that
on just to feel slightly happy or calmer.
the men who downvoted you, embarrassing. Being kicked in the balls is more painful than childbirth. It's just that childbirth lasts longer.
Or, if want a good laugh,
Funny meme about Zoom meetings. How about that? It's like trying to argue that having a mild headache for a year is more painful than breaking your leg. There it is, the comment which explains it good. A little tap, no, but a full force. Lift your feet off the ground, kick, yes. Now we're getting to the point from like a Zoom meeting meme. The scientific facts about being kicked in the balls, and the force, and the bodily reaction to it, and are you lifted off the ground, which is one hell of a kick.
Can we just laugh about the Zoom meme, please? I don't feel like this rabbit hole today, man.
Margot Robbie is taking a short break from acting to focus on producing, because everybody is probably sick of the sight of her after Barbie. Starting to look like late 30s. Time to step aside and let younger, more talented actresses do a better job.
202 likes.
I was gonna say no one asked, but apparently some people did, and man, that's sad. I think one thing I have learned, though, is just certain platforms you should never ever read comments on, right? One place of those are Instagram. They are the most brain
Click is not a furry.
It doesn't even
No.
outrageous stuff. Even in places where they are
He
like,
is not.
relatively innocent, they're still just really dumb.
He
And
said it
it's
himself.
TikTok, you know, the amount of misinformation and just rampant stuff on TikTok is wild. So yeah, no, don't open comment sections. Don't interact.
That's why he hasn't made a furry IRL video.
You're not missing much.
Wow, I love your dress. Thanks. Don't say it. Where did you get it? Just a thrift store. Don't say it. Does it have pockets? Don't say yes!
No, I'm doing a bit now.
Honestly, pockets are pretty lit, fam. One thing I am missing in a lot of clothes when I realize when I travel, but not otherwise, is what clothes have inner pockets or not. Because that is what protects you so much from like pickpocketing and that kind of stuff. Super nice when you're traveling and handling a lot of bags and that kind of stuff and going through certain areas which are notorious for pickpocketing. Get clothes with inner pockets. It will be a lifesaver. Ever since I started like being careful with the wraps on my backpacks, for example, always having them around the leg of a chair if I sit down, or always have stuff in my inner pockets, I have never lost anything. It's like, it's a perfect immunity. Sample size, me. Feminists, when the World War III draft starts, she'll be...
He always claims he never made a furry IRL video as an intro after like 5 furry IRL video.
AI generated. I was about to say like the tools...
Genuinely silly.
And that second
I love him.
bowl looks like a molded together like crab claw or something. I don't even know what's going on with that pepper in the background. That just looks deformed.
I am not a furry.
Single time, apparently.
No.
Every single time about something that has never...
Not at all.
Is wild. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think there will be a draft. I think we would probably all just blow up. So, you know, there is that to take away from it. No need to worry about equality if we're all exploded.
Just don't look at the furry stream tag at the bottom.
Suffragette. Hold on. Are these like suffragette memes from like the 1920s? Oh my god, we found like 100-year-old memes.
At 15, a little pet. At 20, a little coquette. At 40, not married yet. At 50, a suffragette. It rhymes.
I mean,
therefore
I
it
did just
must be
want to
true.
force one out of
You've started the
curiosity.
suffrage movement. I've suffered ever since. This is just like weird memes from 100 years ago. Have we really gone full
Not
circle?
because I'm a furry or anything.
Just replace suffrage with anything else? These memes could literally be made last week. That is wild. It has really just gone in a circle in 100 years, hasn't it?
Mind the baby. I must vote today.
Oh yeah, you can see it's oldie-timey because today is like with a dash. That's really funky how that's changed. Words and music by E.H. Webb. Can you watch the baby for like, I don't know, the 15 minutes it takes me to go put my little ballot in thing? Or you can both just take the baby for a walk and just toss it in this. This is such a non-issue. Oh my god.
Since Maya Margaret become the suffragette.
I'm not sure if Mario was invented back then, but that's what we're going with. Lyrics by... Oh my... This was a whole thing. This is a whole thing.
Mrs. John Bull, now you greedy boys, I shall not give you any more until I have helped myself. Political help, which is for her, but the Liberal Federation, trade unions, and Primrose League,
They can starve because those politics are children. What? Down with man, husbands for old maids. At the suffragette meetings, you can hear some plain things and see them too. But it keeps going. This is so much. Husbands working hours 3 a.m. to 12 p.m. Monday washing day, Tuesday darning, when house cleaning, Thursday scrubbing, marketing, work of any sort, more work.
yes, old man is a lazy old wretch.
Oh my god, when women vote. Honestly, that would be a really fun quiz for some kind of stream or something. Was this meme made in 1910? Or was this meme made in 2022? Oh my god, you can just scramble the text and like scramble the bit of the old-timey formulations. And then it's just a crapshoot. The concept of virginity was created by men who thought their peepees were so important it changed to a womanish. It does change to a womanish. She's permanently contaminated with other men's DNA. Oh god! It's so wild that's an actual, like, scientific theory. It's kind of on par with Flat Earth. It's like the Flat Earth for women's bodies. It's wild. Oh, we have some Game of Thrones characters, and here's no hole. Here's a small hole. Here's a bigger, and this... Who actually sat down and made this? Like, 2 of the characters are kids, man. Dear God. I am just underemployed and keen to impress.
Lol, I get that. Give me a chance to miss you.
I mean, I bought you flowers and showed the outlines of my pee-pee. What more can I do? What more does a woman need?
Space!
Wait, this is a real text. No way. No. You hear that, viewer at home? If you ever think your game is awkward or weak, you're fine. You're fine. The bar is literally like dug down in the dirt.
I don't think you know how big 12 inches is. Do you see that? Just in scale, where is that going?
You can wrap it around your head a couple of times.
Average gal is gonna get about that much. Maybe this, if they're a pro, but the rest of that, completely unmanageable. This is the biggest I've ever seen in real life, but this is fine. It's completely fine. This, fabulous. Almost too big. Definitely too big. Sick day, ER, 27 club, and now I'm just skipping my next slide. Anything after that is entirely unethical. I don't think we know what we're talking about.
Oh yes, fellow men, you know when you get a little bit excited on a Friday night and you pass out from blood feud because, you know, you don't have enough blood in your body to support the organ. Can relate, bro. I think so many of these skewed expectations just come from adult films because there is no way you would get this from reality. Like, even statistically speaking, the likelihood of encountering something like this, IRL, are so incredibly minuscule that there's no way that would set like a standard expectation across the population. And like they said, for most people, maybe it won't even be a nice experience. So like, it's fine. You're fine. Don't listen to people that say this kind of stuff. So I was about to evict this college girl because she hasn't paid in 3 months. But I know she is broke and she has no one to rely on. I'm doing fine right now, so I decided to make an offer to her because I was feeling compassionate. She would paint the building and clear the
I kinda
entrance
understand what you mean.
February in lieu
Wow.
of rent payment. Do you know what she did? She rejected the offer and offered to do me instead. Guys, do you have any idea how much she owes me in rent? About $4,500, and I only asked her to paint the building and shovel the snow from the entrance. Do she really thinks her used up and worn out personal parts is worth $4,500 for a single time? Do you think shoveling the snow once is worth $4,500? She's just an average-looking girl. Premium W-words charge less money than that, and they are better looking and developed than a 19-year-old squirt like her. Oh, women truly have an inflated opinion of themselves. Or maybe she looks down on me because I'm not quite a looker and thinks I'm desperate. In any case, I laughed in her face. Ah-ha-ha! It really surprises me how women would rather do a stranger they are not even attracted to rather than doing some honest work. I'll take things that never happened for $1,000. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think this is real. Partially the way it's written, of course, it just reads like a weird rage fanfic. But the second reason is that this is not a house owner. Because if you ever lived in the region in a house, or a house that you help take care of, for example, you know that you don't paint stuff in February when it's snowing. You paint and prepare stuff and renovate before winter hits, unless you're like really desperate. But at that point, you probably have more things to worry about with your property. So this doesn't add up because I don't think this person is even a house owner because they don't know those very, very, very basic specific facts about maintaining a property. So, nah, this is this is obviously fake.
My child will drink formula. My children will thrive on Bob milk.
What? So here is one girl with pink hair and a bunch of posters, and the picture looks like it's taken in, I don't know, 2003. And here is a family. Yes, plus.
No! Stop having babies! You're literally ruining the planet! No, holy blurble. I have both of these friends, and neither have given a single crap if the other chooses to procreate. These goofy goobers love to pretend that everyone exists in an echo chamber. Yeah, even your typical friend circle usually has multiple examples of both of these people if you just spend some time outside and socializing. Most people don't care that much about other people's choices. 90% of people don't really care if you choose to have a child or choose to do this or that. And I also feel in this example, the pictures are just taken in vastly different stages of life as well. So it's just weird, man.
Oh, women. Choosing a Doberman, Rottweiler, Pit Bull, German Shepherd, or other aggressive dog breeds reveals your lack of and your desire for masculine presence in your life. It also pushes him away. He sees the ruse and he wants no part of it.
Are you kidding me? If someone is good with animals and they have a good boy I can pet? What?
He sees how you're trying to put a masculine in its place by giving it a narrowly defined role, a role that you control.
I'm gonna be honest, one thing that comes to mind when I'm reading this very atrocious text is that someone once said that babies and dogs are always brutally honest, which is kind of true. If they get bad vibes, you can tell. So maybe that's why they don't like women that have dogs, because the dogs never like them because they give really weird vibes, Dogs are the ultimate vibe check.
The man you really want can be trained to obey you, and you know that.
These sort of posts very much go in the same category as that wild post from a while back when someone was ranting about how people own dogs because they miss the feeling of having slaves or something like that. It just feels like you're applying something completely wild and unrelated to something super mundane and everyday. Like, I don't think it's that deep. People just like puppies, man.
Get a lap dog instead. A dog that will burrow into your womb and sleep soundly. Keep that space warm.
If it wasn't weird enough already, we just made it weirder. Somehow.
Your man will know what to do with that.
Goody. Wow, what a treat. Nice. Female anus too close to vajayjay? Hi, I have been with a few women in my life, and one thing I have noticed is that the female butt is incredibly close to the vajayjay. In fact, they're barely an inch apart. I'm not sure about other guys, but doesn't this disturb you? It feels like a design flaw in women, actually, like they're supposed to be so feminine and beautiful, yet this ghastly little oversight is ruining everything. Somehow it feels to me that women should be more aware of this flaw and should affect their confidence. They just walk around all day, be like,
Oh no, my butt is kind of close to the other parts down there. Oh, what the design flaw.
Steve, you realize that people literally eat ass, right? Do you realize that, Steve? The people eat ass? Huh? Anyway, so, let's keep reading, shall we? Whether I see a so-called beautiful...
I would love to eat ass too.
Carefree thinking that she's all...
I mean, what?
I just remember her butt is only 1 inch away from her personal potch. And laugh her into oblivion. You just see someone walking down the street, just like, I am a woman having a good day. And you just go up to them, like, in your mind, like, oh, their butt is close to other body parts that would be close to a butt. And you just go up to this random person like, ha ha ha! Do you realize how this would look? This is absolutely unhinged. Oh, women.
Also, no Severus in buffer purgatory.
Let it negatively affect your confidence, and so make yourself more readily available naughtily as a result. After all, we're having to sleep with a creature whose butt is only 1 inch away from the vajuje. I mean, technically speaking, if you want to be, wouldn't your own balls be closer to your own butt than this example, because they're actually like slightly hanging down and hence getting closer? And then the whole argument would just cancel out, right? Because the argument across all humans would just be everything is always kind of close to butts, so it just cancels out, so why care? You know? But I guess that doesn't apply. You should not make it this difficult. It's unappetizing enough as it is. We are doing you a favor. What's the favor? What is the favor? Man, do not let women forget this flaw, and do not forgive them for it. Remind them of it constantly, lest they get inflated egos and think they're all that. They are just too close together. Sorry, but it's true. I just imagine a beautiful parallel universe where every class in school, every meeting at work is started with the sentence, "Hi everyone, good morning. Remember that your butt is too close to other parts of your body. Anyway, let's get on with the day, shall we? What a wonderful world it could be. How to impress a girl, 9 tips. How to make a girl like you. Never listen to girls on how to get girls. If you're trying to catch fish, you don't ask another fish. You ask the fishermen." What? What's the problem? Fisherman is a word.
It is, and women aren't fish.
It's a simple analogy which could be used with men as well. There's literally no need to get too offended. Ooh, his profile literally has a fedora. Isn't that cute? Some people don't understand analogies. Why learn an analogy when it's easier to be offended? I mean, you do have the old saying, like, there's plenty of fish in the sea, which is pretty gender neutral, I suppose. So in that way, I guess it's fine. When it comes to dating, I don't know, just don't get sucked down rabbit holes. I would say the further down rabbit holes you get, no matter which rabbit hole it is, the further disconnected from reality it gets. Or the more nitpicky about reality it gets. You know, it points out very specific parts and blows it out of proportion and pretends it's all there is. So that's one lesson. Don't get sucked down rabbit holes. Maybe it's easier said than done. You take care of the children and I will take care of us. Oh, I'm the happiest of a man in the world. Stop playing dolls and Bojacks. Oh my god. That's really what it is, isn't it? Holy crap. This is like 2024 Barbie.
Watch what you're wearing. If you feel you may naughtily assault somebody, it's best to wear a shirt that says R-wordist, so that others can steer clear.
Honestly? Yeah, that's a pretty fair point. Yeah. 90s. Mileage, 30 kilometers. Dignity, parentheses, yes. Engine, used like new. 4 kids with the same father, 1940 to 1999. Versus AMA 2000. Mileage, 650,000 kilometers. What do you... Oh. Is the mileage referring to, like, the amount of length of personal part received in reference to intimate activities? Is that what this metric is referring to? Oh dear. Parentheses, no dignity. Engine beyond repair. 4 kids with 4 different fathers. 2000 to 2004. I am 35, and it's hilarious seeing these incels start praising the 90s as if all couples were staying together. They weren't. It was just as messy as it's always been. Also, if people did not do it back then, I think Gen X had like the most naughty partners on average. And Gen Z is having less naughties than any generation prior to having naughties for the first time later. And before then it was millennials. So 2000 plus are literally the 2 generations having less naughties compared to the gens in the 1944 to 1999. Oh, yes, indeed. We should just go back to ye olden days. My God. Where you would just die from random stuff sometimes. That's fun. To the lady who stopped me with my drunk girlfriend. Thank you. I was out with my girlfriend who definitely had one too many that night. As I was wobbling her back to my car, a young lady politely questioned me if I needed help and what my relationship to the girl was. When I said it was my girlfriend, she asked if I had a picture on my phone. I showed her a couple and she explained that she was just watching out for her and wasn't trying to offend but protect. She helped me walk her to the car. I don't think everyone would be cool with this, but it certainly is nice to know that someone was looking out for another person who was definitely not in the best state and able to defend themselves. I am scared someone would be in danger doing this randomly, but this was a nice gesture. I don't know, man. If some random stranger thought they were entitled to have me prove my GF was my GF, I think that would bring out an ugly side of me.
We found him, girls. Get the coppers.
After reading some of these comments, I have a stupid question for the ladies. If you're by yourself or with a friend, why do you drink to the point where you willfully put yourself in danger of being essayed or even kidnapped? At what point do you say, stop, I'm losing control of my being, and this is not only a dangerous position to be in, but there is no one here for me to rely on?
Men do it all the time and don't have to worry.
I personally think that no one should get blackout drunk. It's not good for you and it's not good with the positions it can put you in. With that said, that's not an excuse to be victimized by certain things. It's never an excuse. That's the thing. And I think looking out for people is just the right way to go about it, because the odds of two people being in the vicinity of this passed out person that don't know each other, both being exploitative, are quite low compared to just one person seeking them out being exploitative, if that makes sense. I had one experience a bunch of years ago. It's quite a long time ago. I was traveling home to where I lived at the time on public transport, and there was this girl on the same public transport who was very obviously on something and kind of passed out. And we were a couple of people helping her get off the public transport, because otherwise, you know, it's the end station and, you know, it's winter, etc., etc. What surprised me is that everyone, including the other ladies, just kind of rushed away the moment like the other transports were coming to pick people up. And I was just left there with this random girl alone, and no one even thought to be like, oh, there's just this random dude with this girl that no one knows, because we're all just strangers on public transport. So I called an ambulance to have her picked up, because it was very obvious she wasn't drunk. She was like phasing in and out of consciousness and acting really weird. I think she had some kind of, you know, date or drug. It was quite nasty. I remember how annoying the person in the phone was, that when I called the emergency number, they were like,
you have to put her on the ground sideways so she doesn't, you know, suffocate on her barf.
It's like, she's not barfing, and I'm not putting her in like the mud pile on the ground. Like, please. But anyway, she was picked up and everything worked out fine at the end. But that surprised me a bit. If you see someone in that state of mind, ensure that at the very least not alone with a stranger. Because like I said, the odds of like multiple people being around them and everyone being like weird intentions is very, very low. Only one person staying with them, you know, it can go one way or another. So yeah, that was one experience that was like negatively surprised with how little people cared. It was a bit disappointing, but everything worked out well in the end, luckily. As rad as you seem, I might be too short. I am 5'10". 5'10" isn't short.
Too short? Haha, height isn't a thing for me. I would pick a genuine smile over it any day without hesitation.
Well, I think you might be the first gal on Tinder not obsessed with height.
Haha, I'm sorry, I do not understand being obsessed with something one cannot control.
I think it's also such an overplayed meme from Tinder, specifically. You know, Tinder is such a weird bubble, and the demographic difference itself on Tinder, also with how much marketing and stuff goes on there, should tell you it's not a good site for dating. I mean, the fact that 80% of people on Tinder...
I'll probably hold a
tell
poll.
you roughly all you need to know about what it's gonna be like to try to date as a straight dude on Tinder.
But most likely Valorant, I guess.
It's very overwhelming for women. It's like a desert for straight men. You know, that's sort of how it goes. There are better places than Tinder for dating. Even just other apps are better than Tinder. Tinder is like the worst one.
No hymen, no diamond. Real men don't settle for blown out street meat.
It gets even more like sad when you realize the people writing this don't even know about the anatomy parts around this, right? It's like, it's wild. Fam, how are we gonna put expectations on something you don't know how it works?
Oh my god. This is the figure and manner of dress that had your grandfather making 12 babies and paying all the bills. Oh my, no.
Alpha. Ooh, James Bond profile picture. Then you know it's a scientific source. Men are allowed to have multiple wives. Met have the... You mean men? Met have the right and responsibility to discipline, physical and otherwise, their wives. Allowed to have multiple wives. Where? I mean, where? At least where I live, I don't even think that's legal. You know? Men are the earthly lords of their wives. Wives should bow to the husband. Wives are the property of men. Naughty and women were created for men. The extent to which women can experience pleasure was instilled to further the man's naughty experience. A wife who argues with a husband is sinning. Isn't that convenient? A wife who is not a homemaker is blaspheming God's word. Biblically, when a girl starts to bleed, she is regarded as a woman and fit for marriage. Yeah, what was it, like the average age of 12 or whatever? Great, thanks. Wives are not allowed to deny the husband's naughties. Doing so is considered fornication and grounds for divorce. Oh no. Oh, divorce. This sounds like such a good thing to be in. Oh no.
Pretty legs as a girl is important. All them scars and dots on your legs is not cute.
I'm not even surprised anymore when I see these wonderful takes come out of Twitter. Goody.
As a grown adult woman, why don't you wear makeup? Women who don't wear makeup, I think they are lesbians.
Learn to grammar, for God's sake. 44,000 people saw this. You let 44,000 pairs of eyeballs see this. Shame on you. Women are a burden. That means women who is a financial liability on her husband, she is also a huge emotional burden. Look at this AI-generated picture about this like cartoonishly big person and this very thin person on a bike. And what is it with like these weird messages and AI images? Haven't we seen this multiple times in this video alone? Oh, out of all the things AI could be used for, this is where
Rat lady?
Maybe an apocalypse would be better.
A woman with an X is a red flag. An X implies any man who's been in her fallopian tubes. If, but when she...
I mean with
how
physics
are you
like
today,
those.
Garrow Hug?
Learn or perish.
What do you mean perish? That's pretty dramatic. I'm gonna be honest, cheating sucks, but perish sounds very... Do you think you're gonna get...
Also, thank you for the 6 months club.
Defeated? That's weird. Fallopian tubes. At least it's nice that you can figure out right away that someone has no idea what they're talking about in like the second sentence of their post. So in that way, it's very nice.
I'm doing great. Just drawing fingers.
Drinks. Wanna drink some more? Yes. Women. Speak for yourself.
Hope about you.
When he says he's finally ready to settle down. Just blew up. Oh no.
Always leave the toilet seat up to help train your lady.
I don't want to come back to ZZZ, but I can sure appreciate good animation.
Hole exposed. What? Okay, I know this is really controversial because I argued this in another video and I found out like the majority of men actually stand up and pee at home, which is wild. In public, I understand why, because public toilets, especially men's ones, are quite messy. I don't want to touch that if I can get away from it. But at home, if you have ever stood up and peed with shorts on, you know how gross that is. You know, why would you do this at home and give you like extra toilet cleaning homework for no reason? My God, I know this is controversial, but Jesus Christ, why? And the rotet, I don't sleep with vaccinated women.
Vaccines work, y'all.
Woo! After scrolling the internet for many a year, I have seen many odd dating standards. This one never ceases to amaze.
If a female tell me she like pickles, I know her pH balance is off.
Men should have to take a quiz on how female bodies work before being allowed to touch one.
Honestly, I think that's like what the sex ed in school is for. But I don't know what happened, man. It feels like that never happened. I feel so gaslit. Like after reading so many of these posts, I'm like, did sex ed never happen? Or is this something I just dreamed about having? Because there's no way so many people missed it. And where does the argument about pickles come from? I mean, to be fair, we never talked about pickles in sex ed, so maybe that's why. How women view height. 6'2", 6'0", 5'11", and 5'10". Look at that. I mean, more like...
Sitting home is good.
Percent of women on Tinder who get memed on Reddit, I would say. There are certainly people that think this. The same kind of people that always push the pee-pee size stuff, but they don't actually know what the measurements mean. IRL. You know, I've seen this post reiterated so many times. For example, when there's a girl coming over with her boyfriend who's 6'2", and then the sister also has a boyfriend who's 6'2", and it turns out the boyfriend who claimed they were 6'2" were only like 5'10". But the other girl doesn't know the difference because, you know, she's short enough that everyone is just registered as
OHH
short,
fishing
and
is
that number
fine,
looks
but
good on
it
paper.
takes
So,
over the
you know, there are
controller.
some people
So when
who
I play
don't
games,
know what
I
it
have to
has be,
turn
and
off
that's fair.
fishing,
But it's
and then
hard
open
for
the
the
game I
majority of
want to
people
play so
if
the
you go
controller
into
doesn't
the
get
real
taken
world,
by
right?
fishing.
This is like a very specific, very like loud
It was too
minority
tedious, so I removed it.
dating apps and stuff that are very preachy about it, and then that gets memed on and it gets like put in the mainstream online. Most people aren't like this, and that's a good thing. 31.
I mean, it's not that
Excitement.
intensive.
All your preferences. I am a father to 3 beautiful, amazing little naughty trophies. I've heard a lot of like nicknames for your loved ones, or
Just annoying with how Steam Control works.
little muffin ball, little snuggle goblin, little smurgen hergen. This ain't it, fam. Hey, can I ask you a question, some guy?
Oh boy, that's never a good sign. He's for sure going to ask me something super gross and weird. But what if he's serious? I should give him a chance. Sure, go ahead.
Is it okay that I want your bobs on my... I knew it! It's never a good thing. It's never a good thing. Please, don't you see how misogynistic your church and fellow believers are? You don't deserve being an incubator. I would treat you like a queen.
I am not sleeping with you.
Is there a deeper meaning to this, or is that literally the whole meme? It's like, be with me instead. And no. There are no lines to read between. I read a short story where a woman character always looked forward to her period because it was a reminder of her womanness. And yes, the story was in fact written by a male. My uterus hits the self-destruct button and tissue and blood begins falling out of my vajayjay. Music drops. Shanina Twain boys, let's go girls. So woo! Men and women are not equal.
Yes, they are. We can do anything a man can do.
Are you happy when you get unsolicited nudes in your DMs? Are like the average man happy about that though? Like, I think some might be. It's certainly a different vibe to it, if I put it that way, so it's a little bit different, I suppose, but I'm not sure if I've ever been particularly psyched about it, if it's just random unsolicited stuff, you know?
Not necessarily Kevin.
Oh my god, it's an entire compilation of like GFs. Alright, let's dig into it, shall we? Clingy GF.
I love cute things. An example is you. And on
It's the Steam input thing for the controller.
I'm a virgin. I love your optimism. Am I bothering you? How does love work? Sorry for all my fantasies. I love shipping people and characters.
That's the clingy GF. Then we have rural innocent Christian GF. This is getting really specific really fast.
Hey, Anon, let's go ride horses. See you at church tomorrow. Let's not move too fast, Anon. I want to make sure you're the right one. Oh my, Anon, I've never done this before. Let's go swimming. It's okay. It's still through clothes.
Masochist Crusader GF.
Let's go fight the big monster. Stop calling me a...
I don't even know what that word is, Anna. Is it just misspelled on purpose?
Stubs toe and
reaches the zenith, or it is
big monster. Stop calling me a...
I don't even know what that word is, Anna. Is it just misspelled on purpose?
Stubs toe and
reaches the zenith of experience. Short GF.
Wears your hoodie like a dress. Easy to pick up and
do things against the wall. Cool, that's enough of that one.
Silence enjoying.
Not happens with every Steam game.
Like a zenith of experience purpose.
Stubs
GF.
Isn't this? Basically just darkness. From Konosuba. Oh. I just realized what this post is supposed to be. Oh, never mind. It's just darkness. That's why the La Latina makes sense.
Let's go fight the word is easy to pick experience, short.
Not gonna lie. Remove the insult posting. I would draw this. This art is cute.
GF, where's your hoodie like a dress? Easy to pick up and do things against the wall. Cool, that's enough of that one. Silence enjoying. GF, what is that outfit? Words are very unnecessary, Anon. They can only do harm. After naughty time, Anon, you know pleasures remain, but so does the pain. Don't promise anything to me. Vows are spoken to be broken. You bought me a birthday present. You shouldn't. All I ever needed is here in my arms. Kisses you. My feelings are intense. Your words are trivial.
I'm starting to feel like posts like this are like generated by either AI or aliens. It's one of the two. What? Woefully oblivious GF.
Huh, yeah, I would do anything for you. A collar? Are we trying out a new knirk?
Okay? Childhood friendship. It just keeps going. The 19-year-old humor. What?
Oh no. Is this fucking? 100 GF. Not really, just the vibe of the post.
It just keeps going. The 9.
Thank you for the hugs. Wow, such great art used for insult posting. Love the style. Man, I want to relearn how to do hard lines like these. Sorry, just observing the art style.
19-year-old humor. What is a humor? What is a humor? The Humor are a warlike republic located in the southwest of Palestine. The Umarians are known for their fighting ships, even though most of their older ships were destroyed by a Palestinian mothership. The Umarian engineers have now created a mothership of their own to reclaim their lost planets. Okay, so anyway, schlicks off 2 voice lines of her husbando thrice a day. Minimum. Grooms. No? Did I even read the right wiki? We're gonna move on. It can't get worse, right? Arabic Princess GF. Rich as frick is okay to be, very bad physical things. Okay, next one. It surely can't get worse now. Ashby GF only wants to play video games, I assume. Explains
I forgot it still
JRPG
keeps going.
in detail. Which cosplay as any character you want.
I want to find this post now.
We'll do naughty things in exchange for toy/games. Alright? Art Ho GF. Feminist, you can't tell if she has BBD. She/her, a cab blum, is probably cheating on you with black guy, passive aggressive, liberal arts degree. Doomer GF. What? Depressed? You should find someone better. 137 on IQ test. BPD artist. Uses Tumblr and or Twitter. Bisexual. Will threaten to do horrible things to self if you leave her. Will lash out at you for no reason. Extremely insecure. Will never admit.
Art reminds me of a certain character. IDK how? I mean, I don't know who. Probably the hair.
her father was right about her career. What? Ah, there are few things that will flabbergast me at this stage in my beautiful online career, but sometimes it still happens, and I'm not sure if that should make me concerned or giddy with excitement that there is still things to explore. Maybe a bit of both.
Things to do to keep your man humble. Tell him his pee-pee is fine or normal. Casually compare him to other men. Give one-word answers. Avoid eye contact and lean away. Lavish more attention on your dog than him. Tell him you need a break from texting.
Gonna do all of these on my GF, thanks for the manipulation advice.
You are hateful.
Gonna tell my GF that her PP is fine. Yes, indeed, that's a wholesome way to round off this absolutely atrocious video. Thank you so much for scouring through this train wreck of a video together with me. I do hope you enjoyed your stay as much as I enjoyed having you here. Remember, Emotional Support Team is coming back permanently, probably in March. Absolutely gorgeous.
I was gonna ask if it or no Monogatari. But I think you're referring to The Office, Lady Kohai.
You're such a beautiful little boy, aren't you? And I will see you again in the very near future. Take care. Mwah. Well, good evening, Lotties, Lasses, and Lassos. Welcome to the click. You smell absolutely astounding today, and don't let anyone else tell you otherwise. Do you also want a tiny glow-in-the-dark emotional sporty minute you can sit and
You think you're better than me? Yeah, well, tell this to my Rolex watch, loser. What do you mean you don't care? I won't even begin to bother to explain what is the actual purpose of such a watch, because someone poor will never understand. Readers added context they thought people might want to know. The purpose of a watch is to provide the time of day, the hour, and the minutes. Here's the Wikipedia page for a watch. Do you find this helpful? Welcome back, you lovely degenerates. It's me, Eyes. I've got some r/get noted, or is the other name for it, community notes violating people. And if you don't know what this is, basically Twitter has a feature where the community can add notes to posts and fact check them in real time, which is phenomenal. Anyways, disclaimers. No FAP tips. Your cerebral spinal fluid is semen. The brain floats in it. It provides protection and strength. Semen retained in the body goes upwards to nourish the brain, rendering the body robust and the memory and intellect sharp. It's sticky and gooey. I might be the last person that you would want advice on this, but fellas, I think it is fundamentally gay to want your brain floating in a pool of cum. Added context, this tweet is factually wrong. The human brain does not float in semen. Damn it! There goes my plans! Minecraft. Never give up! And then you got a classic diamond meme. Notes suggest context to be shown with the post. Stone picks can't harvest diamonds. Steve should have given up before he even started. But honestly, I'm not sure if I agree with this one, because that could be an iron pick because we can't really tell from the lighting. Not to mention, the most glaring part of this. They're using pickaxes to mine dirt. And then on fucking top of that, look how much dirt they've already mined. What is happening? Kotaku. New Alan Wake 2 update is for all you babies out there. Just so you all know, the features listed in this article are crucial accessibility features for those with disabilities, neurological conditions such as photosensitive epilepsy, and those with intense audio perception pain. Thank you, Kotaku, for calling those with disabilities babies. I thought you were supposed to be woke. What the f is this? Get Kotaku out here and just where? Where? You're susceptible to seizures? Boo! Grow up! God, yeah, what the hell, man? Hey, bud, how's that monkey NFT doing, huh? What was the Bored Ape Yacht Club slogan again? Something like, in the future when we're all billionaires, we'll all be bored. How's that going for you? And as if it couldn't get any more embarrassing than having a Bored Ape Yacht Club monkey NFT profile picture, Elon Musk is the wealthiest man in the world, and he can get this dirty at the factory. Workers' man right here. No. This is AI-generated art by Gokul Pila, depicting billionaires as if they were poor. Also, in case you didn't know this, Elon Musk has thumbs, and here's the source for that. Creepy.org. What the hell are these? Those are ticks. Wikipedia.com tick. Maybe you should educate yourself. Creepy.org. What is this creature? This is a sloth. Wikipedia.org/wiki/sloth. Creepy.org. Can anyone explain? What is this? From wow, terrifying. Readers added context. Yep, that's a cloud. Here's the Wikipedia page for clouds. You asked, here it is. Stop it! At this moment, it seems that community notes are added only to demonetize the posts. Stop! Readers added context they thought people might want to know. Community notes exist to combat misinformation. As a consequence, posts can be demonetized to prevent engagement farming. You know, like what you've been doing. Just as a heads up, any man that finds tomboys attractive is gay. Readers added context. Being attracted to women as a man is not gay.
I love tomboys.
By definition, heterosexual. Just because she knows how to use power tools better than you doesn't make it
I guess
gay.
I'm gay now.
Mike. Heed thine
Wait.
warning! The final 24 hours of civilization is nigh!
That DOES actually make me gay.
The shift is coming! Floods! Quakes! Fires! Head for shelter, caves, and bunkers! Alert your family, friends, and neighbors! Few will survive, but I myself, I am headed for the caves! Yeah, so, just in case this might come as a shocker to you, the world did not in fact end. Just preemptively, this man right here, his hard drive should be thoroughly inspected by authorities. And what I'm about to say is quoting his tweet, so please, for the love of God, just remember that. Here we go. Let's say Jeffrey Epstein. Let's say Jeffrey Epstein wants to have sex with a 14-year-old girl, and will pay her $10 million. The money will go into a mutual fund that will pay out when she's 21. The girl agrees, as do both of her parents. Should this be allowed? No. And are you male or female? And then he did an audience poll. Yikes. Dude. Yikes, man. FBI, open up! No, wait, it's him, not me! No! And readers added context. The minimum age of consent in the United States is 16. Advocating for this hypothetical is advocating for pedophilia and child abuse. Nah, no. Look at my president. I am fucked. Well, Maxing is objectively funny. This is an edit. So I have no idea who this is, but I just want to point out that the amount of spite that you need to harbor within your body to make an edit this good, to the point where the real one looks fake, I don't even know. This guy, Sadifaz. TikTok is a complete harem. Look at this. Readers added context they thought people might want to know. So, on TikTok, the For You feed reflects preferences unique to each user. This system recommends content by ranking videos based on a combination of factors: the user's past behavior, including the accounts they follow, the content they like, and the videos they engage with. So, you did this to yourself, buddy. And that's why my For You page is filled entirely with Helldivers memes and cats making Half-Life noises. Observe.
Hello, greetings. Donuts, this should help. No, please! Ah! Ah! Ah!
User The Globe is dead, so we know that this is going to be the peak of intellectual superiority with this. Viruses don't exist. Deal with it. And then, photos of power lines or so. 5G tower? I don't know. Readers added context. Yeah, no, viruses do exist and are well documented by scientific research. Here's a bunch of links to prove you wrong. Did you find this helpful? Because I hope to God you did. Oh, but wait, there's more. It continues. So, okay, I gotta ask this just out of curiosity because, I mean, you really are begging the question here. So if you were bitten by an animal with rabies, a disease with a 99.9% fatality rate, you would not take the cure, which is based on virus science. Huh. No, I trust my immune system because I'm unvaxxed. Someone lock this man in a room with a fucking coyote, please. I'd love to see what happens. You know, I fucked dozens upon dozens of women and not a single one was able to come. It is biologically impossible for women to achieve orgasm. I don't know why y'all just be lying on this app for no reason for. Oh boy. This is disinformation. Women are more than capable of achieving orgasms. This is just the poster's personal experience of having sex with women. It is also a self-report on major levels. My man, why would you do this to yourself? Monarchy. And then we have fucking soy jack pirates. My family has been steering ships for generations. It's a time-honored tradition we do to the best of our abilities. And then his crew is mostly happy, but if you were to have pirates under democracy, oh no! You have a bunch of idiots. We have never steered ships in our lives, and we're certain we can with more people. And then raging soy jack, I guess it's maybe the captain. There's literally an iceberg ahead. Oh, you're all gonna kill us because we're in a democracy. Oh, that's the point of this post. Anyways, readers added context. Pirates would elect their captains. Followed by this fucking interaction. So I don't want to be that historian, but pirates became pirates because they didn't want to serve a monarch's navy and preferred the direct democracy of choosing the positions on the ships and the equal pay that being in the crew provided. I see, but that's not the point of the meme. But if it's not the point, then why did you make it? There's no point being made here. It's just wrong. It's just not factual. Oh my God, look at that ratio. Jesus Christ. You see, the meme is here to show my support for monarchy. And also, I didn't make it, so your point's invalid? Buddy. Metropolitan Police UK. We're aware of significant social media commentary. Some of the comments are personal and hurtful. This is unacceptable. Just so you know, Metropolitan Police UK, being able to speak out against police behavior is not only acceptable, but it's crucial to a free society. So, fuck off with that. Elon Musk. Happy Halloween. Me, dressed as Santa, age 5. And we got, is he wearing flip-flops? Note suggested context. Just so you all know, there is no proof that Santa wore this manner or style of dress at age 5. Santa didn't dress like this as a 5-year-old. Elon Musk is not dressed as Santa at age 5. He's spreading misinformation. I was warned not to reveal the truth about Saturn, but here I am, revealing it. It's a picture, and they're pointing to this right here. If you don't know what this is, I'll explain in a second. OP's video suggests that Saturn may currently be occupied by humans. Here's the video. And in case this is news to you, Saturn is a gas giant. It does not have a true surface. The extreme pressures and temperatures deep inside the planet would crush, melt, and vaporize any spacecraft trying to fly into the planet. Here's NASA. If you find this helpful, I hope you did, because damn do you need it. Anyways, this hexagon right here is actually a really famous part of Saturn. It is a hexagonal, and I say this with quotes, hurricane that exists on the pole of Saturn. It's super damn cool. And no, it's not a spaceship. The Global Mail. I don't know how to say this name, but I'm guessing it's French, so it's already bullshit. So let me guess, it's like Poiliev. Anyways, Poiliev says 3 auto theft. Imagine if that's fucking right. Hold on a second.
Poiliev.
Oh no. Your language is a joke. Oh my god. Oh. Maybe I'm secretly French. I will also never forget Wazo or Oiswix. What the f it is? This one. Ugh. Anyways. That's right, there's a post. Anyways, this guy says 3 auto theft convictions should mean 3 years in prison. TheGlobalMail.com. Ugh. Imagine jailing people for a victimless crime. So, as a note to this, stealing someone's property, in this case a car, does in fact produce a victim. The owner of said car. And wokeness. Netflix made a new documentary about Alexander the Great. Within the first 8 minutes, they turned him gay. Actually, it's commonly accepted among scholars that Alexander not only took part in aromantic sexual relationships with other men, but was in fact bisexual and maintained romantic relationships with men and women throughout his life. Also, this was something that I learned in school. In Idaho, of all places. Like, come on, man. For those asking how the trucker boycott is working out for New York, see below.
Greeks and Romans are plenty gay.
It's in Brooklyn right now, and look how empty these shelves are. Them liberals are really learning. Shows them. There's added context. The photo above is from 2022. This is not from the trucker boycott of New York. It's misinformation. Nice try. You did not take this photo, Freight Bandit. Hey, you made it to the outro. Welcome, welcome. There's nothing here except for me just spending 30 minutes working on the sprite motion for this because I don't know why. None of you pay attention to this, but here I am, editing this. Anyways, like, subscribe, comment, do all that stuff. That'd be super cool. Anyways, see y'all next time. You're not ascending to godhood, you're just dehydrated. Out of my way, gay boy! I'm about to liberate my divine self from this mortal shell. Habito. Welcome back, you lovely degenerates. It's me! Eyes! I got more Tumblr. I made it on time for all of you. It's great, ain't it? We're gonna jump right into it right after these disclaimers. All right, so like a bot wrote this obituary, and I'm just losing my mind. I just take a look. First things first, AI generated image. The orb of fingers summons you forward. She's got those biblically accurate hands. Brenda Trent retired from living at the age of old, surrounded by family and natural causes. A librarian from birth, Brenda was an avid collector of dust. She had a sweetheart and married her high school. her whole high school. She loved having hobbies and helping her sons to be disadvantaged youths. She had no horses, but thought she did. Are the horses in the room with you, Brenda? The church gave her a choir because she sang like a bird and looked like a bird. And you know what? Brenda was a bird. She owed us so many poems. The funeral will be held in 1977 in heaven. In lieu of flowers, send Brenda more life. I'll see you guys in 1977, I guess. I just want to state that it's literally impossible to pick a favorite line from this because just the entire thing is just gold. 18 new notifications. Oh God, what did I do? Okay, so update. Fun fix, it takes 18 messages to send the entirety of the B-movie script. Who knew? I think censorship should be exclusively reserved for people who use the word waifu. I think the right to free speech just should not extend to people who use the word waifu. Oh yeah? Becomes mute because I said waifu, thinking to myself, oh no, how will I tell Daddy when I need to use the bathroom now? Makes dog squealing noises, hoping that Daddy notices. What the fuck? Exhibit A! If I were a children's show animator, I would just simply not be a pervert. Thanks for your input, toe sucker. Shit, I forgot. So as a heads up, this is just dead ass gonna be the funniest thing if you change your URL because you'll be a self-admitted toe sucker. Alright, so a guy here. I was walking a friend home one evening and I mentioned to her that I am quite oblivious about when a girl likes me. I said, a girl could smack me on the head and I wouldn't realize she was into me. And she then smacked me on the back of the head and I responded with, ow! What the hell was that for? I mean, to be fair, he specifically told her that that wouldn't work. So I don't know what she was expecting. Top picks for April. Buddy, it's November. Wait. God, why is coding chess so hard? We're already off to a really bad start with him manually printing the board like this. Oh God. Print. Your turn. 1. Player equals input. If player equals oh my fucking God. Programmer finally got turn 7 done. Everyone else, good lord, what is happening?
Yanderson Core.
Programming my chess game? Programming chess by manually printing the board, by using if-else statements, running through every
That programming is literally Yanderson Core.
within your hard drive. Yes. May I see it? No. I'm sorry. Desolation Lesbian speaks nothing but the truth in this post. I cannot put into words how much I fucking loathe the fact that when you search for something on YouTube, now it'll just randomly intersperse blocks of people also watched and for you into the results. That's not what I searched for, YouTube. I typed in a search query because I want to see search results, not random unrelated garbage you've placed in my way to apparently either inconvenience me or force me to scroll further for actual results. I despise your wretched little games, and every time I see it, I can only instantly close the tab as I am overcome with the urge to burn something down. I despise your wretched little games. Perfectly conveys how I feel about the entire algorithm attention economy. Oh God, the entire idea of an attention economy is so fucking dystopian, but that's exactly what it is, and it pains me. For me, I notice this the most when I'm like, in bed trying to find some ASMR sounds so I can sleep peacefully at night. But instead, it's like, oh, hey, here's some recommended stuff for you. Top 10 scariest monsters from analog VHS. And the thumbnail is just this fucking, cursed as hell image. And it's like, why? I specifically went out of my way to avoid this shit, and yet here it is. God, I love 90s movies, school bullies more than anything because all their insults were like, hey, dweebush, me and the boys are gonna kick your behind. And then they would just immediately try to commit a prosecutable felony. Just good times, man. I love it when fiction writers who have clearly never tried any kind of alcohol in their lives try to write someone drinking because they're always like, he ordered a tall glass of hard liquor. After 3 large glasses, he was feeling tipsy. Good God. Like, okay, baby girl, I can't be sure, but I think you just sent this man to the hospital. The amber liquid tasted sweet. Bestie, I can assure you that it did not. Shout out to 15-year-old me for drinking a shot of straight gin and then never trusting fictional accounts of alcohol ever again. I gotta say real quick, beer was so fucking disappointing. Like, my entire life I see everyone drinking it. Has a similar bottle shape to root beer. I mean, hell, it shares a name with it. Then when I finally turn 21 and have my first sip, good fucking lord, it's piss! You're all drinking piss. It's fermented piss. What kind of beer you want? This piss, or this piss? Oh, I'll take the light craft piss with less carbs and nitrogen instead of carbon. It'll be great. What would the American people do without the courageous perverts of the TSA, risking life and your dignity to bravely pat down that suspicious groin area? I be putting coins in my foreskin just to fuck with them. You know what? I have blocked people for far less, but I'll allow this just once. Some fucking Twitter user. The furry community claimed that the sexual element is small. A Google search for furry porn suggests otherwise. Of course adults can do. The car community claimed that the sexual component is small, but a Google search for car porn suggests otherwise. Of course.
Good night. Hope you dream of hot rodents.
I mean, just like the economy claims the
Stay sprinkled.
is small, but one search for inflation suggests otherwise. You claim Rule 34 in our employee handbook is don't steal office supplies, but a Google search for Rule 34 the office suggests otherwise. Of course adults can do. That's how I'm gonna read those from now on. I just choked on air. I didn't know that was possible. I can't believe that both Voldemort and Palpatine canonically fucked. Okay, just to clarify, they did not fuck each other. That would be genuinely terrifying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying they both got laid a lot. All right? Who would be the top? I think Voldemort would probably be the top, but Palpatine is so wrinkly. Like, Do you think the process of metamorphosis hurts? Does the transforming creature inside the pupa understand what's happening to it? Do you think they're scared? Do you think they're afraid? Okay, so this is so metal and most would call this poetry, but reasonably, I know from being on this hell site long enough that you're just gay and really into bugs. Oh, sad face. You got me. Okay, so something happened to a friend of mine that I have to describe in green text form because I feel like it's the best medium for the story. Just give me a minute.
1 minute later.
Be me. Yay. Recently out at my first Pride. Having a good time. Not JPEG. Someone throws a rainbow rubber ball into the crowd. I catch it. Hear a girl behind me go, "Damn, my dog is gonna be so disappointed you caught that." Turn around. She's holding a leash. There's a
Hi,
guy
Val
with
and
a
V.
dog collar and a puppy mask on at the end of the leash. And he just says,
Hugs and kisses.
"That ball."
How are you?
Am I about to reignite kink at Pride discourse? Everyone in the comments, run! One time, a woman with her medical alert wiener dog sat next to me on a plane, and her dog kept alerting on me, and she was like, "Alright, not to be weird, but you should probably get your heart checked out." And that's how I found out I had a mildly irregular heartbeat. I know what you are. Say it out loud. Say it. Mild cardioarrhythmiac. You're telling me a gingerbread this man. It's all right, so this post actually made me consider my mortality. I am going to die one day. Oh my fucking god. Good evening? Question mark? You can't say that a top grossing artist is feral or making you feral. I mean, you're listening to the Billboard Top 40. You are very much domesticated. That's a stupid ass take. The fame of the artist doesn't define how it makes you feel. Do you not see me go hog wild eating potatoes? Easily one of the top 5 most well-known vegetables. You and I, we're like shooting stars, you and I, destined to burn up for everyone to see. Also, in the original version of this, I went on about how, like, potatoes are actually a domesticated vegetable. This doesn't make you quirky. And then I realized that I myself have consumed, in front of my family on Thanksgiving, an entire extra large pot of mashed potatoes. So, yeah. I don't even know what to say. When I heard the audio back, I was like, yeah, this doesn't really make me look that good. Maybe I am a goblin. Tragic. 37 clowns were killed today in a devastating one-car pileup. The funeral has only one casket. It's what they would have wanted. Oh my god. Hashtag, this is so sad I might start crying. Pulls out a handkerchief, pulls out a handkerchief, pulls out a handkerchief. So Judas was probably like, Jesus has pulled off so many wacky things. He'll probably get out of this one lickety-split. And I get 3 shiny coins out of it too. And he even gets to kiss him. Just 11 adults are responsible for 60% of requests of banned books from school libraries nationwide, according to a Washington Post analysis of the 2021 to 2022 school year. She challenges one school book a week. She says she'll never stop. Everyone look! It's Censorship George! He's back! Maybe it's Georg. It's Censorship Georg! You don't even deserve regular spelling. This is why an increasing number of libraries are adding a requirement to their challenge policies that challengers must be residents of their service area. Can't just be fucking Censorship Georg coming in and just, no more book for you! Also, genuine fucking question, why are they targeting school libraries? When was the last time a student genuinely checked out a random book they
You
read?
are a very valid, Scoop Val.
Actual question, alright?
All of why.
I submit almost never. But by them going and being
All
like,
of you are valid.
what kind of smut they have in the school libraries, do you know what the response is going to be? The students aren't going to go, oh my god, there's what? It's gonna be, oh my god, there's what? Like, what are you doing? You have made a miscalculation of monumental proportions. Also, the school library is the least of your problems. They are 4 characters away from anything they want to see on the internet at any given point. What are you doing? I don't like capitalism and authoritarian structures. You have oppositional defiant disorder. It's in the DSM. What you say is literally insane. So the message of this meme is like good and all, but why is the young person specifically a blushing doomer femboy Wojak in a cropped hoodie? Like, what was the decision-making process here? Oh, you see, that's actually quite simple. It's to make it more relatable. What is it that they've sent us? Hope. 5 minutes later. I want to know what happened to the plans they sent you. I don't know what you're talking about. So, you have to admire her audacity, if nothing else. Literally, my favorite thing about Rogue One is that it makes the opening of New Hope just so funny. Like, Vader has followed Leia from a planet he just blew up seconds ago and pursued her across the galaxy, and she's just like, I'm on a diplomatic mission to Alderaan. Vader, no, you're a rebel. I just had a fight with your entire rebel fleet and followed you here, straight from the rebels, of which you're a part of. Leia, dramatic gasp. Rebel? Me? I was just passing through diplomatically. Thought it was a 5-spaceship pileup or something going on there. So, Pirates of the Caribbean really introduce an eldritch octopus man who kills indiscriminately and torments the dead as their poster villain. And then you watch the movies and it's like, oh no, actually the worst villain in the series is a small white British man who functions as the herald of capitalism. And that was very, very brave of them. Here's a man so heartless he has literally cut out his own heart out of his chest. But he's still not as evil as the fucking East India Trading Company. So the fact that some people respond to any well-foreshadowed reveal with, that plot twist was so predictable.
Well, now, yeah, that's why I love Pirates.
Criticism has rotted
At least the
their
first
brains.
3
I
movies.
think it's bad writing if they can correctly identify information the writers were intentionally giving them. As just like a personal note, if I'm gonna give my 2 cents on this, there are like 2 sides of this. There are the people who can correctly identify information and call a story predictable because they were able to follow the clues of the mystery. Then you got people like J.J. Abrams, where you correctly identify his plot twist. He gets all pouty because you predicted his brilliant plot twist. And then he goes, nuh-uh, and then like writes a worse fucking story. This is what happened with Lost, in theory. It's probably also what fucking happened with the Star Wars saga because Rey had an X-Wing helmet. She had an X-Wing pilot minifigure. She had all these clues that was like Luke's her father. Then everyone correctly predicted, oh, is Luke gonna be her father? No, it's not. I gotta think about this. She's from a nobody. Actually, watch that Nerd Soup video. She's a Palpatine. Yeah, there we go. Like, fuck all these secrets that we gave previously and hinted at. Like how when she touched Luke's lightsaber, she got a force vision of her parents. What does it mean? Nothing. Fuck you for guessing it. This was supposed to be about the audience having bad faith media criticism, but I've had this bone to pick with JJ for a while. I'm building my hamster a whole Metroidvania, probably just for him to suddenly die in. Yo! You're not allowed to come in. It's for the hamsters. Okay, but real talk. If someone doesn't do this business idea, I will. You know those giant playgrounds for kids where it's like these things here, like the fucking like hamster containment zones for kids. Scale these up to adult size and provide alcohol. Oh my fucking god, just have everyone sign waivers? This would be so fucking fun. Minus having to probably clean the puke out of the ball pit, but this would be so fucking fun. Mr. Beast, please, I beg of you, please. I don't even want like credit for this. I just want this to exist. Please. All I ask is that you give me like the first day for free. That's all I want. Please. I just listened to this guy recite pi to 50 digits to some woman on the bus, except I also have pi memorized to 50 digits, and he fucking got all of them wrong. This is funny, bro, but you just admitted to being a nerd. Owned! Yeah, take that. Fucking nerds are done for. Hey, so like, are you new here? This reminds me of something that has like always annoyed me for a majority of my life. I used to know a kid who had the first 100 digits of pi memorized, legitimately as well. Like he actually had the first 100 digits fully memorized. We checked on Pi Day. It was a competition to see who had the most digits memorized. There was a kid in the class who was like, actually you got a 2 and a 5 mixed up. He didn't compete. He didn't list off any digits. He refused to. And also, don't be that kid. If you're that kid, you don't deserve a funeral. No one likes it when you do that. I was yelled at today about this, but how do you pronounce OP, as in original poster? Do you pronounce it OP, the correct way, or OP, the what the hell option? If other, please say in tags. Example phrase, OP, please delete this post. Ha. And the results are... fucking massacred. I do so enjoy watching these strange and unusual creatures post polls thinking that everyone will agree with their perverse ways, only to get ratioed straight into oblivion, where they belong. You see, Twitter has become the new place for cringe, not Tumblr. Here's why. Kinda. I mean, we're regressing on sexism issues and LGBT issues. But, like, sex positivity is good, actually. Not with fictional characters! Why? Because they don't have agency. What? When two characters have sex in a story, do you consider that sexual coercion because they're being forced by the writer? Unironically, yes. Unless you are writing something based on your own personal experience and your fictional character is a fictionalized version of yourself, then yes, I see it that way. I hope you guys picked up on the context clues because, it's official.
End stage discourse. End stage discourse. We have arrived at fictional sex is coercive because characters are being forced to do things by the author.
Good fucking lord. So accusing real life people of gay baiting you is just, it's just so funny to me. Like, how is it someone else's fault that you have a bad gaydar? They profited off of ambiguity. They literally just painted their nails and you diagnosed them with fruit. That's on you. Ron fucking Perlman. Pray. I love this, man. Pierce Morgan says the next James Bond actor is transgender. He'll actually kill himself. Fucking based. Alright, so
Blood.
Elliot Page has the chance to do the single funniest thing in the history of Hollywood. For those of you who are either face blind or name blind, this is the guy who threatened to burn down the Disney executive's house. Allegedly.
There's a lot of ways to lose your house. You wish that on people. You wish that families starve while you're making $27 million a year for creating nothing. Be careful, mother.
He also voiced the Lich in Adventure Time.
Fall.
Ah, hey, you made it to the outro. Welcome, welcome. Well, actually, I guess this is technically a goodbye. Anyways, do the like. Science. All right, sir. What's the NATO reporting name of the MiG-15? Up. Answer the question. Wait a second. I gotta Google something. Yeah, okay, this is funny.
A zombie project.
Lovely degenerates. God, it's been a while since I've said that. We got a Tumblr today, and a Tumblr coming out in like 5 days because I accidentally made a ton of Tumblr content. So yeah. Anyways, we'll be getting right into it after these quick little disclaimers. Okay, so like too many YouTubers and streamers get canned for the same crimes. It's just bigotry, scams, and being weird to fans. When's Markiplier gonna rob a bank? But this does give a very interesting thought. If Markiplier robbed a bank, would he get canceled? See, think about it. If no one gets harmed, the bank has insurance so no one loses any money, would we cheer him on or would we put him on the cross? Oh.
No!
I can't figure it out. I think I'd be pro Markiplier even more if he robbed a bank. Personally, I'm not saying to go rob a bank, of course. I'm just saying Markiplier's approval rating would go through the roof if he did that. Redditor posting on subreddit called something like r/car help. Hey, my muffler's on fire. Does anyone here know how to fix it? Subreddit admin, if you had read the rules before making a fucking fool of yourself, you would have known that that question of this nature belongs in r/muffler repair. Do not waste my time again. Deleted! Wholesome doomer-pilled simp falls for a small, weepy TikTok e-girl. What happens next will make you want to lift several cinder blocks with rope and pulleys and drop them on the back of your own head in a maneuver known as the cement guillotine. Spoiler alert, he pulls a Shinji in the hospital. You know, it's kind of weird how no one ever comments on the absence of smells unprompted. The nose just isn't a topic of conversation unless it's urgent. Huh. Okay, think about it. It's dark in here. Normal, regular observation. Finally, some quiet. It's a relatable exclamation that breaks the quiet, you bastard. But stating, doesn't smell like anything in here, that's just an absolutely deranged sentence. You kick this person out of the friend group. He's gone, never being invited to bowling again. Alright, so imagine if you were hanging out with your pals and you blurted out some shit like, it's fucking dumb how you can't just buy one shoe at a time. And one of your friends was like, haha, hang on. And they wrote that down on a piece of paper and passed it to a stranger on the street, and that stranger passed it to another. And then suddenly, every single person in the entire city of Topeka, Kansas had read your stupid thought, and the newspaper was like, local idiot wants to buy just one shoe! And every once in a while, some asshole will just come up to you on the street and hand you a single shoe and be like, is this you? Is this your fucking bread? I hate your fucking guts, you disgust me. And that's what it's like to have a popular post on Tumblr.com. So I started up Destiny 2 yesterday and burst into tears because I forgot I had set my Steam name to Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. Instead of censoring penis, the game went and did, well, it did this. It censored the butt in butter. This game is rated M. Look at you, Mr. Reese's Peanut Fucker Cups. Having fun deep dishing those peanut butter cups, you sick fuck. It's so fucking funny that nuclear waste is such a contentious topic. Like, yeah, those damn nuclear advocates need to figure out somewhere reasonable to put that nuclear waste. For now, we'll be sticking with coal power because it puts the waste products safe and sound in our lungs, where they can't hurt anybody. Okay, you think I was kidding, but the air pollution fandom says some pretty incredible shit. Sorry, I realized I'm not done. Because, by the way, yes, carbon emissions are less harmful than nuclear waste. Even our lungs. We're fucking doomed, man. I need feminism because when Jesus does a magic trick, it's a goddamn miracle. But when a woman does a magic trick, she gets burned at the stake. That's just fabulous. Okay, real quick. I mean, they did also kill Jesus. That was a pretty significant thing that happened. Like, I understand where you're coming from here, but they very much did kill Jesus. I'm so happy Good Friday. Okay, so on today's edition of We Need to Legally Require People to Google Words Before Using Them, there's a girl on TikTok doing a diet where she only eats Slavic food to connect with her ancestors. Get this. She's calling it an ethnic cleanse. My God, the Slavs have already had enough of that. SCP object that sues you for libel if you write down anything in the documentation about it that hasn't been proven in a court of law. SCP object that allegedly sues you for libel if you write anything down in the documentation about it that has been proven in a court of law. Gotta add those words in there, bud. Come on, child safety lid. You know it's me. On a somehow related note, what does this tag mean? Hashtag Richard Nixon. So, for those of you who don't know, Richard Nixon once called in staff to help him open an allergy pill bottle. It was the child-proof type of bottle with instructions saying, press down while turning. The cap had teeth marks on it where Nixon had apparently tried to gnaw it open. God, emulators are fucking great. I think the guy who invented them deserves some sloppy toppy. Hey, OP, what the fuck does this mean? Okay, let me spell it out for you. It means I'm gonna find the guy who made the first usable game emulator, and I'm gonna suck him dry! Drier than the goddamn Mojave!
Well, hi, Zerty. Goddamn.
Just in the tags. Leave some for me. You're gay because you like
Yeah, I know how that feels.
me. I'm gay because I hate women. We are not the same. This seems to be what I've learned. Yaoi versus shonen. Why would you say something so controversial yet so brave? As if you don't understand, yaoi is just boy love, while shonen is like, Naruto and Sasuke. They both hated Sakura, and they both kissed. Coincidence? I think not! Judy Hopps is a cop who leverages a stranger's felony tax evasion to get him to put his life in danger and work around the clock so that she could keep her job. She then presumably helps him cover up his crime to get him a job on the same police force. Judy Hopps, by the way, has some very nice feet, but we need to remember that she's still a cop. Which leads to this. Political correctness. First Amendment free speech. You shouldn't have called the Zootopia rabbit sexy. That's why we had to put you down like a dog. My God, I did it! I killed him! Angel on my shoulder. We're extremely fortunate. You shot him in the side of the head and you're wearing gloves. Placed the gun in his hand and set the house ablaze. Officer Goger's tragic suicide will be the perfect cover story. Devil on my shoulder. Goger was always eating stuffing and spelt wheat and steel-cut oats. Bet he'd taste real good on a spit with an apple in his mouth. Come on. I've seen the way you've looked at him. My Topa, a 6'9" double D smoke show hottie, PS1 graphics, anthro leopard girl in a lab coat. You must put a baby in me, your highness, quickly! Hey, so, please take this in the most encouraging and constructive way possible. Replace the batteries in the Replace the batteries in the carbon monoxide detectors in your home. Thank you. Stop everything! IKEA names have meanings! This changes everything. Okay, so BuzzFeed apparently only just realized that there are languages other than English. These strange, indecipherable symbols on IKEA products are apparently actually Swedish, according to several noted academics who have spent decades studying IKEA. Your NFTs are actually, finally, totally worthless.
Val, you're a fucking genius.
Industry research finds that 95% of the once hyped crypto assets have hit rock bottom valuation. So like 95% of NFTs are worthless, and most of the most expensive ones are priced between $5 to $100, where they were once drawing millions of USD apiece. Not a moment too soon and fully deserved. And in conclusion, it's easy to say with hindsight that NFTs are a stupid scam, but you gotta understand. It was also easy at the beginning to say that and throughout the middle too. So, today I learned that mice are not simply female rats.
Melanois.
It was groundbreaking. Today I learned that. All right?
Hi, MV.
This poor guy. I find myself suspecting actual women of being trans now. It's like culture war trauma or something. I actually had to pause this movie and look this actress up just to make sure she was actually.
All we need is Lucy, and we'll have Melon's 3 wives.
Culture war trauma. Or, maybe you're just a fucking creep. I've worked myself up into a cultural frenzy to the point
3 wives and a melon.
Random strangers I see on TV to figure out what their genitals look like. I'm the one being normal here. Honestly, this would be somehow less creepy if they were doing it for sex reasons. I want a big titty goth girlfriend. Okay, bro, have fun talking about Invader Zim with a 31-year-old pharmacy tech. Okay, but but this is like going, oh, you want lemonade? Have fun drinking sugar and lemons. Like, bro, I will. That's why I ordered the lemonade. Some on Reddit. I was having a conversation with a coworker, and I mentioned the Sisyphean nature of our work, and he said, I know, aren't we lucky? He elaborated about how Sisyphus was lucky to have his purpose made clear. Every day, he just had to roll the boulder up the hill. That one conversation has helped change my whole outlook on work for the better. Yeah, okay, you know things are bad when workers are giving themselves Stockholm Syndrome to cope with having to do pointless work. I don't know how to tell you this, but Sisyphus is being punished. Tortured even. Like, that's the whole point. That's the story. He's being tormented, and you're like, I know, aren't we lucky? Fucking soy. I was at a tattoo convention today, and I saw a guy with a Spider-Man tattoo, so I walked up and went, oh, dude, is that Spider-Man? Badass! I love Spider-Man! And then looked down and realized I was wearing my shirt that says, I love Spider-Man! In big black letters. I'm a fucking parody of myself, man. Guys, please stop calling me a cartoon character or an NPC or Wojak. I'm a real boy, I promise. I swear. Please. So something that will never not be funny to me in Death Note was the faces Light Yagami would make when no one was looking. Like if anyone caught him once, the jig was up. Motherfucker really stood there in front of everyone like this. Then I'll take a potato chip and eat it. I mean, if only someone stayed back and overheard him twerk on Al's grave, screaming, what do you think of that, Al? That's right! I win! Good thing it's a deleted scene because motherfucker would have been put down much quicker. I mean, people really act like the Death Note corrupted him. This crazy bastard was screaming he was a god in episode 2. He saw a slippery slope and decided to grab a sled. Okay, but like in the first episode, he was whining about how the world was diseased and poisoned, and it needed to be fixed by someone. He's the anime version of Walter White. He didn't just grab a sled, he crashed a race car down the slope the second it came into view. Keep in mind, Death Note wasn't a story about power-corrupting mortals. It was a story about an absolute lunatic chimpanzee of a man who got that button you can press to kill someone for $1 million
Well,
and never get caught, and decided, even though he never got the money, and someone very definitely did die, to just
guess who got news that we're eating dinner out tonight? Man. I guess that's why I got an epiphany to stream early. Well, we'll cut this stream short, well, shorter to eat outside. And when I come back to stream Final Fantasy, if I'm not tired. But yeah, anyways, we are still earning though.
velocity like he was playing a Mario Party minigame for keeps. Not to mention in the first episode, he got names of prisoners from Japan and the US, if I remember correctly, you know, two famously extremely flawed court systems. Like, Buddy made a list of possibly innocent people and slam dunked them all into hell. On literally day 1.
Melon and the 3 wives.
Ryuk was even like, oh shit, I've never seen a human do this before, what the fuck? He even the demon! The shenanigans was like, bro, you got fucking issues.
Judging by your laughter, you've already figured out that what you have is no ordinary notebook. But you're the first to have written this many names. Look at how many people you've killed in only 5 days.
I know that data expunged is supposed to be more serious than redacted, but it never lands right for me because expunged is just like an inherently funny word. Me expunging my data. Alright, okay, every time someone goes, well, this work depicts X, which seems kind of problematic. Why was that the noise I made? Okay. And said depiction of X is specifically that it is a bad thing being done by bad people. My blood pressure just goes up a little bit. Shout out to that one clickbait video from ages ago that argued that Beauty and Beast promotes toxic masculinity because Gaston is a misogynist. Like, buddy, friend, pal, that's the point. I'll never understand how Astoria is supposed to explore the
Melon is still collecting the remaining 9-7.
This goes the other way when a universe is written to be quite literally somewhere where you would never want to go, and people are like, oh, that's so badass, let's all go there. Oh, we want the future to be like this. Oh, man. Starfield, general discussion, topic details. This game is a warning. If you let the liberals stay in power, then the future of mankind will look like Starfield. If you want the future of mankind to look more like the Imperium of Man from Warhammer, then stop voting blue. So, okay. I really hope that when Space Marine 2 comes out, they let you choose Titus's pronouns just to fuck with this guy specifically. People like this are convinced they'd be a Space Marine instead of a factory slave making one specific type of rivet until dying of miner's lung at 25. If you read any of the books, even fucking Necromunda, alright, like any of them, and your takeaway is, God, I want to live there, please get yourself checked out. Because I believe you were tossed at terminal velocity as a small child against a wall. Julius Caesar's assassination was the last time everyone in a group project did their part. So, you know, apart from the fact that 60 people agreed to stab him and he only had 23 stab wounds. So, yeah, that sounds about right. You can go and read an Am I the Asshole with the title, Am I the Asshole for Kicking a Baby? And like by the end, you'll say, not the asshole with your full chest. Meanwhile, some guy posts, am I the asshole for just wanting to play some video games? And he's like just literally abusing his girlfriend. I just found my new favorite Kickstarter scam. It becomes more efficient by switching to the triangle. Energy power bank. No power source needed for 1.5 years. Uninterrupted power on the go. Enjoy 1.5 years of freedom with a charge-free Pen Energy Power Bank. Pen Energy Power Bank that does not need to be recharged for 1.5 years. Today I will introduce you to the new innovative Pen Energy Power Bank that does not need to be recharged for 1.5 years. The triangle. The alternating current produced in the generator enters the electric PCB board and is stabilized. There, it becomes more efficient by switching to the triangle. The alternating current, AC, produced in the generator is being rectified into direct current through the PCB. There, it becomes more efficient by switching to the triangle. What? The triangle. It becomes more efficient by switching to the triangle. Hey guys, did you know it becomes more efficient by switching to the triangle? This inquiry is contingent upon 2 factors. Firstly, it is reliant on the breakdown of the chemical structure of the triangle. It becomes more efficient by switching the triangle. Hey guys, did you know it becomes more efficient by switching to the triangle? Did you know that? I bet you didn't. I bet you didn't know it becomes more efficient by... I'm losing my fucking mind. Hey, welcome to the outro announcement. I'm doing an October 32nd stream tonight. We're doing the Minecraft Create mod. It'll be probably fun, I hope. Maybe some horror games. We'll see. I'm also doing this on the main channel, not my second channel. Second announcement, I got channel memberships now. You can support me directly and get access to emotes to spam in chat and in the comments. And I'll have future benefits later on. So that'll be cool. Yeah. That's the end of the video. Be sure to like, subscribe, leave a comment. Yeah, I don't really know what else to
Actually,
say, 'cause
might
it's-
need to cut the stream after the video since I'll need to prepare to leave. It was a good run though. We'll continue stream after eating dinner outside. Thank you so much for joining even though the stream hours are kinda weird. We'll stream much earlier tomorrow. Kek. Really just want to experiment on the hours. Okay, Melon. Start stream now. I'm moving these goobers to your stream. Anyways, a few words. Thank you again for the people who gifted subs earlier. Well, it's okay, we can give you Tim. But yeah, don't leave yet. We'll be reading Melanade. So just want to shout out Sever, Agni, and Barry for the gift subs. Don't know when I will be playing Valorant, but it will be during the birth month definitely. Maybe next week. Join the Discord if you haven't. I'm planning on hosting a watch party next week. I'm still debating which ones to watch. Well, I'm in either Valorant or Fortnite. Might try both, why not? Well, we'll just wait for Melon to go live. We're gonna go out to eat pizza later. I mean, I'm already familiar with Valorant. I'm gonna play in the Filipino servers. So shit's gonna be wild. Yeah, I've played way back. When they were distributing access codes through Twitch. It was alright. But shooters aren't really my thing. So it never really stuck with me. As for Fortnite, I did try it before, but it was with my work laptop. And man, I'm stuck at like 10 FPS. Suffice to say, I didn't enjoy the experience. The game that I did play before that is like Fortnite was Apex. That was fun, but again, I suck at FPS because I'm bad at aiming. I don't really like high adrenaline games. And I fumble when there's a lot of pressure on me. So yeah. I'm thinking of hopping on random lobbies first. And see what it'll be like. And if worse comes to worse, I might just invite my friends over as a squad. More on that in the Discord, though, if you guys do want to play with me. It'll be hard for you guys to play Valorant with me, though, since you'll have to make a Filipino account and stuff. For Fortnite though, I think you can just swap servers. Man, I want that Peter Griffin skin. Okay, looks like the wife is live. Alright, Scoops, ready your messages. We're raiding Melanate. Alright. I'll see you Scoops later in the evening. We'll be playing some Final Fantasy XIV. Send Melon some love and tell her to get Scoop. You'll stay sprinkled.